Chapter 1. The All-Occupation Experience System. Lin, gather your belongings and leave. The sales department manager of Chaoyang Group, Yu Lily, stated bluntly. I've been fired? Lin was taken aback. I've been performing well. How could this happen? The company believes you are unfit for your position, so your services are no longer required. Lin had been an employee in the sales department of Chaoyang Group for over 6 months without taking a single day off. Moreover, he was the sales champion just last month, expecting a promotion and a raise. Never did he anticipate that he would be dismissed today. Director Yu, this seems rather excessive. Just because I don't indulge you with gifts doesn't warrant such an unreasonable termination, does it? Lin argued assertively. Discuss reason? What gives you the right to talk about reason? Do you really think so highly of yourself? I have a meeting to attend shortly, so please leave at once. Don't waste my time. Yu Lily waved her hand impatiently, clutching her documents as she exited. In the office, only Lin remained. With his job gone, he now faced the daunting prospect of struggling to make ends meet. This is ridiculous, Lin cursed under his breath. At least I have my old Xiaolu car. I can still catch a DiDi and won't starve. Ding! The All-Occupation Experience System has been activated. A new occupation will be randomly assigned each week. Complete the built-in tasks to receive ultimate rewards, assisting the host in becoming a global magnate. Current occupation: DiDi driver. Occupation completion rate 0. Achieve 90 completion within the week to unlock a new occupation. Early complete 100 to earn a mysterious gift. Please claim the DiDi driver registration package. 10 million renminbi. 100 ownership of the Peninsula Hotel. A Pagani Huayra worth 28 million. What the hell? Upon reading the notification in his mind, Lin was utterly astonished. He was a loyal fan of online novels and was well aware of what a system entailed. He never imagined he would encounter one himself. System: what happens if I don't reach 100 completion within the week? The host may choose to unlock a new occupation or continue with the current one until completion reaches 100, at which point a new occupation will automatically be available. Through the system's explanation, Lin grasped its functionality. The system offered considerable freedom, essentially allowing him to maintain control. This is exhilarating. I accept, Lin declared without hesitation. Ding! 10 million renminbi has been deposited into the host's account. The Peninsula Hotel requires the host to claim it on-site. The Pagani Huayra is parked in parking area C, space 22 at Chaoyang Group, and you can find the car keys in the elevator lobby. At that moment, Lin received a text message on his phone. Your savings account ending in 4255 has received a deposit of 10 million renminbi on April 27th at 9:48 a.m. The current balance is 10,101 renminbi and 15 cents. Bank of Construction. Simultaneously, another text arrived. Congratulations! You have successfully registered as a DiDi driver. Taking a deep breath, Lin regained his composure. With the system in play, who needs this job anyway? Excitement bubbled within him. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Lu Cece, calling. Lin, let's break up. Don't come to my birthday party, and please don't call me again. Lu Cece's icy tone took Lin by surprise. Are you serious? Of course. After all these years, what have you ever bought for me? You can't even afford a lousy phone. I don't want to waste my youth on you. Are you sure you won't regret it? Huh? Regret? I've been with you for over 6 months. That's my biggest regret. Let's not contact each other again. All right then, let's part on good terms. Lin did not say anything more, simply hanging up the phone. Well, it seems not only the system has appeared, but also other plot points from novels have come to life. If we're breaking up, so be it, the next one will be even better. With a resigned grunt, Lin stretched lazily. Nothing else mattered now. He needed to check out his sports car. Determined, Lin dashed out of the office, leaving his colleagues shaking their heads in pity. Poor Lin, he's a decent guy, just too straightforward. If only he had given you a few gifts during the holidays, maybe this wouldn't have happened. The number one handsome guy in our company has left. Work will be dull without anyone to daydream about. The old witch hinted at him several times, but he never took the bait. Naturally, they couldn't keep him around. How unfortunate. Upon reaching the elevator, he noticed a SF Express delivery bag. Without hesitating, Lin opened it, and sure enough, it contained the key to the Pagani. Arriving at the underground parking garage, Lin rushed towards space 22 in Area C. He knew this spot while his own old Xiao Lu was parked in space 21 of Area C. What's wrong? Why won't it start? Standing ahead was a woman in a beige fitted dress, her makeup flawless, with a delicate nose and long legs clad in black stockings and heels. Her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated, making it hard for anyone to look away. President G? Spotting the silhouette before him, Lin Yi tentatively inquired. Due to the angle, he couldn't see her clearly, but he recognized that car. In the entire company, only President G had a Maserati. The woman known as President G was named Ji Qingyan, the CEO of Chaoyang Group. Upon hearing her name, Ji Qingyan brushed aside her hair and glanced at Lin Yi. Are you Lin Yi from the sales department? President G remembers me? Lin Yi was surprised as merely an inconsequential employee. It was unexpected for someone as high-ranking as her to recall him. I met you once, so I have a vague impression. Ji Qingyan would never admit that her memory of him was influenced by his striking looks. President G, has your car broken down? Lin Yi asked. Ji Qingyan nodded, appearing anxious. It was perfectly fine when I drove it here earlier. I have no idea why it's malfunctioning now. I'm not skilled with repairs, but if you have urgent business, you're welcome to ride with me. Ji Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly, then nodded in agreement. I need to go to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to meet with some leaders there. So I'd appreciate your help in giving me a lift. No problem, Lin Yi replied with a smile. My car is in Area C, just follow me. Area C of the parking garage was designated for employees, so they had a bit of a walk ahead of them. Thank you, I appreciate it. Unbeknownst to Ji Qingyan, Lin Yi had just been dismissed, yet she remained courteous. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them, cheerfully speaking. Qingyan, I heard your car broke down. If you're going somewhere, let me give you a ride. No need to trouble others. Chapter 002. Beautiful women are only worthy of wealthy men. The two turned around to find that the speaker was a young man clad in a casual suit, flaunting a Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. He exuded an air of ostentation. Lin Yi vaguely recognized him. He seemed to be the young heir of a maritime conglomerate named Li Yunhang, whose enterprise was even larger than the Chaoyang Group. For the past 6 months, he had been fervently pursuing Ji Qingyan, though she had shown him no interest. Unfortunately, his relentless pursuit had led to this moment. What brings you here? Ji Qingyan asked coldly. I intended to discuss some matters here. But coincidentally, I heard your car broke down. I recently acquired a Lamborghini Huracan worth over 2 million. That if you need a ride, feel free to use mine. He replied that Ji Qingyan's Maserati, valued at merely over 1 million, paled in comparison to Li Yunhang's Lamborghini, undoubtedly giving him the leverage to boast. However, Lin Yi found the situation rather suspicious. How fortuitous that Ji Qingyan's car had just malfunctioned, and Li Yunhang appeared out of nowhere. He suspected that Li Yunhang was behind this incident. Never mind, my colleague has a car. I can leave with him, Ji Qingyan said, casting Lin Yi a look, signaling him to depart. All right, he replied. President G, I overheard your conversation, that he's just a minor employee at your company, driving a domestic car that cannot possibly compare to my Lamborghini, Li Yunhang interjected. And what of it? Ji Qingyan retorted. I ride in whatever I like. She chose to ignore Li Yunhang further and walked toward Area C with Lin Yi. As they reached Area C, both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang halted, captivated by a silver Pagani Huayra that Ji Qingyan wondered whose car it was and why it was parked there, that if a prominent figure had arrived, she would have been informed. President G, this Pagani Huayra is valued at over 28 million. Could it possibly be your new acquisition? Li Yunhang attempted to bait her. This car could buy 10 Lamborghini Huracans. And if it truly belonged to her, it would be rather embarrassing for him. This car is not mine. You're overthinking it. Ji Qingyan replied that Li Yunhang regained his bravado, insisting, then let us take the Lamborghini. It's certainly faster than his domestic car. I have no interest in sports cars. I prefer domestic vehicles, Ji Qingyan declared. Looking at Lin Yi, where is your car? Let us leave now. It's right there, Lin Yi said, pointing at the Pagani. However, both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang misinterpreted his gesture, assuming he was referring to an old Xiaoli. After all, Lin Yi was merely a lowly employee. How could he afford such a luxury vehicle? Haha, it's just an old Xiaoli. Given its state, it must be over a decade old. It probably isn't worth as much as a single one of my tires. Li Yunhang laughed so hard he nearly cried. President G, With your status, I doubt you've ever been in such a shabby car. And what of the Xiaoli? It serves its purpose. Can your Lamborghini fly? Ji Qingyin retorted, striding toward Lin Yi's old Xiaoli in her high heels. Let us go. Get in. Lin Yi remained silent, pressing the key fob in his pocket. Beep. The lights of the Pagani flickered to life, and the gull-wing door swung open automatically, startling both Ji Qingyin and Li Yunhang. Could the owner be arriving? President Ji, you at the wrong spot. This Pagani is also mine, Lin Yi revealed. What did you say? This Pagani is yours. Ji Qingyin exclaimed in disbelief. How could a mere sales employee afford such a luxury vehicle? It seemed implausible. It truly is mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to unlock the door. Lin Yi chuckled, moving to the passenger seat of the Pagani that Ji Qingyin still found it hard to believe. Even as a boss, she had never driven such an exquisite car. How had he managed it? Buddy, driving a Huracan in hopes of impressing President Ji seems a bit far-fetched, Lin Yi remarked. Giving Li Yunhang a knowing pat on the shoulder before settling into the driver's seat, Li Yunhang was left dumbfounded, feeling the sting of embarrassment. President Ji, didn't you say you weren't fond of sports cars? Why are you getting into his? He pressed, unwilling to concede defeat. I don't like other people as sports cars, but I enjoy riding in his, Ji Qingyin responded, slamming the door shut with a definitive bang, metaphorically striking Li Yunhang once more. Inside the car, Lin Yi felt a twinge of nervousness. It was his first time driving a sports car, and he was still getting used to it. Fortunately, having watched numerous test drive videos, he knew how to handle it. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in front of Ji Qingyin. Lin Yi, aren't you just a sales employee? How did you end up driving this car? Ji Qingyin inquired, her mind swirling with questions, utterly perplexed. Sigh, I just wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person, which is why I started working at the company that I didn't expect to be dismissed without reason. Lin Yi sighed. No more pretending. I'm actually a wealthy second-generation heir. My next endeavor is to drive for DiDi, to experience life as an average person. Ji Qingyin blinked in surprise for a second before bursting into laughter. You can't be serious. Do you think I'll believe that? Honestly, no one would believe such a thing, so I won't bother explaining, he replied. All right, let us get driving. I have urgent matters to attend to. Certainly, just don't forget to leave a 5-star rating afterward, Lin Yi said. I see you're really getting into character. Thinking you're a DiDi driver, she teased. What would I gain from lying? Just take a look. Lin Yi pulled out his phone, and when Ji Qingyin saw the screen, her eyes widened in shock. You're really a DiDi driver? Could it be that you're truly a wealthy heir experiencing life? Indeed, I'm a DiDi driver, he confirmed. How about you place an order to support me? You would be my very first passenger, he suggested. Ji Qingyin chuckled. I suppose I'm quite fortunate then. With that, she pulled out her phone, downloaded the DiDi app, and, under Lin Yi's guidance, registered an account and placed an order, following the principle of nearest dispatch. Ji Qingyin's order was promptly snatched up by Lin Yi, thus commencing his journey as a DiDi driver. With a press of the accelerator, the monstrous roar of the Pagani erupted, sending waves of exhilaration through Ji Qingyin, who instinctively fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi glanced at her. What are you staring at? Hurry up and drive. Of course, he replied that as they hit the road, the 28 million Pagani Huayra instantly became the center of attention. Wow! It is a Pagani Huayra. I heard it's worth 28 million. Look at the woman in the passenger seat. She is even more stunning than the car. Indeed, beautiful women are only worthy of wealthy men. Amid the envious gazes of onlookers, Lin Yi safely delivered Ji Qingyin to her destination. Thank you for the ride, she said, now addressing him with a newfound politeness, as he was no longer merely her employee. No problem, if you prefer not to take a taxi on your way back. Remember to place an order with me. Your DiDi driver is at your service, he replied. Shall we exchange WeChat for easier contact? Of course. They exchanged WeChat contacts, after which Lin Yi drove away. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Yi's mind. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the first order. Reward, 50,000 proficiency points. Professional completion. 5. Reward, 50 million renminbi. Chapter 003. Claiming the hotel. Wow. Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished by the system's rewards. Completing an order had netted him 50 million RMB. Exciting. Along with the previous 10 million he had gifted himself, he now possessed a total of 60 million in liquid assets. Furthermore, he also owned the Peninsula Hotel, which made him quite wealthy indeed. Lin Yi stroked his chin, contemplating that while the order rewards were enticing, he still needed to claim the Peninsula Hotel, since no orders were coming in at the moment. It was the perfect opportunity to proceed with the hotel acquisition. The Peninsula Hotel was a standard 5-star establishment, one of the premier hotels in Shanghai. Numerous celebrities had hosted their weddings there, showcasing its lavishness. Previously, Lin Yi had only dared to gaze at such places from a distance, never imagining he would one day own one himself. Life truly had its ups and downs after parking the car. Lin Yi entered the hotel. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Yunjie, thank you for booking my birthday party here. This is my first time in such a luxurious hotel. Don't mention it. It's the least I could do, replied a young man who, though ordinary in appearance, was dressed fashionably and relished the envious glances of others. His name was Yunjie, hailing from a family involved in the timber business and considered a minor affluent individual in Shanghai. He drove a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth over 500,000, a far cry from Lin Yi's former dilapidated Xiaoli. Lu Cixi and Yunjie had met at a bar the previous night. After chatting through WeChat for an entire night and learning of his decent background, she had cast Lin Yi aside in favor of Yunjie. This new suitor did not disappoint, upon discovering it was her birthday. He had arranged for the birthday party to be held at the Peninsula Hotel. Muma, I'm absolutely in love with you, she exclaimed. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yi turned to see Lu Cixi. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would choose the Peninsula Hotel as the venue for a birthday party. However, aside from Lu Cixi, there were two other individuals whom Lin Yi found familiar. They appeared to be her close friends, whom he had encountered on several occasions. As for the remaining guests, he was unfamiliar with them, likely friends of the male party. What of it? Although the Peninsula Hotel is quite expensive, given my financial standing, indulging here occasionally poses no issue, he remarked. My dear, I wish I had met you sooner, Lu Cixi said in a sweet, delicate tone. Not to worry. Now that you are with me, I shall ensure you become the happiest woman in the world, he replied. Cixi, look, isn't that Lin Yi? Upon hearing her friend's words, Lu Cixi turned her gaze towards the entrance, only to be startled to find Lin Yi standing there. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Just moments ago, Lu Cixi had been all sweetness and light, but her expression darkened instantly. She had already conveyed to him that their affair was over, yet he had audaciously pursued her, haunting her like a specter. This is not your home. Do I not have the right to come? Lin Yi retorted. Did I not call you and tell you not to come? Why have you shown up? Lu Cixi questioned vehemently. Our relationship has concluded. I hope you will cease to pester me. Even if you were to beg on your knees, our connection is irrevocably severed. It would be best for you to come to terms with that. At that moment, Yunjie and his friends approached, one of them wrapping an arm around Lu Cixi's waist, teasingly stating, You must be Lin Yi. Cixi has mentioned you. But from now on, Cixi is mine, that I trust you will no longer disturb her. Brother Jie, there's no need to waste time on this loser, one of Yunjie's friends chimed in. Indeed, engaging in conversation with him is hardly worthwhile, Yunjie said, casting a glance at Lu Cixi. Cixi? He is, after all, your ex-boyfriend. This matter is best left for you to resolve. That I have friends arriving shortly, and I dislike having him in the way. Very well, I shall promptly escort him away. Lu Cixi turned to Lin Yi, speaking earnestly. I understand your reluctance to accept this, which is why you have even skipped work to confront me here, hoping for an explanation. Allow me to clarify. My love for Yunjie is genuine. No matter what you say, it cannot alter the bond we share. You would do well to abandon any lingering hopes and depart swiftly. Why should I leave? Lin Yi replied. Who says I came here to see you? Humph. Lu Cixi crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing. You aren't here looking for me, are you? Surely you didn't come just to dine here. Open your eyes. This is the Peninsula Hotel, a place reserved for the affluent. You, driving a shabby Xiaoli, think you can afford to dine here. What a joke. Cixi is right, her friend interjected. Lin Yi, while you may be handsome, in every other aspect, You cannot compare to Yunjie that he possesses not only greater wealth, but also connections and influence. You should simply give up. There is no point in struggling. Exactly, he comes here to dine, and the manager has graciously given him a 95 discount. The deal, you have that capability? Another female friend chimed in. A 95 discount? Lenny chuckled. Let me see who wields such power. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, as a group of over a dozen men and women dressed in black suits jogged towards them. Ah, you were curious about who holds such authority. Here they come, Yunjie declared. The man leading them is Wang Tianlong, the manager of the Peninsula Hotel. That my father knows him. He is the one who arranged the discount for me. Brother Jie, let us not waste time with him. Manager Wang has arrived. We should greet him first, Lu Cece suggested. Agreed. After all, they are all influential figures. Yunjie straightened his attire and approached Wang Tianlong. However, as he was about to greet him, Wang Tianlong brusquely shoved him aside. Clear the way. Yunjie and Lu Cece were taken aback. Their earlier cordial encounter had suddenly turned rather brusque. Wang Tianlong and his entourage bypassed them and stood before Lin Yi, bowing at a 90-degree angle. President Lin, you have arrived. Chapter 004. Lin Yi will forgive me. Did they just refer to Lin Yi as President Lin? Lu Cece gasped in disbelief. He was merely a lowly salesman. How could he possibly be the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? The hotel's annual revenue exceeds hundreds of millions. A single month's earnings could rival what Yunjie's family made in an entire year. And she had overlooked such a wealthy individual. Lu Cece felt like an utter fool, a monumental one. At that, as Lin Yi regarded the hotel's management personnel, he nodded and calmly stated, "Let us proceed from this day forth. We shall be colleagues." Yes, President Lin. They responded, astonished by the youthful demeanor of the new owner, who was so amiable and approachable that it was simply hard to believe. President Lin, shall we head to the conference room upstairs? You are now the owner of the hotel. We must report our work to you. Very well, let us go. Lin Yi was also striving to adapt to his new identity. This was now his enterprise, and he needed to familiarize himself with it. President Lin, please follow me. Accompanied by a host of senior executives, Lin Yi arrived at the conference room on the 5th floor. President Lin, here are our financial reports and recent expenditure statistics. Please take a look. Upon seeing the substantial pile of documents on the table, Lin Yi underestimated the management costs of a hotel. Not only was he not a professional, but even an expert would likely require several days to thoroughly review all the information. I shall not review these documents. Let everything continue as before, Lin Yi declared. Trust is key. Although I am the new owner and we have yet to interact, I see sincerity in your eyes, and I trust you will not err. Having worked in sales for over a year, such formalities came easily to Lin Yi without a hint of hesitation. His words left the hotel management team feeling profoundly grateful. It was their first meeting, and they never expected their new boss to exhibit such faith in them. It was truly moving. Thank you for your trust, boss. We will be dedicated to our duties and strive for even greater achievements. Indeed, I have faith in you. Just as Lin Yi prepared to leave, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. Come in. Lin Yi instructed that a female employee from the Peninsula Hotel rushed in, visibly anxious. Manager Wang, a guest in room 1704 wishes to lodge a complaint against us. We cannot dissuade her. Please handle it promptly. A complaint against us? For what reason? She submitted an application for car rental yesterday. But the Mercedes she wanted was forcibly taken by a VIP client using their privileges that we offered her an alternative vehicle. But she refused and insists on filing a complaint. Wang Tianlong remained silent, waiting for the new owner's response. Please continue with your duties. I will go take a look, Lin Yi said as he stood up, although he was not well-versed in hotel regulations. It was clear that VIP clients were afforded privileges above those of regular guests. The hotel's actions seemed justified. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Lin Yi knocked on the door of room 1704. I warn you, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I will. The door swung open, and upon seeing the person standing there, Gu Jingshu was momentarily speechless. Who was this extraordinarily handsome young man? Are you the one wishing to lodge a complaint against us? Lin Yi inhuited. And no, it has nothing serious. Just arrange another vehicle for me, Gu Jingshu said demurely. How could anyone bear to complain about such a charming young man? She felt her previous outburst had completely tarnished her demure image. I have a Pagani at my disposal. If you don't mind, you may take it for a spin. What did you say? You are offering me a Pagani. Indeed, in terms of prestige, it should be superior to a Mercedes. Perhaps it's best to decline. Within my financial means, I can only afford a Mercedes. That a car of Pagani's caliber is beyond my reach, Gu Jingshu replied. Furthermore, even if I could afford it, I wouldn't know how to drive it. I've heard that supercars are quite different from other vehicles. How about this? Wherever you wish to go, I will drive you there. As a guest of the hotel, given the circumstances, this ride would not count as a paid service. You want to drive me? Gu Jingshu gasped in astonishment. This incredibly handsome young man was offering to drive her in a Pagani to a wedding. Had she saved the world in a previous life? That would be too much trouble. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. Since you are reluctant, I will endeavor to have a Mercedes dispatched to you as swiftly as possible. Lin Yi. Lacking connections, knew borrowing a Mercedes was out of the question. However, wealth can indeed move mountains. With a staggering 10 million in cash at his disposal, procuring a Mercedes would hardly pose a challenge. Gu Jingshu remarked, Are all handsome men this straightforward? I was merely being polite. I'm rather pressed for time, so if you would be so kind as to give me a ride, I would greatly appreciate it. All right, I will leave the arrangements to you. Just a moment, young man. I need to change into something more fitting. Sure. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Jingshu emerged in a light blue short skirt that accentuated her ample curves, complemented by black high heels, instantly transforming her presence. I'm ready now. Let us depart. Very well. At that moment, the hotel entrance was abuzz with commotion. Yunjie, you must leave quickly. Lenny will be out soon. And I'd prefer to avoid any misunderstandings, Lu Cc urged. What are you talking about? Haven't you been with me? It was only in the fleeting moment Lin Yi turned away that I realized I still loved him. Therefore, I am no longer involved with you. You shameless harlot. Do you truly believe Lin Yi would be interested in you? How absurd! After hurling an insult, Yunjie left with his friends, abandoning Lu Cc and her two companions. Cc, after what you just said about Lin Yi, do you think he would reconsider? One of Lu Cc's friends inquired. Of course he will. Although I made a mistake, we share a foundation of feelings. If I sincerely apologize, he will surely forgive me. You make a valid point. Let us not dwell on this. I estimate he will not emerge for a while, that we might as well clean his car in the meantime, since I will be riding in it soon. Lu Cc suggested. I envy you. I doubt I will ever have the chance to ride in a Pagani. Don't wallow in self-pity. Once our relationship stabilizes, he may very well gift me that car. When that time comes, I'll take you all for a spin. In that case, I thank you in advance. All right, I assume you all have tissues in your bags. Let us get started. Just as Lu Cc and her friends were enjoying themselves, Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu exited the hotel. What are you all doing? Chapter 005. How do you know I am inferior to you? Darling, we noticed your car was dirty and thought we would lend a hand. As she spoke, Lu Cc caught sight of Gu Jingshu and cheerfully asked, She must be your secretary, right? From now on, I can manage your work and personal affairs, so her services won't be necessary. Which of your eyes saw her as my secretary? Were you peering through your belly button? Then what is your relationship? Surely not lovers. Is that a problem? Lin Yi replied, Her front is more pronounced, and her rear is more alluring than yours. Do you honestly believe I would still be interested in you? Gu Jingshu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Almost disbelieving. They had known each other for less than half an hour, and now she was being properly acknowledged. Happiness had come upon her so suddenly that it felt surreal. He appeared to be the epitome of refinement. Surely, he could not be the type to toy with emotions. Lin Yi, have you ceased to love me? Have you forgotten our romantic interlude? Even if her physique is superior, my skills certainly surpass hers. You. How can you be so certain that my skills are inferior to yours? Gu Jingshu retorted, unwilling to concede. Though inexperienced, she would not be outmatched in spirit. Lin Yi sighed. Handsome and affluent, he seemed to attract attention from all. If there is nothing else, please make way. I must take my leave. Lin, he said coolly. Lucy C. and her friend stood dumbfounded as they stepped aside. The gull-wing doors of the Pagani opened, and Lin E along with Gu Jingshu entered the vehicle and drove away. Upon seeing the interior of the Pagani, Gu Jingshu was left in awe. Supercars were in a league of their own. While Mercedes, BMW, and Audi were indeed fine automobiles, they paled in comparison to a Pagani. Mr. Lin, I hope you do not misunderstand. My earlier comments were merely to provoke her that I am not a frivolous person, Gu Jingshu explained. At present, I am simply a driver. Your circumstances hold little significance for me. Feeling slightly disappointed, Gu Jingshu rationalized that this was to be expected. They had only just met and had yet to become familiar with each other, making it unreasonable to expect any deeper feelings. I apologize for my earlier remarks. I should not have threatened to lodge a complaint against you. No matter. We bear our share of the responsibility. Linny inquired as he drove. Where to? To the Jinsho Grand Hotel. A classmate of mine is hosting a wedding there. Understood. I know the location. No wonder she insisted on acquiring a Mercedes. It was all for the sake of saving face at the wedding. At the entrance of the Jinsho Grand Hotel stood a grand archway made of colorful balloons, a truly delightful sight. What is taking Jingshu so long? It's nearly noon. The wedding is about to commence, exclaimed a woman with dyed blonde hair. Jingshu is different now. She is dating a wealthy boyfriend. And time is of the essence for her, unlike us, replied a short-haired girl. Just the other day, she mentioned her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes, claiming she had soared to new heights. Don't listen to her boast. I saw her taking the bus just a few days ago. Where could she have found a wealthy boyfriend? It's all just for show. Surely not, the short-haired girl said. We are all classmates and not strangers. Isn't she exaggerating a bit? All of our boyfriends are well-to-do. She is merely envious and trying to provoke us. If that is the case, I might just believe you. My goodness, look, it's a supercar, the Pagani Huayra. Upon hearing the exclamations from other guests, the women looked up to see a silver supercar slowly approaching. Could it be attending the wedding? The blonde girl speculated. Impossible. Ying is our classmate, and her family is quite ordinary. How could she possibly know someone with a supercar? They must just be passing by, another chimed in. But that car is undeniably stunning, worth at least 10 million, another remarked. That is indeed possible. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lenny parked the car at the hotel entrance. The gull-wing doors opened, and Gu Jingshu stepped out, leaving everyone speechless. Jingshu, you actually arrived in a supercar? He happened to be free today and kindly offered me a ride. Gu Jingshu feigned nervousness, silently praying that Lin Yi would not expose her. Otherwise, her ruse would unravel. Jingshu, you're remarkable to have landed such a wealthy boyfriend. Come clean. What charm did you employ to win him over? At this point, the women were convinced. Gu Jingshu had not been boasting but had indeed secured a wealthy boyfriend. Gu Jingshu leaned down to thank Linny. Thank you. Please drive carefully. Of course. Linny nodded and drove off. Having previously used her as a cover, he now assisted her once more, calling it even. Ringing. Just as he had driven away, Lin Yi's phone buzzed. It was the landlord. His landlord, a middle-aged woman named Wu Jinlan, was in her 40s and spent her days either playing mahjong or collecting rent from her 3 properties. Each time Lin Yi received her call, he felt a surge of anxiety, for it usually meant he was overdue on his rent. Yet this time, Lin Yi felt undaunted. After all, it was merely rent. Lin Yi, you've been late on your rent for 18 days. When will you pay this month's rent? As soon as he answered, Wu Jinlan's voice boomed through the line. No need to fret. I'll bring the payment right away. Hurry back. I have matters to attend to. Rent could be transferred via WeChat. But Lin Yi had no intention of staying there any longer. Even without a new place, he now owned the Peninsula Grand Hotel and could comfortably move in there rather than endure the misery of a rental. It was the perfect opportunity to gather his belongings and depart. Lin Yi's apartment was situated in a nearly 30-year-old complex. Aside from the affordable rent, it possessed virtually no advantages. Peaceful community. Building 4, Unit 3, Room 602. While enjoying lunch, Wu Jinlan and her daughter watched the popular series Tomb Raiding Notes. Mom, it's just a matter of a few days overdue rent. You don't need to pressure Lin Yi, said Zhang Jingjing, her daughter, who had been studying at home for civil service examinations since graduating university. Zhang Jingjing was quite attractive, but not of the poised and dignified variety. Rather, she exuded a neighborly charm. How can I not press him? What if he skips out one day? Then the rent is lost, Wu Jinlan replied. He wouldn't do that. Lin Yi is not that type of person, Zhang Jingjing countered. How do you know he is not that type? Wu Jinlan replied. You'd better not harbor any feelings for him. You two are not compatible. And I want to allow it. This was largely due to Lu Ci's disdain for the shabby conditions of Lin Yi's rental, leading her to rarely visit. Thus, Wu Jinlan and her daughter were unaware of Lin Yi's relationship status and believed him to be single. Why not? Lin Yi is not only handsome, but also ambitious in his career. I think he is quite admirable, said one. What good is being handsome? It doesn't put food on the table, Wu Jinlan retorted. You are preparing for the civil service exam. Once you secure a position in a state-owned enterprise, I assure you, with your looks, there will be suitors far superior to Lin Yi. Why settle for a mere worker? Chapter 006. The Xiaoli is out, replaced by this one. Zhang Jingjing fell silent. Her mother's words held merit. With the exorbitant housing prices in Zhonghai, often exceeding 10 million for a single unit, it seemed improbable for Lin Yi to afford a home on his salary. Moreover, his old Xiaoli was indeed losing value. These were pressing concerns, and it appeared that facing reality was inevitable. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the door, Zhang Jingjing set down her utensils to answer. Linga, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Where's your mother? I've come to deliver the rent. Wu Jinlan followed closely behind. It's just rent. You could have transferred the money. Why go to such lengths to come here? Despite her reservations about Lin Yi, Wu Jinlan maintained a courteous demeanor during their encounter, preserving a fa of harmony. I didn't take leave. I was let go by the company. From now on, I am a free man. Lin Yi stated that Wu Jinlan felt a jolt in her heart that if Lin Yi had been dismissed, how would he manage to pay rent if he continued living here? Ding! Wu Jinlan's WeChat notification chimed, revealing that Lin Yi had transferred her 4,000 yuan. The rent is 2,000. Why have you sent me 4,000? That covers 18 days of overdue rent. Let us settle it as 2 months' rent. I will no longer be residing here. Not living here anymore. Upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, Wu Jinlan felt no sense of loss. Instead, she felt a twinge of relief. This meant she could find a more affluent tenant, one less likely to default on rent. Indeed, I am just here to collect my belongings. I will be leaving shortly. How embarrassing. I've taken nearly 1,000 more from you. With Lin Yi's generosity, Wu Jinlan's demeanor softened considerably. After all this time, there remained a sliver of sentiment between them. It's nothing. I've often delayed your rent, and I feel guilty about that. Jingjing, don't just stand there. Give Lin Gu a hand. Although she disdained Lin Yi's financial situation, Wu Jinlan held a favorable view of his character. Even though he was leaving, he still offered her an extra 1,000 yuan, and she felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of cordiality in her interactions. All right, I'll go change my clothes. Lin Yi had little to pack. His most treasured possession was a blanket he had brought from the orphanage. Though it held no monetary value, it bore extraordinary significance for him. Other items could be replaced, but that blanket had to accompany him. As Lin Yi clutched 2 blankets, Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing gathered other small belongings to assist him in carrying them downstairs. Business aside, Wu Jinlan still exhibited a degree of humanity. Lin Yi, now that you've been let go from the company, what are your future plans? She inquired as they descended. I'll drive for DiDi. I should manage to get by, he replied. Wu Jinlan and her daughter exchanged glances, both recognizing the wisdom in her words. Her mother was right. When it came to relationships, practicality mattered. That if there was no stable income, how would they sustain themselves in the future? Mom, look, there's a supercar parked downstairs, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed, spotting a silver sports car. She was somewhat car-blind, only recognizing brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, but she could tell this was a sports car and undoubtedly expensive. How strange. Who could possibly drive a sports car into our old, dilapidated neighborhood? Wu Jinlan muttered, clearly aware of the car's value. Lin Yi, where is your car? I haven't seen your old Xiaoli, Wu Jinlan remarked after searching in vain for it. It's no longer in use. I've replaced it with this, Lin said, pressing the car key, causing the Pagani's gull-wing doors to open, startling both Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing. Why you what? This is your car? Zhang Jingjing asked, eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I just swapped it today, Lin affirmed. That must have cost a fortune. Right, not too bad, just over 20 million. As he placed his belongings into the passenger seat, he felt light and carefree. Lin, when did you become so wealthy? Aren't you just a worker? Working is merely a phase of life, Lin joked. I'm actually a rich second generation. With that, he settled into the driver's seat and drove away. Watching Lin Yi's taillights fade, Zhang Jingjing felt bewildered. Mom, wasn't Lin Yi an orphan? Didn't he say his parents had passed away long ago? How did he become a rich second generation? Perhaps he dug up his parents' graves, her mother quipped. You said he was poor, and didn't he want us together? Now that he is wealthy. Does that mean we can? Don't entertain such foolish thoughts, Wu Jinlan interrupted. Previously, he was unworthy of you. Now, you are the one unworthy of him. Doesn't affect you, so go home and study. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the Peninsula Hotel and encountered Wang Tianlong in the lobby. Mr. Lin, the presidential suite has been arranged. On the way back, Lin Yi had already briefed Wang Tianlong on the situation. He would be staying at the hotel for a few days until he found time to purchase a home. Lin Yi nodded. Please help me bring the items from the car inside and arrange some food. I am famished after a long day. Understood. Mr. Lin, I will take care of it right away. Wang Tianlong was efficient, and within half an hour, everything was settled. After dining, Lin Yi indulged in a luxurious bath, relishing the sensation of being affluent. Ring, ring, his phone, resting nearby, buzzed with a call from a colleague, Wang Ying, 4 years Lin Yi's senior. Wang Ying was a quintessential beautiful woman. She had always been considerate of Lin Yi at work, though whether there were ulterior motives remained unclear. Sister Wang, you looking for me? Lin Yi said politely. Xiao Yi, ever since your departure, your colleagues have been quite saddened. We'd like to have dinner together tonight as a farewell, she proposed. Thank you, Sister Wang. You choose the place and I'll treat, Lin Yi generously replied. It's a farewell dinner. How can we let you spend money? Wang Ying countered. 5:30 this evening, same old place, no exceptions. The so-called old place was not the name of a restaurant, but rather a dining establishment called Yipinju, where their department often gathered for meals. All right, I'll be there on time. Great, then it's settled. We'll see each other later. After hanging up, Lin Yi glanced at the clock, with over 2 hours to spare. He could enjoy a bit more leisure. Just then, a WeChat notification popped up from Ji Qingyan. I'm almost done with my business. Could you pick me up? I'm still at the housing bureau. Of course, Lin Yi replied. I'll be there in 30 minutes. The system rewards were contingent upon his completed orders. And with work available, he was eager to commence. Chapter 007. A miracle occurs. After dressing, Lin Yi exited his room and drove to the housing bureau. Upon arrival, Ji Qingyan was already waiting at the entrance. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was some traffic. No problem. I just stepped out, she replied. After getting in the car, Ji Qingyan brushed her hair back, wafting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Ji Zong, wouldn't you like to place an order first? What order? Ji Qingyan appeared momentarily perplexed. Lin Yi produced his phone. A DiDi order. I rely on this to make a living that if you don't place an order, I want to earn any money and will be left to starve. You are quite the character. Ji Qingyan laughed, realizing his earnestness. However, she soon reconciled with the idea. Possessing a luxury car worth millions and working as a salesperson at her company seemed reasonable. Now that he was dismissed and driving for DiDi to experience life. It was understandable. Soon enough, Lin Yi received Ji Qingyan's order request and promptly accepted it. Just then, a system alert sounded. Successfully accepted the second order. System task activated. Transport 2 women rated over 85 points. Reward, 10,000 proficiency points. Task completion, 1-2. Upon seeing the task in his mind, Lin Yi frowned. The assignment seemed a bit esoteric. What kind of woman qualifies as an 85? What if his aesthetic differed from the system's? But judging by the task prompt, Ji Qingyin undoubtedly fit the bill, as he had already completed half of the task. Setting aside his concerns, Lenny focused on completing this order first. Yizunk, aren't you returning to the company? He asked, noticing that the order's destination was not Chaoyang Group. It's nearly closing time. I won't head back, that I have a computer at home and can work just as well, she explained. All right, then let us get you home. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, how did you get fired? Ji Qingyin inquired during the drive. There were some issues at work which led to my dismissal. Having established a system for himself, Lenny found himself on a different path in life, that he no longer wished to dwell on the trivial matters of the past, which seemed to cast him in the role of someone who speaks ill of others behind their backs. One must carry oneself with grace and not be petty. Surely not. Just the other day, I reviewed the sales report from your department, and you were the sales champion last month. What could possibly be wrong? CEO G. Let's not delve into it. It's ultimately my fault. Lenny replied with a smile that Ji Qingyin's eyes flickered with curiosity, sensing that there might be more to this situation than meets the eye. And she resolved to investigate further. Just then, her phone rang. Have you managed to inquire with everyone? I'm still brainstorming solutions, but you should also keep reaching out to see if you can connect with other hotels. All right, let's proceed with that. Soon after, Ji Qingyin hung up the phone. Noticing her unusual expression, Lenny inquired, what is the matter? The company wishes to hold a press conference soon, but every five-star hotel in the city I contacted is fully booked. I'm at a loss for how to resolve this. Can't we just push it back a bit? This press conference is of utmost importance. It cannot be delayed for too long, or I wouldn't be so anxious. Perhaps we could consider the Peninsula Hotel. Its standard should suffice, Lenny suggested. Don't joke around. The Peninsula Hotel is a super five-star establishment. While I'm not afraid of spending, securing a reservation is another matter entirely, Ji Qingyin replied, shaking her head. Lenny was underestimating the situation. Their company, though somewhat reputable in the industry, could not be compared to those larger corporations. Given the scale and prestige of the Peninsula Hotel, they would hardly regard her small company, and even his position as president wouldn't make a difference. That may not be the case. Life is full of surprises. Perhaps a visit from you might yield unexpected results. You certainly have a way with words. I'll take your advice this time. Let us turn around and head to the Peninsula Hotel, Ji Qingyin said with a smile. However, I must make it clear, if we fail to secure a deal, I won't be covering the transportation costs. That will be on you. And if we manage to strike a deal, Lin E asked with a grin, if we succeed, I'll treat you to a meal. A meal sounds rather mundane. Do I strike you as someone who lacks for food? You are quite avaricious. Ji Qingyin laughed. If we truly succeed, I will personally cook you a meal. No way. You can cook. No, I can't. Then can anything you make even be consumed? Ji Qingyin shot him a look. That isn't the point. Since I don't believe we'll reach an agreement, I can say whatever I like. There's no need to worry about cooking. Then let us wait and see. Perhaps a miracle might just occur. If miracles can indeed happen, I wouldn't mind treating you to 10 meals. You've never cooked before. I wouldn't want even one. Let's just go for an S-squat instead. S-squat? You don't know what that is? It's a standard skill for female streamers. Wait. Let me look it up. Ji Qingyin opened Baidu to search. That move is a bit, Lenny chuckled. If you refuse, the miracle might not happen. Ji Qingyin laughed. No problem. As I said, I can manage 10 if need be. Confident in her previous phone call, where she had clearly stated her identity. Ji Qingyin was aware that their manager still dismissed her. He had informed her that their schedule was fully booked for the next 2 weeks, leaving no possibility for her to secure a time or place. Thus, she assumed this attempt would be futile. After all, she had a free driver, so it would serve as a leisurely outing. Therefore, the S-squat was of no consequence. Before long, Lin Yi drove them to the Peninsula Hotel. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car, the welcoming staff stirred with anticipation but were quelled by Lin Yi's gaze that if they recognized his identity, the game would lose its thrill. After parking, the two entered the hotel. Hello. I would like to speak with your manager, Wang Tianlong. The front desk attendant glanced at Ji Qingyin and then at her boss, responding politely, Hello, let's head to the reception room. I will inform manager Wang right away. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guided by the front desk staff, they arrived at the meeting room. Shortly, someone arrived with coffee and tea. Such a warm reception left Ji Qingyin feeling somewhat flustered. She recalled a previous visit where she hadn't received such treatment. Soon Wang Tianlong strode in, greeting her warmly. "Hello, CEO Ji." Chapter 008. Is it time to fulfill a promise? Upon seeing Wang Tianlong enter, Ji Qingyin rose to shake his hand. "Hello, Manager Wang. I'm Ji Qingyin from Chaoyang Group. We spoke on the phone earlier." "Hello, CEO Ji. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Wang Tianlong was exceedingly courteous, concealing any hint of his relationship with Lin. Having just arrived, he had already received Lin Yi's instructions to fully cooperate with Ji Qingyin's requests and to display utmost enthusiasm without delaying his boss's romantic pursuits. Wang Tianlong's demeanor sparked intrigue in Ji Qingyin. Previously, during their phone conversation, he had been polite yet maintained a certain distance, speaking in a very formal manner. This time, however, his warmth and even a hint of respect were palpable. "Manager Wang, I'm here to discuss venue arrangements. Our company intends to hold a press conference, and I wanted to know if the Peninsula Hotel's hall has any availability in the near future." Ji Qingyin had already prepared herself for rejection, firmly believing that the miracle Lin Yi mentioned was unlikely to occur. After all, she had inquired previously, and even her personal visit could not change the outcome given the stature of Chaoyang Group. Her influence was still limited. "No problem. When does CEO Ji wish to use it? I will arrange it immediately." Wang Tianlong replied courteously. "Huh?" Ji Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe Wang Tianlong's words. "What did you say? There's availability now." Wang Tianlong nodded. "Yes. Whenever CEO Ji wishes to use it, we can make it available." Ji Qingyin's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Manager Wang. I plan to hold the press conference in 10 days. "No problem. I will arrange that right away. Does CEO Ji have any other requests? We will do our utmost to accommodate." "No, that's all. We will handle the decor ourselves, so I won't trouble Manager Wang further." Even now, Ji Qingyin found it hard to believe. She had been informed that there was no availability for the next 2 weeks, and yet upon her arrival, she could choose any date she wished. What on earth was happening? She had come merely hoping for a stroke of luck, without any expectations, and yet a miracle had actually occurred that was utterly astonishing. "All right then, I will notify the staff to clear that date and will not accept any other reservations." "Thank you, Manager Wang," Ji Qingyin said. "What is the deposit for our hotel? I will instruct the finance department to transfer it to you shortly." No need. Wang Tianlong waved his hand, with CEO Ji's reputation. "A deposit is unnecessary. We can settle everything afterward." Ji Qingyin was somewhat incredulous. Was her reputation truly that significant? It seemed unlikely. Yet, she felt she hadn't misheard. "Are you certain you don't want a deposit?" "Of course not. It is our honor to serve so, Ji." "Manager Wang, you are too kind. The honor is ours." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyin left the Peninsula Hotel. Wang Tianlong courteously escorted them to the exit, watching them leave with satisfaction, feeling that he had performed well without making any mistakes. "Manager Wang, the hall has been booked by Yunkai Group for the 7th of next month, that if we breach the contract unilaterally, we will owe triple the penalty," the deputy manager reported. "Triple? What is that? I'd pay 10 times, Wang Tianlong exclaimed. "If we delay the boss's romantic pursuits, we all might as well pack our bags." Exiting the Peninsula Hotel, the two got into the car, and Ji Qingyin's excitement had yet to fade. "Lin Yi, you truly are a lucky star. You were right, a turning point has indeed emerged." "I told you, trying new things might just lead to miracles," he replied. "Indeed, I am grateful I took your advice. Otherwise, this matter would have remained unresolved." "CEO Ji, I believe it's time to put your promise into action," Lin Yi remarked. That Ji Qingyin froze, her cheeks flushing. "How could you still remember that? Is CEO Ji contemplating going back on her word?" "Of course not. After all, I am the president of Chaoyang Group. How could I not honor my commitments?" "That's wonderful. Now let us make good on that promise," Lin Yi said with a smile. "This isn't in the car. How can I fulfill my promise? Let's discuss it when we get home." "No problem." With that, Lin Yi pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the Pagani roared like a wild beast, leaving the other cars far behind. Ji Qingyin's expression darkened. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to watch her perform an S-squat? Following the navigation's directions, they arrived at Ji Qingyin's residence in less than 20 minutes. Her home, located in the Yinshui Villa area of Zhonghai, was not particularly high-end compared to the other villas in the region, ranking merely in the mid-tier. Given Ji Qingyin's wealth, living here was quite reasonable. As the silver Pagani slowly approached, the security guard at the villa entrance was momentarily stunned. Although the residents of Yinshui Villa were all affluent, most drove cars worth several million, DiDi was the first time he had seen an owner driving a Pagani. Truly extravagant. Open the gate. Since it was a private villa area, entry was prohibited without a security card, so Ji Qingyin greeted the guard. Understood, Miss Ji. Upon seeing Ji Qingyin, the guard opened the gate without hesitation, allowing them to pass. After watching Lin Yi's Pagani enter the villa area, the guard hurried back to the gatehouse. Wang, don't sleep yet. Miss Ji from Villa number 8 has been taken down by someone. No way. Miss Ji is famously aloof. People line up just to send her flowers, and she has actually been taken down. Indeed, the driver was incredibly handsome, and the car he drove, the Pagani Huayra, is worth over 28 million, definitely a super rich second-generation heir. It seems Miss Ji is not entirely indifferent to the world. It's just that those pursuing her lack the necessary qualities. Sigh. It seems beautiful women are indeed reserved for the wealthy, that if even someone like Miss Ji can be taken down, life feels rather bleak. Upon arriving at Villa number 8, Ji Qingyin unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle. Miss Ji, have you forgotten something? Just as Ji Qingyin had regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with anger as she stomped her foot. Oh, I know. 10 squats, I can't escape that. No, that's not what I meant. Lin Yi held up his phone and said, We've arrived. Shouldn't we settle the payment for the order? Chapter 009. A visitor from above. Ji Qingyin's expression darkened. Paying for a taxi was a given, but did it need to be so scrutinized? Although doing S-squats was rather embarrassing, wasn't that the crux of the matter? This small amount isn't even enough for your fuel. Why are you so concerned? Every little bit counts. I still need to earn money to buy a house in Zhonghai. Ji Qingyin couldn't help but laugh. You're driving a Pagani. Who would believe you can't afford a house? With that, Ji Qingyin paid for the fare. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Alas, I am indeed a cash-poor fellow with only 60 million. After exiting the car, the two entered the house one after the other. The villa was not particularly large, with a total area of about 400 square meters, featuring a modern minimalist decor that was also very clean, imbued with a faint scent of jasmine. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea, please. It's more refreshing. Lin Yi was not shy about it. Soon, Ji Qingyin brewed a pot of tea and presented it to Lin Yi. The atmosphere in the room fell into a silent, somewhat ambiguous state. Are you ready to watch now? Ji Qingyin asked bashfully. Yes, I have something else to attend to later, so it would be best to hurry. The farewell party organized by his colleagues was set to start soon. And as the guest of honor, he could not afford to be late. Just to clarify, I've never done this kind of move before. If I mess it up, don't blame me. Rest assured, that won't happen. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Approaching the coffee table, Ji Qingyin recalled the movements from the video. She executed the first S-squat somewhat awkwardly, with a curvaceous figure, slender waist, and long legs. Although not perfectly executed, Lin Yi thought that Ji Qingyin's S-squat outshone those of many female streamers. Especially with that alluring quality, she was in a league of her own, dressed in a fitted wrap dress and black stockings. If she hadn't taken off her high heels, it would have been even more impressive that as he sipped his tea and watched Ji Qingyin perform the S-squat, Lin Yi marveled at how this was truly the essence of life. What are you two doing? Just as the second S-squat was halfway through, a voice suddenly interrupted. Both of them froze, turning to see a middle-aged man in a black polo shirt standing at the doorway, staring at them in astonishment. Dad, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man was Ji Yantai, Ji Qingyin's father. Am I not supposed to be here? Lin Yi nearly choked. The timing of his arrival was certainly unfortunate. He should have been under the car, not here. Dad, don't misunderstand. He is my new yoga instructor, teaching me some new poses. Yi Qingyan explained. I want to know which yoga instructor sits with their legs crossed, sipping tea while instructing their student. Ji Antai remarked. Shouldn't you be demonstrating directly? Lin, that is actually not a bad idea. He is a rather advanced yoga instructor, responsible only for verbal guidance. He generally doesn't intervene physically. Ji Qingyin said nervously. Don't fool me. You think I don't watch live streams? Lin, he actually watches female streamers. Does your wife know about this? Dad, let me explain. You don't need to say anything. Go stand over there. Then I need to talk to him. Ji Antai pointed at Lin Yi. Uncle, what do you wish to discuss? Facing Lin Yi, Ji Antai's expression softened considerably. This man might very well be his future son-in-law, after all. Young man, what is your name? Lin Yi. What do you do for a living? Ji Antai's demeanor suggested he was digging for information. I drive for DiDi. Lin Yi replied honestly. What did you say? You drive for DiDi? Ji Antai's eyes widened in disbelief. I really do drive for DiDi, Lin Yi said helplessly. What has the world come to when speaking the truth is met with skepticism? Stop joking. How could someone driving for DiDi attract my daughter? Ji Antai stated, unless you were driving a supercar for DiDi. You've hit the nail on the head. The sports car outside is mine. You're actually driving for DiDi in a sports car? Ji Antai was utterly astonished. Upon entering, he had noticed a sports car parked at the entrance. Initially thinking it was his daughter's new purchase, he realized it belonged to her boyfriend. Although my car is a bit nicer, I genuinely drive for DiDi. That's more like it. Ji Antai chuckled. Being able to drive a sports car for DiDi, you must be an ambitious young man from a wealthy family. Much better than those frivolous playboys. I can rest easy handing my daughter over to you. Lin Yi was speechless. Just for watching your daughter do an S-squat. How did I get roped into becoming your future son-in-law? Isn't that a bit too much? Ji Qingyin was sitting to the side, her face flushed red. Now it was truly impossible to explain. Lin Yi, my father's 80th birthday is coming up in a few days. Since you two are together, there's no need to hide it anymore. You both should come along and let the family meet you. That might not be appropriate. Lin Yi hesitated. After all, their relationship was not particularly special. It's perfectly fine, since you two are together. You naturally have the right to attend such a significant event. Ji Antai insisted. All right, I want to say more. You two carry on. Don't let me interrupt your enjoyment. With that, Ji Antai stood up to leave, leaving Ji Qingyin feeling utterly embarrassed. Lin Yi, don't mind what my dad says. Ji Qingyin attempted to maintain her composure. Lin Yi nodded, glancing at the time on his phone. Miss Ji, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Leaving? You still have 8 S-squats to finish. It was only then that Ji Qingyin realized the absurdity of the situation. Wouldn't it be better not to complete such an embarrassing task? That is a good reminder. Lin Yi replied. The remaining 8 could be left unfinished for now. Well, that is fair enough. Having already said it, there was no backing out, so Ji Qingyin reluctantly accepted. Watching Lin Yi depart, Ji Qingyin turned back to the villa and dialed her secretary's number. Secretary Gua. There is a Lin Yi in the sales department. Please send me his information. After giving her instructions, Ji Qingyin hung up the phone, determined to look into the matter of Lin Yi's dismissal. After leaving Ji Qingyin's home, Lin Yi drove to Yapinju. Due to Ji Antai's unexpected appearance, he was a few minutes late, but it wasn't a significant issue. I sincerely apologize for being late. There was traffic on the way. Upon arriving at the private room, he found everyone from the sales department already there, and he spoke sheepishly. No worries. We just arrived as well. The person speaking was Wang Ying, who had always taken great care of Lin Yi. In her 30s, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and wearing a green floral long dress, she exuded elegance. Come, Lin Yi, sit here. We've saved you a seat. Wang Ying removed her jacket from the empty seat beside her, gesturing for Lin Yi to take a seat next to her. Chapter 010. Whose car is that downstairs? Thank you, Sister Ying. Lin Yi simulate ingratitude. There's no need for thanks. Wang Ying chuckled and remarked, It's quite inexplicable that you have been dismissed. It won't be easy to encounter you again in the future. It's all right. We have each other's contact information that if you need anything, just give me a call and I'll be sure to respond promptly, Lin Yi replied. Upon his arrival, he became the focal point of conversation in the private room, surrounded predominantly by female colleagues. The remaining male colleagues sat on the opposite side, wearing forced smiles as they observed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you truly are unfortunate. With your capabilities, if you had just persevered a little longer, the position of sales director would undoubtedly have been yours, Wang Ying lamented. She shared a close rapport with Lin Yi. And if he were to ascend to the role of sales director, he would have been able to look after her as well. Yet now, it seemed that not only would he be unable to do so, but their future encounters might also become a challenge. That is not quite fair to say, Wang Ying. Although Lin Yi's performance is commendable, Dongguo is no slouch either. How can you be so certain that the position of sales director must go to Lin Yi? The speaker, Huang Yue, was a colleague of Lin Yi. The individual referred to as Dongguo was named Li Jiangdong, who had been the sales champion in the department before Lin Yi joined the company. However, after Lin Yi's arrival, the title of sales champion had shifted. Despite his resentment, he found himself powerless against Lin Yi. Moreover, Lin Yi's dismissal was orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. The position of sales director is contingent upon certain hard metrics. Lin Yi's performance surpasses yours, so naturally, the role should be his, Wang Ying retorted defiantly. Despite the sales department being relatively small, it had divided into two factions. The male colleagues aligned with Li Jiangdong, while Lin Yi and several female colleagues formed another group, maintaining only a facade of harmony in their interactions. What use is that? He has still been dismissed, Huang Yue interjected. Moreover, I have heard that the official termination papers will be issued shortly, and Dongguo will soon be promoted to sales director. I propose we raise a glass to Dongguo. Haha, let us not do that, Li Jiangdong replied with a smile. Although I will soon be the sales director, today as protagonist is Lin Yi, it would be inappropriate for me to overshadow him. That's fine. We can toast him later, Huang Yue said cheerfully. Then I shall gladly comply, Li Jiangdong responded. And with that, he and the others raised their glasses, downing their drinks in one go. The other female colleagues, however, remained motionless. I can't shake the feeling that you're not here to bid me farewell, but rather to flaunt your triumph, Lin Yi remarked. Don't say that. I'm merely here for a casual drink. The spotlight still belongs to you today. After setting down his glass, Li Jiangdong looked at Lin Yi with a playful expression and inquired, So, what are your plans now that you've been dismissed? This vast city of Zhonghai is not an easy place to navigate. That is a valid point, Dongguo. The city can be perilous. Perhaps rural life is preferable, Huang Yue added. Return to the countryside. You are unaware of Lin Yi's circumstances, are you? He is an orphan without a home to return to, Li Jiangdong said with a laugh, then turned to Lin Yi and offered. If you wish to continue in Zhonghai, I might have a line on a security job through my acquaintance who manages the property in our community. Would you be interested? Ha! The other male colleagues roared with laughter, reveling in Lin Yi's misfortune. His current predicament, they believed, was entirely of his own making. After merely 6 months at the company, he sought to contend for the sales director position against Dongguo. Did he not consider his own merit? You needn't concern yourself with my employment, Lin Yi said with a smile. By the way, Xiao Yi, I was just about to ask you the same thing, Wang Ying interjected. Now that you've been dismissed, what are your plans? Have you found any leads regarding work? I'll be driving for DiDi from now on. That should suffice to make ends meet. Driving for DiDi? Wang Ying and the other female colleagues appeared somewhat incredulous. Isn't that quite a leap? There's no choice. It's a matter of survival, Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi, you truly are something else. With that dilapidated Xiaoli of yours, how did you even manage to register? Huang Yue commented. Seeing your old Xiaoli, I reckon passengers would leave you poor reviews. Supporting a family might prove a bit challenging. Don't worry, Xiao Yi, from now on, when we need a ride, we'll call your car to show our support, Wang Ying retorted, clearly indignant. Just then, as their conversation continued, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. In the hotel's lobby manager entered. Excuse me, may I inquire whose guest parked the Pagani Zonda downstairs? What did you say? The Pagani Zonda. The room fell silent, as that was a hypercar, one of only a few in all of Huaxia. Realizing this, several male colleagues rose to glance out the window. Indeed, a Pagani is parked outside. It's absolutely stunning. Truly, Zhonghai is the most affluent city. There are certainly many wealthy individuals here, Huang Yue mused. That car must cost over 20 million. Only the super rich can afford such a vehicle. All right, enough of that, and no matter how much you look, you still can't afford it, Li Jiangdong remarked, turning to the lobby manager. We are merely ordinary white-collar workers. We certainly cannot afford such a car. So you might want to check with another room. Very well. I apologize for interrupting your meal, the lobby manager said as he prepared to leave, but at that moment, Lin Yi's voice rang out. What is the issue with the Pagani? It's obstructing other vehicles. I wanted to notify the owner to move it. Lin Yi. Why are you so curious? They're talking about a Pagani, not your old Xiaoli, Huang Yue chuckled. That Pagani is mine. Did I ask it wrong for me to inquire? The statement caused an uproar in the room. What? You saying that Pagani belongs to you? Why? Is that not permissible? Lin Yi produced the car key from his pocket, waving it in front of Huang Yue and the others, nearly blinding them with its brilliance. It truly was his car. The lobby manager remained quite composed upon seeing such a young man owning a hypercar. Typically, such vehicles were purchased by second-generation wealthy individuals, who were often young. It was surprising to see someone so affluent still mingling with these less fortunate friends. Lin Yi, what on earth is happening? Wasn't your car a Xiaoli? How did it transform into a Pagani? Who says one can only have one car? Is it not permissible for me to acquire another? The others were momentarily dizzy. After all, that was a hypercar worth over 20 million, not merely a couple of coins. Weren't you just saying you'd be driving for DiDi? If you're so wealthy, why still drive for DiDi? Li Jiangdong asked. With nothing better to do. Is it not acceptable to experience life? Of course, that is entirely valid, though I hadn't anticipated it, Li Jiangdong replied with an awkward smile. There are many things you've yet to comprehend. You'll gradually come to realize them, Lin Yi said, disregarding Li Jiangdong as he smiled at the lobby manager. I'm truly sorry. I need to head downstairs to move my car. Of course, thank you, the lobby manager replied. Lin Yi and the manager descended, while the others exchanged bewildered glances and hastily followed, eager to uncover the truth. Upon reaching downstairs, they found a crowd gathered around the car, taking photos. As Lin Yi approached, the throng parted, their eyes brimming with envy and admiration. My goodness! He is so handsome and wealthy. It hardly seems fair. He must have received some divine favor at birth. Lin Yi paid no heed to the murmurs around him, moving the car and leaning out the window. Continue your meal. I have matters to attend to. With the protagonist leaving, I shall cease eating as well, Wang Ying said. I shall take my leave. Are you heading home, Yingjie? Yes. Allow me to escort you. I have some free time. Thank you, Xiao Yi. The two had always shared a close relationship during their time at the company. Now that Lin Yi had a hypercar, she was eager to experience the thrill of it. Climbing into Lin Yi's car, they departed amidst the onlookers' gazes. Xiao Yi, I never would have guessed you were a second-generation rich kid. Managing to live incognito while experiencing life. That is truly impressive, Wang Ying remarked, snapping photos as they drove. Money is but a transient possession. Experiencing life is of utmost importance. Wait, you're an orphan. Where did you acquire such wealth? Inheritance. I see. Wang Ying nodded. But you mentioned you were driving for DiDi earlier. Is that true? Her disbelief was evident. Absolutely true. Lin Yi pulled out his phone. My registration details are right here. Would you like to place an order to support me? Given their rapport, Lin Yi had no intention of charging Wang Ying. However, the system's task required him to pick up 2 women with scores above 85. Although Wang Ying was slightly older, her charm remained undiminished. After all, she had been recognized as the most beautiful married woman at Chaoyang Group, if Wang Ying were to place an order. Completing the task should not be particularly challenging. Since you put it that way, if I don't place an order, it would seem I'm taking advantage of you. Wang Ying held her phone and said, Don't worry. I'll place the order right now. Just keep an eye on it to prevent others from snatching it away. No problem. I'm watching closely, Lin Yi replied. Soon, a notification appeared on the phone, indicating that Wang Ying's order had been successfully placed. And Lin Yi immediately accepted it. However, there was no sound alert. What was going on? Was Wang Ying not considered a beauty scoring above 85? She was merely 29, having married rather early. After all, scan complete. The passenger's comprehensive score is 84, which does not meet the task requirements. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Was the system being a tad too harsh? Could it not spare an extra point? Where was he supposed to find so many high-scoring beauties? Xiaoyi, why are you still in a daze? Wang Ying inquired. Sister Ying, may I ask you something? Linny asked as he drove. What is it? What do you think could enhance a woman's charm? The system had already indicated that Wang Ying's comprehensive score was only 84, clearly derived from various assessments. Thus, it was conceivable that other means might elevate one's allure. However, whether such underhanded tactics would succeed remained uncertain. Lin Yi could only attempt it. Enhance a woman's charm? Wang Ying looked puzzled, wondering about this peculiar question. I was just asking casually. If you don't know, that's fine. Enhancing charm simply means becoming more attractive, doesn't it? This is an essential lesson for every woman, Wang Ying responded. How does one enhance it? Seeing Wang Ying's conviction, Lin Yi became rather curious. Don't rush, Wang Ying said with a smile, then opened her bag and retrieved two unopened pairs of stockings, one flesh-colored and the other black. Tell me, which one do you think looks better? Ahem. Sister Ying, isn't this a rather awkward question to ask me? What is there to be afraid of? It's just the two of us in the car. Wang Ying chuckled. Choose one. The black ones look rather nice. All right. Wait a moment. With that, Wang Ying opened the black stockings and slowly slipped them onto her legs. How does it feel? Notice any difference? To be honest, it does feel different. With the black stockings on, her legs appeared significantly longer and more alluring. System, please scan again and see what Wang Ying's comprehensive score is now. A second later, the system emitted a sound. Scan complete, the passenger's comprehensive score is 85. Meeting the task requirements. Ding! Task completed. Reward of 100,000 proficiency points. Career completion rate 15. Reward. A villa at Jiuzhou Pavilion. Please collect from the sales manager. What the heck? The name Jiuzhou Pavilion was renowned in Zhonghai. Ever since its establishment, it had been built under the banner of a top-tier luxury residence and, upon completion, lived up to its reputation as the premier mansion in Zhonghai. Even the most affluent individuals hesitated before Jiuzhou Pavilion, not due to an inability to afford it, but because spending hundreds of millions on such an expensive house seemed somewhat unjustifiable. Tio put it bluntly, they simply weren't wealthy enough. Lenny could barely contain his excitement. He had initially intended to purchase a house, and now, unexpectedly, the system's reward had arrived, and he needed to complete this order quickly and go check it out afterward. Hearing Lenny curse, Wang Ying's heart raced a bit. Did she really have such a significant effect on him while wearing black stockings? This item indeed possessed a deadly allure. Shall he focus on driving? We can talk when we get home, Wang Ying reminded him, somewhat bashfully. No problem, Lenny replied with a smile. Thank you, Sister Ying, for your support. Remember to give a 5-star review. That depends on whether your service meets the mark, Wang Ying said with a smile. Her mature charm evident. From the outset, Wang Ying had entertained some mischievous thoughts about Lin Yi, and now those thoughts had intensified. Soon, following the address displayed on the phone, Lin Yi delivered Wang Ying home, completing his third order. Would you like to come up for a while? No, that would be too much of a bother, Lin Yi responded politely. Bother? My husband is away on a business trip. It's just me here. Wang Ying feigned calmness. Chapter 012, Private Territory. Then today won't work either, Lin Yi said. I still have orders to run. Let's do it another day. In a few days, my husband will return from his business trip, and then you won't dare to come. No worries. I'll just wait for the next time he is away. You little rascal. After exchanging farewells, Lin Yi drove away. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 7. However, having previously worked in sales, he understood the industry's rules. Sales centers operated on a shift system. During the day, everyone was on standby, while a few salespeople stayed late until after 8 in the evening. If he hurried, he might still make it in time. After driving for about 30 minutes, Lin Yi arrived at the Jiuzhou Pavilion Villa area. True to its name, Jiuzhou Pavilion comprised 9 villas, each overlooking the river and sea, exuding grandeur. However, due to differences in size, decor style, and location, the prices varied. Yet the price difference was not substantial, so each villa could be considered a king among buildings in Zhonghai. Sitting in his car, admiring the scenery of Jiuzhou Pavilion, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied, envisioning himself having a place there in the future. But he was uncertain which villa the system had awarded him. After taking in the view, Lenny parked the car, opened the door, and entered the sales hall. Noticing a customer arriving, a female salesperson glanced at Lenny, and her expression instantly changed. "What are you doing here?" Upon recognizing who spoke, Lenny was somewhat surprised. The female salesperson named Zhang Mingyu was a former colleague of his. During their time at the company, she had fervently pursued him, but after being firmly rejected, she became the subject of ridicule and subsequently left the company in anger. "I'd like to speak with your manager," Lenny said with a smile. "What a small world to encounter her here. Haha, our manager is busy meeting a major client shortly. She won't have time for you," Zhang Mingyu replied. "And what about you? What are you doing here? Are you applying for a job after being dismissed? I was just let go today. How did you find out about that?" Lenny was puzzled, wondering who had such a quick tongue. "You really got fired?" Zhang Mingyu said with a hint of schadenfreude, seemingly pleased to have guessed correctly. "Yeah," Lenny nodded with a smile. "Just help me find your manager. I'll let you know when I have time." Zhang Mingyu said dismissively, "And I should warn you, don't expect me to say nice things. Getting a job here is entirely based on merit. That don't think your looks will give you an edge." Lenny stroked his chin, thinking, wasn't it just a matter of rejecting you? Was it necessary to react this way? "Let me clarify. Even though I was dismissed, I'm not here to apply for a job." "Then what are you here for?" Zhang Mingyu crossed her arms, her demeanor haughty. "Don't tell me you're here to buy a house." Lenny nodded. "I really am here to buy a house, which is why I want to speak with your manager." "Lenny, stop joking around that we worked together for a few months. Do you really think I don't know your situation?" Zhang Mingyu scoffed. "You live in an old neighborhood and drive a rundown car. How could you possibly buy a villa at Jiuzhou Pavilion? Stop kidding around. Each villa starts at over 800 million. Which one do you think you can afford? Even selling you wouldn't cover the cost of a bathroom." "Believe what you want. I'll just talk to your manager," Lenny replied. "Huh? Do you think our manager has the time to entertain you? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Mingyu rolled her eyes. Just then, the sound of clicking high heels approached, and a woman dressed in a gray work uniform skirt walked towards Lenny. "Manager Wang." Zhang Mingyu greeted the woman politely. "Step aside. I'll deal with you later." Zhang Mingyu was taken aback, having been reprimanded for no reason. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why was she being scolded? After finishing with Zhang Mingyu, the female manager immediately switched to a beaming smile as she turned to Lenny. "You must be Lenny." "Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Hui, the sales manager at Jiuzhou Pavilion that I just stepped out for a moment. I hope you won't hold it against me for not welcoming you personally." "No worries. No need to be so formal. Shall I take you to see the villas first? Or would you prefer to hear about the details here first?" First, before Lin could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Mingyu. "Manager Wang, don't waste your time on him. He is my former colleague who just got fired, that he is an orphan and can't possibly afford a villa at Jiuzhou Pavilion. Introducing him to properties would be a complete waste of time." "What nonsense are you talking?" Wang Hui glared at her. "Go report to HR. Don't work here anymore." Zhang Mingyu was bewildered. She hadn't done anything wrong, merely shared a few truths. So how had she been dismissed? "Manager Wang, I didn't speak falsely. I know him well. I'm aware of his situation." "Know what?" Wang Hui couldn't help but curse. "Mr. Lin has purchased all the villas at Jiuzhou Pavilion in one go. You dare claim he is your colleague? Do you think you're worthy?" "Purchased all the villas?" Zhang Mingyu stared wide-eyed at Lin as if he were an extraterrestrial being that it had been scarcely a month since she had resigned. How had he suddenly acquired such wealth? Even winning the lottery's grand prize would not suffice for such affluence. Would it? Lin, momentarily taken aback, realized that rather than receiving a single villa, he had been bestowed with a staggering 9. In other words, he was now the master of Jiuzhou Pavilion, transforming it into his personal domain. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the poor home buying experience you have endured due to my mismanagement of the staff. This is entirely my fault." "That's quite all right," Lin generously replied. "Now that Jiuzhou Pavilion is officially my property, I trust the entry formalities have been completed. Could you please hand me the keys?" "Everything is prepared. Please hold on a moment," Wang Hui said, hurrying away and returning with 9 document packets in hand. "Mr. Lin, here are the ownership papers and keys for the 9 villas. Please take care of them." Holding the 9 packets felt quite substantial, It turned out that having too many properties could also be a burden. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Linny said politely. Farewell, Mr. Lin. There's no need for that. You are quite busy as it is. Please attend to your own matters. Despite his words, Wang Hui still stepped out, with Zhang Minyu trailing behind her. Upon seeing Lin, he placed the 9 document packets onto his Pagani sports car. Zhang Minyu's demeanor shifted entirely. This was a supercar. What misfortune had she brought upon herself to have scolded such a wealthy individual? After driving back to the Peninsula Grand Hotel, Linny planned to stay the night, tidying up the things he had moved over, as he would officially move in a Jojo pavilion the following day. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Ying. Xiao Yi, did you know? I heard through the grapevine that the old witch and Li Jiangdong have been dismissed. Chapter 013. Dare to threaten me? Wang Ying's words astonished Linny. How could they have been dismissed so suddenly? Wasn't that a bit swift? Are you certain? It must be true. I have a friend in the HR department who informed me. Such news typically doesn't arise from nowhere. They may indeed have been dismissed, Linny remarked. This situation is rather peculiar, Wang Ying continued. You were just dismissed. And now Li Jiangdong and the old witch, who often bullied you, have also lost their positions. Could this possibly be connected to you? How could that be? Lin Yi chucked it in disbelief. I lack the connections necessary for such an outcome. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been dismissed in the first place. That's a fair point. After a brief conversation, Linny hung up and sent a message to Ji Qingyan. Linny, did you dismiss you Lily and Li Jiangdong? Ji Qingyan. You already know? I looked into it. They had some issues, so I let them go as a way of avenging you. Receiving this confirmation, Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan was quite prompt in her actions. Linny, is there a suitable candidate for the head of the sales department? Ji Qingyan, not at the moment. But if you return, it could be yours. Linny, I'm not interested. I think Wang Ying from the sales department is quite capable. You might want to consider her. Ji Qingyan, no problem. Ji Qingyan, my car isn't repaired yet. Please pick me up tomorrow. Linny, your dedicated DiDi driver is at your service. While he was willing to pick her up, he certainly expected compensation. After a refreshing bath, Lin Yi slept soundly until dawn. Driving to Yunshui Villa, the security guard recognized Lin Yi's Pagani and opened the gate without hesitation, not asking a single question. Who would dare obstruct a man who could command respect from the esteemed Ms. Ji? You're here quite early, Ji Qingyan remarked, emerging from the bathroom, surprised. Having worked in the past, I developed the habit of waking at 6 in the morning. Just give me a moment. I will be ready shortly. Take your time. There's no rush. Ji Qingyan was quite efficient. In about 30 minutes, she had completed her grooming and makeup. Linny, could you help me choose which dress looks better? Ji Qingyan inquired from the second floor, holding a pencil skirt in her left hand and a floral dress in her right. I think the floral dress is quite lovely. Very well. I shall wear this today. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan descended the stairs. This style of long dress could only be worn by a tall woman like her. Although it was a demure dress, it exuded an air of sophistication when worn by her. After donning high heels, they both stepped into the car, and Lin Yi took out his phone. Ms. Ji, could you please place an order? Rest assured, you will not be forgotten. Ji Qingyan shot him a glance, internally muttering, truly lacking in romantic sensibility. Soon, Lin Yi received the order from Ji Qingyan, securing it promptly. System task: obtain 5 5-star reviews. Reward: 200. 000 proficiency points, 35. Noticing the numbers in parentheses, Lin Yi deduced that this represented the completion rate of his current task. Since yesterday, he had completed 3 orders. 2 were from Ji Qingyan, and 1 from Wang Ying, both of whom had given 5-star reviews. The 4th order was also from Ji Qingyan, ensuring the next 5-star review was all but guaranteed. Victory was beckoning him. Accelerating, Lin Yi drove with Ji Qingyan to the company's underground parking lot. Ms. Ji, don't forget to leave a 5-star review. That depends on my mood. Disengaging the safety belt, Ji Qingyan exited the car, spotting a white Sagittar parked nearby. Ms. Ji Lin Yi. The speaker was Wang Ying, who had come with another female colleague. Surprised to encounter both the president and Lin Yi. You know me as a DiDi driver. I just happened to run into Ms. Ji needing a ride, Lin Yi explained. Both women looked unconvinced. Clearly, he had charmed the president, yet he insisted on portraying himself as merely a driver. Who would believe that? It dawned on Wang Ying that Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong's dismissals were indeed connected to Lin Yi. Clearly, the president had employed a subtle strategy, while they had openly bullied him, making their dismissal inevitable. At that moment, the elevator doors in the underground parking lot opened, revealing Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong, each carrying a cardboard box, unmistakably there to collect their belongings. Upon seeing Lin Yi and the president, their expressions turned exceedingly awkward as they departed in silence. It's nearly time to start work. Let us head upstairs together. In front of Wang Ying and the others, Ji Qingyin resumed her aloof demeanor, no longer appearing as approachable as when she was with Lin Yi. Understood, President. Wang Ying and her colleague greeted Lin Yi before ascending the stairs with Ji Qingyin. Lin Yi remained in the car, contemplating a visit to the mall. With a new home, he needed to purchase some essentials. After all, he had worn this outfit for 2 days, and it was time for a change. Just as he was about to drive away, a WeChat message from Ji Qingyin arrived at Ji Qingyin. Do you want a 5-star review? Lin Yi. Of course. Ji Qingyin. I still owe you 8 squats. If you want a 5-star review, you must complete them. Otherwise, I will leave a bad review. Lin Yi. I no longer need the 5-star review. I will not do a single squat less. While he had no qualms about squats, he refused to be threatened by her. Ji Qingyin, pervert. Before long, a notification for a 5-star review appeared on the app, undoubtedly from Ji Qingyin. Lin Yi chuckled. She has quite the sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Glancing at the system task, he noted it was now at 4:05. Lin Yi resolved to wait a bit longer before shopping, aiming to complete another order and finish his task before heading to the mall. After all, it wouldn't take long. Opening the app, it automatically announced recent order information, and Lin Yi swiftly seized an order. The starting point was nearby Tianyi Garden, just a short drive away. Tianyi Garden Building 4. Unit 1. Room 1302. The apartment was approximately 60 square meters, a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, suitable for a family of 3. Dad, why are you dragging me to your colleagues' gathering? I really don't want to go. The speaker was a young woman, about 25 or 26, with a lovely oval face and long, flowing hair, quite pleasing to the eye. The girl's name was Xia Xinyu, an outdoor streamer with a bit of fame on her platform. No. You must accompany us, her father, Xia Hongyuan, insisted. I know exactly what you all are thinking. You simply want to set me up with someone. We're only looking out for your best interests. You're not getting any younger and have yet to find a boyfriend. I've worried about this enough. When I was little, you always said you wanted me by your side for life. Why the rush to marry me off now? I was just saying that. Who knew you would actually listen? Xia Xinyu. Chapter 014. My car is a 2-seater. In any case, I've already told my colleagues you'd be coming with me. The young man is quite impressive. He works in a public institution and has a decent salary. You two would be a good match, Xia Hongyuan remarked. I already have a boyfriend, so there's no need for your matchmaking. Already have a boyfriend? Xia Hongyuan unexpectedly exclaimed. Where did this boyfriend come from? Where else could he come from? I found him myself, Xia Xinyu replied. Could it be that you dug him up from the ground? Upon learning that their daughter had a boyfriend, the elderly couple was exceptionally thrilled. So what are we waiting for? Bring him home for us to meet. We'll vet him for you. Bring him home? Xia Xinyu felt somewhat overwhelmed. I was just saying it casually. Why are you taking it so seriously? Of course. If you have a boyfriend, we naturally need to see what kind of person he is, that we can't just let you be with anyone. Let us hold off on the meeting. He is quite busy with work. We can talk about it another day. Xia Xinyu stood up. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Stop right there, Xia Hongyuan said. I see you were trying to fool me. How could that be? I really do have a boyfriend, so you can stop worrying about introducing me to anyone. After raising you for over 20 years, do you think I don't know what you're like? Xia Hongyuan asserted. If you don't bring your boyfriend here today, you'll obediently accompany me to the gathering. You choose. Fine, I'll make a call and ask him. Back in her room, Xia Xinyu was anxiously pacing like a headless chicken. After all these years, she hardly had any male friends. Where could she find someone to pretend to be her boyfriend? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she muttered to herself, what if I hire a delivery guy to impersonate him? But she quickly dismissed that thought. A delivery guy would be utterly unsuitable, His attire and demeanor wouldn't convince her parents, and it would be too easy to see through the ruse. A DiDi driver seems acceptable, she thought to herself. At the very least, he would have a car, which met the basic requirements. Now, she just needed to find a younger driver. Perfect. Since she often took cabs, Xia Xinyu had two ride-hailing apps on her phone, DiDi and Kuaidi. She would choose whichever had the better discounts. However, given the circumstances, she opted for DiDi due to its larger scale. After selecting a random destination, she placed the order. Within 5 seconds, the order was accepted, and she hurriedly called the driver. Ring, ring. Having just received the order, Lenny had not even driven off when his phone rang. Hello, are you the DiDi driver? Upon hearing the voice, Lenny already knew who it was. It was the passenger who had placed the order. Yes, that's me. What can I do for you? Lenny replied. May I ask how old you are? What kind of question is that? What does his age have to do with her? Although he was puzzled by her inquiry. Linje ansvaret truthfully, May 24. Oh yay! Xia Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. She had coincidentally found someone of a similar age. Quickly, she calmed herself and asked softly, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you be willing? I'm afraid not, that I'm just a DiDi driver and don't provide extra services. Lenny had seen too many bizarre requests from customers. Some were downright strange, like asking him to buy cigarettes or throw away trash, and even the absurd request for sanitary napkins that he had no interest in such matters. Please don't misunderstand. My name is Xia Xinyu, and I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend to appease my parents that I promise to give you a 5-star rating afterward. What do you think? Lenny paused. This was a feasible proposition, considering the 5-star rating. I can agree to this. It has settled then. May I know how to address you? Lenny. All right, I live at Tiani Garden, Building 4, Unit 1, Apartment 1302, that you can come directly here. Got it, since Tiani Garden was nearby. Lenny arrived at Xia Xinyu's doorstep in about 10 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Xia Xinyu hurried to open the door, silently praying that the DiDi driver wouldn't be unattractive, as that would raise suspicions. With a creak, the door swung open, and upon seeing Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu was momentarily frozen in place. What kind of divine appearance was this? Had she saved the world in her past life? Oh! Is this Xiaoyu's boyfriend? Xia Xinyu's mother exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing Lin Yi. This young man was indeed handsome, more than enough to match her daughter. Before Xia Xinyu could speak, Lin Yi was ushered inside. You Lin Yi, right? How long have you been with my daughter? Her mother inquired. It's been over 6 months, Xia Xinyu interjected. I didn't ask you. Why are you butting in? After scolding Xia Xinyu, her mother turned back to Lin. So, young man, what do you do for a living? I'm a driver, Lin Yi answered. A driver? The couple's expressions shifted. It didn't seem like a prestigious occupation. Are you a pilot then? Shouldn't you be called a captain? Lin Yi was at a loss for words. The couple's imagination was quite vivid. I am not a pilot. I'm not quite that skilled yet. Hearing this, their expressions became less enthusiastic than before. Are you a driver for some big shot? If you were driving for a high-ranking official, they could begrudgingly accept it, considering his looks. But that was their bottom line. UV and misunderstood. I'm a DiDi driver. A DiDi driver. A DiDi driver? Xia Hongyuan's expression turned sour. How much money could a DiDi driver make? If they were to be together in the future, how would he support his daughter? Would they be living off the wind from the northwest? That's right. I am a DiDi driver. Mom and Dad, actually, driving for DiDi can be quite lucrative. All my cosmetics and jewelry were bought for me by Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu explained. Plus, he has some savings and we plan to start a business in the future. He wants to be driving DiDi forever. Hearing this, their expressions softened somewhat, but it was clear they were still not pleased. Let us discuss this later. With Lin Yi present, there were many things Xia Hongyuan couldn't say, so he decided to wait until later that night when they were alone. By the way, Mom and Dad, aren't you supposed to be attending a colleague's gathering? You should leave now. Otherwise, you'll be late. Glancing at the time, Xia Hongyuan said, All right, let him take us. You should come with us too. Regarding Lin Yi, they still had reservations. Although his job was not glamorous, he was indeed good-looking. They were still weighing their options, preparing for 2 contingencies. It seems rather unlikely for us to go together, Lin Yi interjected. Huh. Why is that? My car only seats 2. It won't fit 4 people. Chapter 015. Is my car not a 2-seater? What did you say? Your car only seats two. This time, not only Xia Hongyuan and his wife were taken aback, but even Xia Xinyu found it difficult to accept. Aren't all cars supposed to have 4 seats? Who has a 2-seater? Have ride-hailing services now included motorcycles? Before this, considering Lin Yi's good looks. Even if he was a DiDi driver, Xia Hongyuan had decided to give him a chance. But now, it turned out he was riding a motorcycle, which was unacceptable. His daughter could not be with someone like that. In that case, let us just take a taxi. We want to need your car. Fine. Lin Yi was indifferent. After all, Xia Xinyu had already placed the order, and as soon as he received a 5-star rating, the mission would be accomplished. Xia Xinyu felt like she could die from embarrassment. She had truly shot herself in the foot. When she returned home that night, she would undoubtedly face a scolding. As they stepped outside, Lin Yi walked ahead, while the Xia family followed behind, preparing to hail a taxi. You little girl, are your eyes located on the back of your head? How could you find a motorcycle rider to be your boyfriend? Xia Hongyuan admonished. If we hadn't called him over in advance, we would still be in the dark, that if others find out I have a son-in-law who rides a motorcycle, they would never let me hear the end of it. All right, you can stop now. Xia Xinyu was on the verge of tears. She had thought that with such a handsome guy, she could easily pull off the charade. She never expected things to backfire. Although he was indeed handsome, he was still a motorcycle rider. It was only natural for her parents to oppose it. Your dad is right. You need to make things clear with him quickly that in any case, I will never accept such a son-in-law, her mother said angrily. Even if he drove a domestic car. I wouldn't say anything, but being with someone who rides a motorcycle. What future could there possibly be? Just then, a honking sound echoed. The Xia family turned to see a sleek vehicle approaching, and they were momentarily stunned. That should be a sports car? Xia Hongyuan stammered. That is a Pagani Huayra, a supercar worth over 20 million. There are hardly any in all of China. Xia Xinyu was astonished. Tianyi Garden was merely an ordinary neighborhood. And it was her first time seeing such a magnificent car parked there, that as she watched the Pagani's gull-wing doors open. Xia Xinyu felt a rush of longing that if only she could ride in such a fine car once in her lifetime. Dear daughter, what is going on? That Lin Yi fellow ISNTA motorcycle rider, why is he heading towards that supercar? Xia Hongyuan asked in astonishment. Xia Xinyu was taken aback. Not only had Lin Yi approached, but he had also entered the car. Lin Yi. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Yi glanced back at Xia Xinyu while closing the door. What's the matter? Do you need something? The 3 members of the Xia family hurried over. Is this car yours? Indeed. If it weren't mine, I wouldn't have been able to get in. Weren't you riding a motorcycle? How did you end up driving a sports car? Xia Xinyu asked, perplexed. Who said I was riding a motorcycle? Can you register for DiDi while riding one? You said yourself that your car has 2 seats. Is my car not a 2-seater? Xia Xinyu felt somewhat foolish. Sports cars are inherently 2-seaters. How had she not realized this? But who would have thought of driving a supercar for DiDi? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Lin Yi waved his hand. Remember what we discussed on the phone. Please leave a 5-star review. Wait. Son-in-law, now that you're here, don't rush off. Let's find a place to eat and catch up, Xia Hongyuan suggested with a smile. Aren't you all busy? Not anymore. It's just a casual gathering among colleagues. It's no big deal if you don't join. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I must apologize. No worries, you take care of your business. That if it gets too hectic, just let Xiaoyu help you. As he spoke, Xia Hongyuan nudged Xia Xinyu. Don't just stay at home. Lend a hand to Lin Yi. Xia Xinyu reluctantly got into the car. After all, it was her request that had summoned the vehicle. Upon seeing the luxurious interior of the Pagani, she felt overwhelmed, her seat becoming uncomfortably warm. Where are you headed? Should I follow the destination on the order? Lin Yi inhuited. I'm not going anywhere in particular. Where do you want to go? I just want to experience this ride, and then I'll get out. I plan to stop by the mall for some shopping, but you'll need to modify the destination, or else the order won't be completed. All right. Which mall do you wish to visit? Times Square, I suppose. Okay. Soon, Lin Yi received a notification on his phone regarding the destination change, and he drove towards Times Square. Since you're driving such an expensive car, you must have plenty of money. Why are you still driving for DiDi? Xia Xinyu asked, taking the initiative. To experience life, that if one merely exists without purpose, What meaning does life hold? Linny replied, sounding quite sophisticated. You are truly impressive, Xiaoxinyu remarked sincerely. Many wealthy heirs are engrossed in their lavish lifestyles. Yet you manage to contemplate so deeply. That's quite remarkable. Everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot impose their views on others. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Brother E, may I make a small request? Would you be willing to oblige? Xiaoxinyu asked cautiously. They were of the same age, and she was unsure who was older, but she had already taken the initiative to call him brother. What is your request? I'm a female streamer. May I live stream for a while in your car? If she could broadcast from such a splendid vehicle, it would undoubtedly enhance her channel's popularity. It's fine by me, Linny said. Just give me a 5-star review afterward. Great, no problem, Xiaoxinyu exclaimed joyfully. As long as the order is completed, I will promptly give you a good review. It's a deal. Xiaoxinyu took out her phone and started the live stream. After a few minutes, dozens of viewers had already joined. Xiaoyu, where are you? Are you in the passenger seat of a wealthy man? Don't be ridiculous. Xiaoyu is perpetually single. How could a wealthy man be interested in her? Perhaps she's in the passenger seat of a Wuling Hongguang. Seeing the chat filled with ridicule, Xiaoxinyu felt exasperated. Do you all truly think so little of me? Let me inform you that the car I am currently in is no ordinary Wuling Hongguang. It is a genuine luxury vehicle, the likes of which you have never encountered. Stop boasting. If you have guts, show us the logo. You are mistaken. She is a woman. She lacks the guts. No, you are wrong. She is a cross-dressing master. I saw her once on a dark and stormy night. Come on. You all just want to see the logo. I'll show it to you without hesitation. Xiaoxinyu slowly turned her phone towards the steering wheel. The entire livestream chat fell silent. Chapter 016. A fiery retort. Oh my gosh, is that really a Pagani? Looking at the interior, it seems like the Pagani Huayra. This car is worth over 20 million. A typical rich heir could never afford it. And look at the driver. He's incredibly handsome. Definitely a wealthy heir. Seeing the comments flooding in, Xiaoxinyu couldn't help but smile, saying, Now you should believe me. Do you understand what a luxury car is now? Xiaoxinyu felt a profound sense of pride, determined to prove her worth against those who always looked down upon her. Rich Man 666. I suspect that this streamer rented the car herself and hired a handsome driver just to attract attention. She must have spent a fortune. A commenter in the chat chimed in. Are you out of your mind? This is a Pagani Huayra, over 20 million apiece. There are hardly any in the entire country. Who would rent one out? Do you think it's a mere Mercedes or BMW? Why not? Perhaps there's some shady deal behind the scenes. Xiaoxinyu was nearly infuriated by the comment that I end this era of the internet. It seemed there was no shortage of foolish people. I am not the type of model with exaggerated curves. How could I possibly attract such a wealthy heir? Do these people ever think before they speak? This individual must be a loser harboring jealousy towards the rich and handsome. Nevertheless, Xiaoxinyu refrained from removing him from the chat. Having him around still contributed to her viewer count. She would deal with him when she could no longer tolerate it. The life of a small streamer was indeed humble. Brother E, there's a parking space ahead. Let's pull over, Xiaoxinyu pointed out excitedly. I've seen it. No need to rush, he replied. As one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Zhonghai, Times Square was always bustling with shoppers. Many, like Xiaoxinyu, had their eyes on the lone vacant spot. However, upon seeing Lin Yi's car approach, they dared not move. One careless mistake could lead to a costly disaster. Honey, there's a parking space ahead. Hurry up. If we're any slower, someone will snatch it away. A woman in a low-cut dress and a Panamera exclaimed. What a joke. A middle-aged man beside her scoffed. That's a supercar. Who would dare to compete with him? Supercar? The woman in the passenger seat was taken aback. So, what if it's a supercar? Ours is a sports car too. Why should we yield? Are you serious? That is a Pagani Huayra, worth over 20 million. My car is just over $1 million. In comparison, I'm practically trash. You expect me to compete for a parking space with him? That car is worth over 20 million. The woman in the passenger seat instantly cooled down. Before coming to Zhonghai, she had heard that the wealthy were abundant there, and now she was witnessing it firsthand. With that thought in mind, she began to consider her options and decided she needed to find someone even wealthier. Those who drove Panameras were simply not worthy of her. After parking, Xia Xinyu found herself in a daze. The scene of the earlier parking maneuver was still vivid in her mind. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car approach, all the others had frozen in place. Could this be the power of wealth? Wait, don't leave just yet, Lin Yi said. What is it? The review. Oh right, I almost forgot. I'll take care of it right now, Xia Xinyu said, flustered, since Lin Yi had merely mentioned the review. The viewers in the live stream were clueless about what was happening. They did not perceive him as just a DiDi driver. Before long, Lin Yi heard the system's notification sound. Task completed, gained 200. 000 proficiency points. Occupation completion rate. 35. Reward. A racing circuit in Zhonghai International Circuit, master-level driving skills. Zhonghai International Circuit. Lin Yi had a vague recollection of the place that it was reputed to be the most luxurious racing circuit in Zhonghai, if not all of China. Some even claimed it was the best racing track outside of the one in Abu Dhabi. Lin Yi was unsure of the truth behind the rumors, but it undoubtedly held a top-tier status across the country. To think that today it had become an asset under his name. The thought was almost surreal. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Yi answered. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhou Haitao, the head of Zhonghai International Circuit. You have just fully acquired our racetrack shares, and I would like to discuss some paperwork with you. I don't have time at the moment. I'll be over in the afternoon. Is that convenient for you? Lin Yi replied politely. Of course. Any time is fine except for Sunday, which is our day off. All right, see you this afternoon. Lin Yi calculated in his mind. He had come to buy some daily necessities, which wouldn't take too long. So he estimated he would be finished by the afternoon. Furthermore, the system rewards masterful driving skills. Neglecting to witness this would indeed be a squander of opportunity. Ego, what are you contemplating? Upon noticing Lin Yi's momentary distraction, Xia Xinyu cautiously inquired. It's nothing. Let us head out now. Ego, is there anything you wish to purchase? After alighting from the vehicle, Xia Xinyu asked. Just some daily necessities, clothing and such. If I find anything suitable, I'll buy a bit of everything. Oh, I see. Xia Xinyu felt a twinge of nervousness. This was her first time visiting such an upscale mall. The prices were astonishingly exorbitant, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk like them. Once inside the mall, Lin Yi glanced around and spotted an Apple store in the distance, stating, "Let us check that out first. I need to replace my phone." Lin Yi's current phone, a modest domestic model costing just over 1,000, was beginning to lag. Upgrading to a new phone would facilitate his business dealings. All right. The two made their way to the Apple store, where the immaculate hall, bright lighting, and various new devices on display imbued the entire shop with an air of sophistication. Good day. Sir, is there a product that catches your eye? I would be delighted to assist you, the female sales associate said politely. Lin Yi pointed to a phone on the counter, saying, Please prepare this for me. I would like the one with 512 gigabytes of storage. Both Xia Xinyu and the sales associate were momentarily taken aback. To purchase a phone costing over 10,000 without a second thought. Certainly. Please hold on. Wait, Xia Xinyu interjected, pulling Lin Yi aside. Ego, it's not cost-effective to buy here. What do you mean? The phones in the store are all at full price without discounts. If you buy online, you could save at least 1,000. It's unnecessary. Now that we're here, I'm too lazy to shop online. The sooner I buy, the sooner I can enjoy it. With that, Lin Yi returned to the counter, saying, Please proceed with the purchase. Of course, please wait a moment. Thanks to Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu's live stream garnered over 5 million viewers, a staggering 5-fold increase from usual. Being wealthy is splendid. That saleswoman was utterly stunned. She probably wishes to offer herself, commented one viewer. As long as one is affluent. There is a connection with everyone, another remarked. You poor souls think that buying a phone worth over 10,000 makes you rich, sneered a participant named Lemon. Just the other day, a friend of mine bought the same model, but wasn't he nearly as ostentatious about it. Haha. Come on, it wasn't he even you who bought it. Why act so pretentious? And what S with the haha? That's absurd. Chapter 017. The God of Wealth sets forth, leaving no trace behind at that moment. The sales associate approached. Good day, sir. Here is your phone. Would you like to select a case from our collection? They are all genuine products, quality assured. Lenny glanced at the cases on the counter, stating, I'm not particularly fond of those. They feel uncomfortable. Given that it's a phone worth over $10,000, it's not inexpensive that if it gets scratched or damaged without a case, it will detract from its appearance, the sales associate suggested. Lenny pondered for a moment. That's a fair point. Seeing Lin Yi's willingness to consider a phone case, the sales associate's face brightened. Sir, all the cases at the counter are new models, and I can offer you a 20% discount that if you purchase 2 or more, I can give you a 30% discount. Observing Lin Yi's intent to buy a case, the viewers in the live stream began to chatter again, all echoing Lemon's sentiments. I just saw a case priced over $1,000. If he buys it without blinking, I'll concede he's wealthy. Nonsense. Only if he buys the one over $5,000 can he be considered rich. You all are too lowbrow, declared the king of lemons. Real wealthy individuals often have phone cases that cost more than the phones themselves. Just the other day, a friend of mine bought a case worth over $20,000. Now that's what you call a rich person. Xia Xinyu felt utterly speechless at the comments from these lemon enthusiasts. They were truly beyond redemption. Sir, do you have a particular style in mind? I can retrieve it for you to see. I never said I wanted to buy a case, Linny replied. Not buying, didn't you just mention? What I meant was to buy several phones. If one gets scratched or damaged, I'll simply swap it for a new one. Linny continued. Let me have 5 of each color, all packed together. 5 of each color. The sales associate nearly lost her balance upon hearing this. Sir, we have 4 color options available for this model. Are you intending to purchase 20 phones? Linny nodded, and also 1 top-spec MacBook. All packed together. Certainly, please hold on. Witnessing Lin Yi's extravagant purchase totaling nearly $300,000, Xia Xinyu felt utterly overwhelmed. This was exceedingly extravagant. The live stream erupted once more, with messages flooding in. You lemon enthusiasts must be seeing this now. True wealthy individuals don't bother with phone cases when they're outdated. They simply replace them. Now that's what I call a genuine upgrade. Incredible. The god of wealth is on a rampage, leaving no trace behind, spending just over $200,000. What is so godly about that? Have you ever seen a real tycoon? I once witnessed someone spend over $500,000 in one go. This is mere pocket change. Xia Xinyu felt utterly exasperated by the comments from these lemon enthusiasts. It was infuriating to see such losers mock Lin Yi. Who could afford such luxuries? Lin Yi, however, paid little mind to the chatter, finishing his transaction and awaiting the staff to prepare his items. At that moment, those leisurely browsing the store couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi, especially the women with a hint of allure, who couldn't help but entertain thoughts of a different nature. Soon, the items Lin Yi requested were all packaged up. 20 phones and a laptop were no small haul. He placed them back in the car and returned to Times Square. Yige. What else shall we purchase this time? Xia Xinyu felt her heart racing. Could there truly be such a vast disparity in spending habits between the wealthy and the average person? Let us buy a watch. A woman's diamond ring is akin to a man's watch. Lin Yi had long harbored a dream of owning a fine mechanical watch, but due to financial constraints, that dream had remained unfulfilled. Now, with several million in cash in his pocket, purchasing a quality watch was a necessary indulgence. Do you have any knowledge about watches? Lin Yi casually asked as they re-entered the mall. What level of watch are you considering? As a streamer, Xia Xinyu had to know a bit about everything to engage with her audience. Something high-end. Given Lin Yi's recent extravagant purchase of 20 phones, Xia Xinyu believed that recommending a more common brand would likely not meet his standards. In the world of watches, the most prestigious brands are Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Linny nodded. Let us check out these 2 places first. Xia Xinyu was secretly astonished. She had merely suggested it casually, yet they were genuinely going. These were luxury watches, after all. Let us head to Vacheron Constantin first. All right, coming right up. As Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu entered, the sales associate glanced up, preparing to greet them. What are you doing? The store manager, a woman named Li, interjected. Li Jie, there are customers. I'll go attend to them, a tall sales associate replied. No need to attend to them. It's a waste of time. How is it a waste of time? Li Jie. The manager replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you see that woman is live streaming? She is probably here just for amusement. I've seen plenty of those types. No need to pay them any mind. That can't be right. Being a streamer seems quite profitable nowadays. But this is Vacheron Constantine, aside from super rich individuals. Most people can't afford to shop here. Focus on other matters. Don't take it too seriously." "Understood, Li Jie," the tall associate replied. Once inside the store, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu began to browse. Upon seeing the prices, Xia Xinyu felt as though she were living in a slum. Even a seemingly unremarkable watch was priced at hundreds of thousands. Who but the most nefarious capitalist could afford such luxuries? Although Lin Yi had a fondness for watches, his knowledge was limited. He merely perused the selections without any serious intent. "Can I take a look at that watch?" Lin Yi inquired, pointing to a leather-banded watch. Sorry. "But the watches in our store are only displayed in the showcase that if you find one you like, you can pay, and we will bring it out for you," the manager, Li Jie, explained. "Huh? What kind of logic is that? How can I purchase something I can't even see?" Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in from outside and began browsing on the other side. The manager approached them, saying, "Sir, madam, is there anything I can assist you with? I'm looking at watches. I want to choose a birthday gift for my husband. You may select freely. All these models are this year's new releases. I find that black dial appealing. May I see it?" "Of course. Please hold on." The manager opened the showcase below and retrieved the watch the woman had shown interest in, presenting it to her. Standing to the side, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu exchanged a glance. What was the situation? Why could they not be observed when it came to themselves, yet others could be scrutinized? Was this a display of disdain? Chapter 018. Where does this sense of superiority arise from? Xia Xinyu felt somewhat embarrassed. She had long heard that the staff in luxury boutiques often carried an air of arrogance, showing little regard for ordinary patrons. Now, witnessing it firsthand, the rumors proved to be true. However, while one might look down upon oneself, they certainly should not belittle ego. Instinctively, Xia Xinyu glanced at the situation in the live stream, noticing that the envious viewers were once again seething. They must have been mocked. The staff won't show them anything because they can tell they can't afford it. That middle-aged couple clearly has wealth. So naturally, they would be treated preferentially. Let us leave. That's Vacheron Constantine, not just any brand. Don't embarrass yourselves. Lenny turned to the female manager. What do you mean by that? We are customers and should be treated equally. I apologize, but we provide services based on customer rankings that I hope you understand, the manager replied. Customer rankings? I have my own criteria for assessment which determines the level of service provided. In simpler terms, it's a matter of catering to one's status, looking down upon those deemed lesser. Seeing Lin Yi becoming enraged, Xia Xinyu quickly grasped his arm. "Ego, please calm down. These luxury shop employees are like this. It's not worth getting upset over." "Sir, please mind your language and attitude, or we shall be compelled to call security," the manager said, rolling her eyes. Just two attention-seeking streamers, and the fact that they were even allowed in the store was already a generous exception. If it were the luxury store upstairs, they wouldn't even be granted entry. What a pretentious display from a mere Vacheron Constantine. Where does this sense of superiority come from? Lin Yi exclaimed, cursing under his breath. But this may be a brand you can never afford in your lifetime, the manager scoffed. Yige. Let us go, Xia Xinyu suggested, aware that wealthy individuals like Lin Yi often had short tempers that to avoid unnecessary trouble. She pulled him out of the Vacheron Constantine boutique. After all, there were other prestigious watch brands. They did not have to make a purchase here. Observing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu's departure, a middle-aged couple selecting watches nearby shook their heads with a chuckle. Today's youth have such fiery tempers, lacking purchasing power, yet still so arrogant. These young folks are simply too restless. They think having a few fans online gives them the right to act superior. A high-end brand like Vacheron Constantine is certainly not a place for them. Indeed, the times have changed. Seeking attention has become a trend, the female manager remarked with a smile. Isn't that the truth? The middle-aged man replied, laughing. But those two are quite amusing. They actually ventured into Patek Philippe. Even if they are young, they shouldn't be so ignorant. Inside the Patek Philippe boutique, the female staff greeted Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu with courtesy, revealing no signs of annoyance. Sir, madam, Are you looking for men's or women's watches? I can assist with some recommendations, the attendant in uniform offered. Lenny glanced at Xia Xinyu. Do you have any good suggestions? Well, this one seems a bit high-end. I'm not very knowledgeable, just looking at the appearance, Xia Xinyu replied, feeling a bit insecure. Ask your viewers in the live stream. Lenny suggested that he enjoyed watching live streams in his leisure time. Understanding that expertise often lay among the masses, Xia Xinyu checked the live stream comments and discovered someone had offered a reasonable suggestion. The Calatrava 7140G001 is quite nice and fits the aura of a wealthy individual. The 7140G001 is reportedly over 2 million. The price is indeed reasonable. Huh. A watch over 2 million and you call that a watch? If wearing a 2 million watch makes one a wealthy individual, then wealth has become rather worthless. You're really pushing it, looking down on a 2 million watch. Come on, recommend something better. Let us see what constitutes a good watch. One viewer's comment ignited a barrage of ridicule in the live stream. Yet, the King of Lemons, seasoned in such battles, was unfazed by this onslaught. When they entered the store earlier, there was a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary piece displayed in the window, priced at 17.5 million, that if you truly consider yourself wealthy, you should buy that watch. Are you out of your mind? Even the Hushang Huang from Zhonghai hasn't suggested buying that piece. Do you expect Lin the Great to purchase it? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ha! Just admit you can't afford it. Why resort to insults? At this moment, Lenny leaned closer to Xia Xinyu and asked, have the viewers in the live stream given any opinions? Don't listen to him. That person is just a hater. Uncomfortable because they see you have money, Xia Xinyu responded. Earlier, a viewer recommended you by the 7140G001, saying it was quite good. Lin E observed the live stream comments. They actually recommended the 175th anniversary piece. Hearing this, the Patek Philippe saleswomen subtly shook their heads. These keyboard warriors certainly had the audacity. The 175th anniversary piece was limited to just 6 worldwide and priced at 17.5 million. Its significance was not merely in its exquisite craftsmanship and value, but represented the craftsmanship of the century-old Patek Philippe brand. Clearly, the person recommending this watch had little understanding, only knowing how to speak in terms of price. Such a lowly approach. Good, don't listen to them. That 7140G001 is still quite good, Xia Xinyu insisted. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The 175th anniversary piece is priced so high for a reason. That may be true, but it costs 17.5 million. The price is indeed a bit steep. Seeing Lin E relent, the keyboard warriors in the live stream pounced, mocking him in unison. Are you backing down now? If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be wealthy. It's easy to get slapped in the face. Buying dozens of thousands worth of Apple products and thinking you can flaunt superiority. You read too naive. Acting rich will only bring you misfortune. Perhaps you should tone it down when you go out. Just because you drive a Pagani Huayra doesn't mean you own the world. There are still things you can't afford. Ego. Don't get angry. I'll kick these people out of the live stream right now. There is no need to be upset, Lenny said with a smile. Although the price is a bit high, I can still afford it. With that, Lenny approached the display window, confidently admiring the watch. It looked quite appealing. Surely it would suit him well. Could you please wrap up that 175th anniversary piece for me? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent, eyes wide and mouths agape, hardly believing their ears. Sir, what did you say? You wish to purchase the 175th anniversary piece. Lenny nodded. Is that not permissible? Chapter 019. A collapse of composure. Of course, it is. Then please wrap it up for me. Lenny calculated that given his current assets, purchasing a 17.5 million watch was indeed extravagant. However, he had been publicly ridiculed, and if he didn't make a statement, he would truly be looked down upon. After all, he owned the Peninsula Hotel and the Zhonghai International Circuit, both sources of continuous income, so spending money on a watch was not an issue. Upon hearing Lin E.'s intention to buy the 175th anniversary piece, the live stream erupted. Look folks, Lin the Great is about to purchase the 175th anniversary piece. What do you have to say now? Casually dropping 17.5 million. I bet you've never seen such money in your life. Rich man seeking a sugar baby. I have curves and can pose in any way. Faced with the crowd's onslaught, the haters fell silent that in truth, they wanted to use their keyboards to mock Lin Yi, but he had effortlessly bought a watch for 17.5 million, leaving them with no ground to criticize. Sir, there is something I must clarify. The female manager approached Lin Yi, speaking in the gentlest tone. The piece on display is merely a model. If you truly wish to purchase it, we would need to order it from our headquarters in Switzerland, which would take at least 3 days. All right, but I might not have time to come back. Do you offer home delivery service? Sir, you jest. If you purchase this watch, even if the official service does not provide delivery, we will personally ensure it reaches you. You can rest assured about that. Then let us proceed with the payment. Lin Yi handed over his bank card, password 000000. Trembling slightly, the manager took the card from Lin Yi's hand and processed the transaction for 17.5 million. Not only Xia Xinyu, but even the saleswoman accustomed to wealthy clientele were astonished by the sheer audacity of the purchase. Spending such a sum on a watch was something most affluent individuals wouldn't dare to do. Xiao Sun, please take the watch down from the display, the female manager instructed. Understood, Lu Jie, I'll do it right away. Xia Xinyu was somewhat intrigued. Why was it taken down? Is it not for sale anymore? Madam, it is as follows. This 175th anniversary commemorative piece is one of only 6 in the entire world, with only one allocated to the Huaxia region. Mr. Lin purchased this watch, which means that no other Patek Philippe stores across the nation are authorized to sell it. Hence our need to remove it. I see. As she observed the sales assistant taking the model out of the display, a crowd began to gather, all eager to witness the spectacle. This 175th anniversary edition had been showcased in the window for over a year, and no one anticipated its removal on such an ordinary day. This indicated that someone had indeed purchased the timepiece. The staff from nearby stores were curious, eager to discover which affluent individual had acquired the watch valued at over 10 million. Xiao Sun, you managed to sell the 175th anniversary edition? Zhang Li, the female manager of Vacheron Constantin, asked in astonishment. It was just sold. A gentleman purchased it. Are there really that many wealthy individuals in Zhonghai? To think someone bought this watch. Let me see what he looks like. Zhang Li felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, Vacheron Constantin was not lacking in prestige, so why did the affluent choose Patek Philippe instead? He's right in the store, she said, tilting her head to glance into the Patek Philippe store, instantly stunned. Isn't that the young couple who just visited my store? At that moment, Lin Yi emerged from the boutique, holding the receipt, and encountered Zhang Li. What a coincidence to see you here. Excuse me. Sir, you bought the 175th anniversary watch. Do you have a problem with that? No. How could I dare to have an opinion? Zhang Li felt a surge of regret that if she hadn't underestimated them earlier, perhaps they would have chosen to shop at her store. Sir, we have many new arrivals in our store. Why not come and take a look? No thanks, your Vacheron Constantin is too upscale. I can only afford Patek Philippe. The staff at Patek Philippe stifled their laughter. These second-generation rich really knew how to embarrass themselves. Sir, I am merely a humble store manager. There is no need for you to take offense. Zhang Li chuckled awkwardly. It is just that your brand is too prestigious. I simply can't afford it, Lin Yi remarked, gesturing towards a nearby middle-aged couple. You might as well approach them. They clearly look wealthy. What can I compare with just a few coins in my pocket? Observing the exchange between Zhang Li and the couple, the live stream was filled with mocking laughter. Deservedly so. How dare you look down on Lord Lin? Courting disaster. You can't afford the illustrious Vacheron Constantin. Is Patek Philippe really considered a low-end brand now? Lin Yi glanced around, locating the elevator, and said to Xia Xinyu, let us head upstairs. All right. Watching Lin Yi confront Zhang Li brought Xia Xinyu an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Being wealthy was indeed wonderful. Had it been her, she would have quietly left after being provoked by Zhang Li. But Lin Yi was different. He casually purchased a watch worth 17.5 million to slap Zhang Li in the face. And she didn't dare utter a word in response. Having financial power was truly advantageous. Amidst the envy of countless onlookers, the pair ascended to the 6th floor. This was a realm of luxury goods. Anything you could wish for could be found here. Do you know much about men's fashion? Lin Yi inquired. Previously, He had only worn brands like Anta and Samir and was not well-versed in other men's fashion labels, seeking Xiaoxinyu's opinion. I've heard that Versace and Armani have excellent men's collections. You should check them out. Xiaoxinyu had only heard of them, while they were fine for casual conversation. She knew little about the specifics of either brand, that if not for Lin, she wouldn't have had the courage to venture to this level. Let us go. It seems Versace is just ahead. Let us take a look. Okay. After walking a few meters. As they entered the Versace store, they were intercepted by a saleswoman. Sir, please hold on. What is the matter? The saleswoman said nothing but pointed to a small sign nearby. They glanced at it and discovered it read, "No entry for internet streamers." Seeing such a notice, Xiaoxinyu felt embarrassed, her face flushed. What kind of rule is this? Your mall is quite peculiar, Lin remarked. This isn't the mall's policy. It's because the reputation of internet streamers isn't very good. They often point fingers and end up not purchasing anything. So we have no choice, the saleswoman replied, her face marked by a strong sense of superiority, almost implying that Lin was just a flashy, impoverished individual. Chapter 20. Diamond membership. Go. Why don't you go in? I can wait outside. What is the point of waiting outside? Lin replied. The customer is king. How can we make the king wait outside? But let us go. If they can't accommodate us, we'll just check out another store. There's still Armani. Xiaoxinyu genuinely appreciated Lin for, in a way, preserving her dignity. Though she was a woman, she also valued her pride. Not having walked far, they arrived at the Armani boutique, where the men's clothing looked quite appealing, and they prepared to purchase a few items. Excuse me, sir and madam. I am afraid there is a rule here that prohibits internet streamers from entering. Before they could even step inside, they were stopped once more. What is wrong with internet streamers? Is it really that serious? Lin questioned, puzzled. They hadn't committed any crime. Why were they barred from entry? This is a luxury goods store. We prohibit filming. In fact, if internet streamers come in here to shoot videos, it disrupts our normal operations. Lin shook his head. How had selling luxury goods turned into an exercise in superiority? Then I'll put my phone away. That should suffice. Right? Xiaoxinyu, not wanting to embarrass Lin, proactively suggested. Whether you choose to put it away is your decision, that if you genuinely wish to shop, we would naturally welcome you, but if you're just browsing, I think it's best to not waste each other's time. Let us go check out other stores, Lin said. I can't believe that all stores would be like this. If he could shake off Xiaoxinyu, no one would stop him. However, she had been providing valuable suggestions, so he could not abandon her. Lin didn't consider himself a gentleman, but he at least aimed to maintain basic decorum. Other stores will be the same, unless it's a domestic brand. International big names like ours all prohibit internet streamers from entering. You would face the same rejection there. It's better to look elsewhere, an LV saleswoman stated, observing the crowd in other stores. Xiaoxinyu felt increasingly embarrassed. Were internet streamers really that unwelcome? She hadn't done anything immoral. Since we can't purchase anything here, let us go elsewhere, Lin said nonchalantly, not letting the current situation weigh on him. Xiaoxinyu nodded, and they headed toward the elevator. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a young man in a suit exited, quickly jogging over to Lin. Oh my, Mr. Lin, I finally found you. Looking for me? Lin was somewhat puzzled. We don't seem to know each other, Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself. I am Li Shucheng, the manager of Times Square. Do you need something from me? Actually, earlier, you purchased that 17.5 million watch at the Patek Philippe boutique, which automatically grants you diamond membership at Times Square. I am here to deliver your card. Spending 17.5 million. Li Shucheng's words left the staff of various boutiques astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. They were utterly taken aback. They had just refused service to such a super-rich individual. Who gave them the audacity? As he spoke, Li Shucheng handed over a platinum card, which appeared to be coated in genuine gold dust. There is such a regulation? Lin smiled, saying, I'll accept it. Indeed. In our mall, cumulative spending of over 10 million grants diamond membership. All right, I'll take this for now. Goodbye. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to browse a bit more? Li Shucheng inquired as he noticed Lin leaving empty-handed. They wouldn't let me into shop, Lin replied. Not let you in? Li Shucheng was momentarily taken aback. That's impossible. We're a high-end mall and would never block our customers. My friend is a streamer, and they just barred us from entering, Lenny stated. Perhaps they assumed we couldn't afford anything here. No, please don't misunderstand, sir. The LV saleswoman rushed out, standing in front of Lenny, repeatedly apologizing. We didn't mean to offend you. We hope you won't hold this against us. The saleswomen were nearly terrified. How could someone who could purchase a 17.5 million watch possibly be unable to afford a few garments? Moreover, the diamond membership at Times Square came with numerous privileges. If they receive complaints, there will be no room for discussion. Dismissal will be immediate. This time, it seems we have stirred a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, the staff from Versace and Animus stepped forward, collectively apologizing to Lenny. Sir, we sincerely apologize. It was not our intention. That we hope you can grant us another chance. Observing the female employees from various boutiques apologizing en masse. Xia Sinyu's live stream transformed into a grand spectacle. I can hardly tolerate these nauseating individuals who, while selling luxury goods, believe themselves to be superior. Where does that sense of superiority come from? Hurry and file complaints against them. They should all be dismissed. How dare they look down on the illustrious Linda Shun? They ought to reflect on their own conduct. What gives them the right to deny entry to a live streamer? Have they unearthed the graves of our ancestors? Li Shucheng was oblivious to the commotion in the live stream, but his expression revealed his mounting frustration. What is wrong with you people? How many times must I tell you not to view others through tinted glasses? Do you all want to quit? Is that it? Moments ago, Li Shucheng discreetly checked Lin Yi's purchasing history. Not only did Lin Yi buy a watch worth 17.5 million, but he also acquired 20 mobile phones and the latest Mac computer. A spendthrift like him, if not for this incident, would have easily shelled out hundreds of thousands more. Now, thanks to these individuals, everything has gone awry. The female employees hung their heads, their previously haughty demeanor evaporating. To retain their jobs, some continued to apologize. There's no need for further apologies. Just return to your duties, Lin Yi said nonchalantly, gesturing for Xia Xinyu to accompany him downstairs. That Li Shucheng reprimanded the others a few more times before hastily following Lin Yi down. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they encountered primarily mid-tier luxury brands, with domestic and international labels evenly represented, and the styles were quite appealing. After selecting 5 outfits, Li Shucheng arranged for a dedicated staff member to help Lin Yi carry them out. Mr. Lin, there's a Panamera over there. Is it your car? This vehicle, priced over 2 million, was likely Lin Yi's. Given his stature, a BBA would no longer suit his image. Lin Yi shook his head. My car is on the other side. Li Shucheng turned back, gasping in shock. Pagani Huayra. That car must be worth over 20 million. Chapter 021. 3 cups of wine in the vast red dust, a pot of tea for a 1,000-year enterprise. Lin Yi nodded. It's merely a means of transportation. There's no need for such astonishment. A means of transportation. Lin Yi's words made Li Shucheng acutely aware of the disdain of the wealthy. To refer to a 20 million Huayra as just a mode of transport. Are you joking, my friend? He patted Li Shucheng on the shoulder. I must take my leave. All right. I hope today's events do not cause any inconvenience to Mr. Lin. That on behalf of all the staff at Times Square, we eagerly await your next visit. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu entered the car. Where to? I'll take you home. Just take me home, Xia Xinyu replied contentedly. Having had the chance to ride in a supercar and accompany Lin Yi around Times Square, she felt utterly satisfied. Very well. This time, Lin Yi did not allow Xia Xinyu to place any orders, as he had already offered her ample feedback. It would be inappropriate to accept her payment. That it was merely a single order. Nothing of great significance. That he drove to Tianyi Garden, casually handing her a mobile phone. This is a gift for you, as a token of appreciation for your help. A gift for me? Seeing the phone Lin Yi handed over, Xia Xinyu was taken aback. This was a top-tier phone worth over 10,000. What else would it be? Isn't that excessive? Just being able to ride in a supercar is already more than enough for me. Take it. It's not a significant expense. Thank you. Yige. After getting out of the car, Xia Xinyu watched as Lin Yi departed, reflecting on how fantastical the day's events had been. With just a casual ride-sharing request, she had encountered a wealthy second-generation heir experiencing life. What delightful surprises life holds. After dropping Xia Xinyu off, Lin Yi did not accept any further orders. Following the navigation instructions, he drove to the Zhonghai International Circuit, standing before the sprawling 5.3 square kilometer racetrack. Lin Yi felt as if he were in a dream. This would be his domain from now on. Upon arriving at the office building at the entrance, Lin Yi strode inside. The layout was similar to other companies, with a large reception desk at the entrance, behind which sat two young women, chattering away, seemingly engrossed in gossip. "Did you hear? Qin Han is coming to our racetrack," one long-haired woman remarked. "Who is Qin Han?" The other, curious, inquired, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "You must be living under a rock. Don't you follow Weibo? You don't even know the famous Shanghai prince, Qin Han." "I honestly don't know him," the long-haired woman admitted. "Looking somewhat nave. They say this Qin fellow is a second-generation rich kid, even wealthier than Principal Wang, and his background is shrouded in mystery. Until now, no one knows what his family does." The short-haired woman said with a glimmer of excitement. "Some claim he's a red second generation, while others say the Qin family is a hidden wealthy clan. In any case, he's extremely rich. Someone like that is surely beyond our reach. That is for sure. If we're fortunate enough to snag a photo with him, it would be a huge win. Is it really that significant?" "Oh, it seems someone is coming in." Upon noticing Lin Yi, the two quickly ceased their conversation and stood up, saying, "Sir, we are not open to the public today. I'm here to see your manager. Zhou Haitao, correct? What business do you have with our manager?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If he claimed to have acquired their racetrack, these two would likely think he was a fool, given his current appearance. "Just tell him my name is Lin Yi. That should suffice." "Oh, all right, please hold on." "Thank you." Just as the short-haired woman was about to leave, the main door swung open, and four young men walked in. Dressed in a manner that clearly surpassed Lin Yi's, they appeared to be in their 20s. Lin Yi recognized the leading man. It seemed to be Qin Han, the very individual they had been discussing. Although not as ostentatious as Principal Wang, his photos frequently appeared on Weibo. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Qin Han's expression soured, and he appeared somewhat stern. "Didn't we notify you all earlier that today we needed the premises cleared? Why are there still outsiders present?" Hearing Qin Han's inquiry, the short-haired woman was taken aback. "Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. This gentleman is here to see our manager Zhou. Quickly summon Zhou Fatty to handle this. We're here to practice driving today, and we do not wish to be disturbed or photographed." "I apologize, young Master Qin. I'll arrange that right away." The short-haired woman rushed from the front desk, pulling Lin Yi aside in haste. "Let us go quickly. Follow me upstairs. And don't provoke young Master Qin's displeasure." Lin Yi chuckled. "Is it really necessary? Doesn't he appear to be your superior? Although he may not be our superior, he is the illustrious Qin Han. Few dare to offend him in Zhonghai. If it weren't for you, he likely wouldn't be so irate." The short-haired woman sighed internally. If it weren't for this person's presence, perhaps she could have captured a photo with him. Now, it seemed, that opportunity had slipped away. They ascended to the second floor, where the short-haired woman knocked on the door and a deep voice called from within. "Come in." Lin Yi entered, finding a mahogany desk inside, behind which sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looked somewhat portly, engrossed in reviewing documents. "Manager Zhou, we have a guest." Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhou Haitao hurriedly stood up. "Oh, Lin Zong, you've come by yourself. If you had called ahead, I would have come to greet you." Lin Zong?" The short-haired woman froze, incredulity washing over her as she regarded Lin Yi. Which company as president was this, appearing so youthful? "No need to make such a fuss. Coming myself is just fine." Zhou Haitao welcomed Lin Yi to the sofa and directed, "Xiao Zhao, quickly pour a glass of water for Lin Zong." "Why are you still standing there?" "Lin Zong, Zhonghai International Circuit has been fully acquired by Lin Zong. Hurry and address him as Lin Zong." "Acquired?" The short-haired woman named Xiao Zhao was left stupefied. The person she had been casually disparaging turned out to be her boss. What kind of wealth did he possess to be so extravagant? "I understand. I'll go now." While the short-haired woman busied herself with pouring water, Zhou Haitao handed Lin Yi a stack of prepared documents. "Lin Zong, these are the company's financial statements and operations for the past 6 months. Please review them. I want to delve into such technical matters." Let everything proceed as usual. If there are any issues that cannot be resolved, report them to me. Understood, Mr. Lin. Should you have any directives, please feel free to issue them at any time that we, your subordinates, will cooperate wholeheartedly. Linny rose and stated, I am not here to intimidate you. From this moment forth, this place is my domain. Lead me down to have a look. With 3 cups of wine in the vast world and a cup of tea for a 1,000-year enterprise. Having acquired this premier racetrack marks my first significant step. Chapter 022. Mr. Lin is the master here. Very well, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Under Zhou Haitao's guidance, the two arrived at the observation deck of the racetrack. The winding track showcased a magnificent grandeur that stirred Lin Yi's enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, given that you could purchase this place, you must be an aficionado of racing. Would you care to take a couple of laps? Zhou Haitao suggested. That sounds agreeable. Having acquired this racetrack, he also gained masterful driving skills. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he naturally wished to indulge. My car is parked at Gate C. Please have someone bring it over. Upon seeing the car keys in Lin Yi's hand, Zhou Haitao broke into a cold sweat. While other wealthy heirs drove Lamborghinis or Porsches, their boss was exceedingly extravagant, possessing a Pagani. The cheapest model of this brand cost nearly 10 million. That it was utterly beyond the realm of lavishness. All right, I will arrange that immediately. Taking the keys for the Pagani, Zhou Haitao summoned a staff member. Bring Mr. Lin's car over and be cautious while driving. Do not cause any damage. Rest assured, manager, that I frequently drive Lamborghinis and Ferraris. So, I will certainly be careful. Those few million cars are trivial. Mr. Lin's is a Pagani Huayra, worth nearly 30 million. That it is not comparable to ordinary sports cars. It's actually a Pagani. Upon learning that Lin Yi's car was a Pagani Huayra, the staff felt the weight of the keys in their hands significantly increase. Understood, manager, that I will be extra cautious. Very well, off you go. After speaking, Zhou Haitao turned to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, shall we head down to take a look? If there are any areas of dissatisfaction, we can rectify them in due time. Let us proceed. It would be idle to remain here. The two descended the steps into the arena. That moment. A series of roaring sounds approached from afar. 2 Porsches, an Aston Martin DB9, and a Lamborghini Aventador came around the bend and came to a halt before Lin Yi and Zhou Haitao. All 4 vehicles were luxury cars, yet the 2 Porsches paled in comparison to the Aston Martin and Lamborghini, especially the Lamborghini Aventador, which commanded a staggering price of over 9 million domestically, undoubtedly ranking among the elite luxury vehicles. Upon spotting the cars, Zhou Haitao immediately stood upright, his demeanor particularly respectful. The car doors opened in succession as Qin Han and his companions emerged, their expressions rather grim. Fat Zhou, what is the matter? Have you disregarded my words? What do you mean, young Master Qin? 3 days ago, I informed you that this place is under my control, yet you still brought people in. What were you thinking? Qin Han remarked. Do you not understand the meaning of uninvited guests? Young Master Qin, you may have misunderstood. Standing beside me is Mr. Lin Yi, who earlier today fully acquired the Zhonghai International Racetrack. This place now belongs to him. Zhou Haitao subtly shook his head. Although Qin Han's name was illustrious, when it came down to it, they were the true, uninvited guests. You claim he is the owner here? Qin Han and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this casually dressed individual had wholly bought the Zhonghai International Racetrack. To acquire such a venue would require at least tens of billions in capital. At such a young age, he must have used his family's wealth. However, to so easily mobilize tens of billions indicated that his background was likely extraordinary. Manager Zhou, I intend to take a few laps. Please clear the area of any personnel, that if there are any penalties involved, I will compensate as usual. Zhou Haitao found himself in a dilemma, standing before the illustrious Qin Han. How could someone of his humble standing dare to voice such a request? Qin Han chuckled, pulling out a pack of unwrapped cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Lin Yi. Evidently, a special supply. My apologies for any offense earlier. Please have one. Not one to turn down a friendly gesture. Lin Yi accepted the cigarette as Qin Han lit it for him. Care for a race? Lin Yi shook his head. Perhaps not. No worries. I'll give you a 10-second head start. After all, it's just for fun and means to make friends. What I mean is, you are not my match, so it's best if we forego it. Are you jesting? Chin Han pointed to his Lamborghini Aventador, stating, I spent over $9 million when I purchased this car, and after modifications, I invested an additional $300,000. The deal you truly believe I am not your rival. Performance is but one aspect. The driver's skill is paramount. If that is your stance, then I must disagree. Chin Han asserted, I have been in this circle since I was 18, and I have won numerous awards. While I may still lack the prowess of professional racers, I have never bowed to anyone in this amateur realm. Then let us race a couple of laps. I too am eager to experience the track. Where is your car? Chin Han glanced around. If you think my car is too superior, I can switch to another. No need. It's merely a Lamborghini. Chin Han and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. How could he dismiss it so casually as just a Lamborghini? Vroom. The roar of engines filled the air. Following the sound, Chin Han spotted a silver behemoth entering through the gate. What on earth is that? A Pagani Huayra? I have only seen this car in Yanjing. I cannot believe there is one here in Zhonghai. Chin Han looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. Is this car yours? Yes, it's not overly expensive, but it should be somewhat better than yours. Chin Han. This is not just a bit better. Even with the modification costs combined, it does not come close to half its value. Truly, what a display of ostentation. The Pagani came to a halt before everyone as Lin Yi remarked. Is it somewhat unfair for me to drive this car? Not quite, Chin Han replied. Your car is indeed pricey. But judging by its appearance, it seems to remain unmodified. That MY Lamborghini Aventador, however, has received over 300,000 in upgrades, and in terms of performance, it should not fall short, perhaps even surpassing yours slightly. Then let us see. Chin Han gestured to his friends. Move the cars aside to clear the track. I will race this gentleman for a couple of laps. No problem. The remaining 3 cars were parked in a designated area, with Lin Yi's Huayra and Chin Han's Aventador position on the track. The owner of the 911 remarked, Who do you think has the better chance of winning? Is that even a question? No matter how expensive Mr. Lin's Huayra is, it's a stock car. Young Master Chin's Aventador, however, has undergone modifications costing over 300,000, with every component being top-notch, making it superior in performance, coupled with his driving skills. This race is undoubtedly a one-sided affair, without a doubt, asserted the owner of the Aston Martin. Chapter 023, Racing Supercars and Driving for DiDi, who would be dazed. Vroom. The roar of engines erupted once more as Zhou Haitao stood in the center, calling out loudly, 3, 2, 1, go! At the signal, the 2 supercars leaped forth like ferocious beasts. Within mere meters, Lin Yi had already pulled ahead of Chin Han by a car length. How is this possible? The owner of the 911 exclaimed in shock. Young Master Chin's car is renowned for its acceleration. How could he have lost at the start? This unexpected turn of events left Chin Han's companions utterly dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such a scenario right from the outset. Do not panic. Old Chin's cornering skills are unparalleled, and the upcoming segment comprises consecutive turns. That is where he will showcase his true prowess, the owner of the Aston Martin remarked. Minutes later, as they neared the halfway point of the race, Chin Han's friends became increasingly anxious. The next section consisted of a series of turns, a true test of skill. What in the world is happening? Young Master Chin has already begun to decelerate in preparation for the turn, yet that Huayra shows no signs of slowing down. Is he attempting to take the turn at this speed? The owner of the 911 questioned. That's absurd. Even a professional racer would not dare to enter a turn at this speed. One miscalculation could result in catastrophic consequences. That guy must be insane. A few seconds later, Chin Han's friends stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. He just navigated 2 consecutive turns? If I am not mistaken, he must be entering the corner at a speed of at least 130 miles per hour. This guy is undoubtedly a lunatic. His car's performance pales in comparison to old Chin's Aventador. Yet he can navigate the turn at such a breathtaking speed. It's simply picturesque. After a series of bends, Lin Yi's car came to a halt before the onlookers, leading Chin Han by at least 10 seconds. As Chin Han stepped out of his vehicle, his gaze towards Lin Yi transformed into one of admiration. I concede defeat wholeheartedly, Chin Han remarked. but I am curious as to how you managed to accelerate faster than I did at the start. Because your method of starting off was flawed, naturally rendering you inferior to me. Inferior to you? Before starting, one should depress the clutch, engage first gear, rev the engine to 4,000 RPM, and carefully modulate the clutch release and throttle simultaneously. Only then, with full throttle, can one extract the engine's power efficiently before shifting gears. This is the optimal way to launch. Chin Han and the others were taken aback. After years of driving, it was the first time they had heard of such an unconventional starting technique. And what about that ultra-high-speed cornering? How did you achieve that? Lenny shrugged nonchalantly. Practice makes perfect. It's a matter of technique. Had it not been my first time on this track, I might have been even faster. Impressive, Chin Han said, giving a thumbs up. Today, I have encountered a true master. With that, Chin Han pulled out his phone. Let us connect on WeChat, my friend, we should keep in touch. All right then. Lenny took out his phone and added Chin Han on WeChat. Tonight, I'll find a place for us to hang out and enjoy a drink, just to solidify our newfound friendship. Before Lin could respond, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Ji Qingyan. Come to the company and pick me up. I need to call for a ride. Let me know when you arrive. No problem. Ji Qingyan was aware that Lin was indulging in life experiences, so she didn't insist on him coming for free. She planned to summon him over and then place her order. It seems that today is not feasible. Work has come up. After hanging up, Lenny said, let us reschedule. Work has come up. Someone needs a ride. I must go attend to it. Huh? A ride? Work? Yes, I drive for DiDi. Someone wants to place an order, and I can't refuse. Chin Han and the others looked at him incredulously. Don't tell me you're going to drive a Pagani for DiDi. What is wrong with that? Is there a problem? Oh my God, Chin Han exclaimed. You must be joking. You want to even earn back the fuel costs for a single ride. I might still make a small profit. Otherwise, how would I support my family? Chin Han, having just purchased an entire racetrack, he was now claiming to make a living driving for DiDi. How absurd. I'll take my leave. You all enjoy yourselves. Lenny waved goodbye and got into his car, heading towards Chaoyang Group. Zhou Haitao found it difficult to articulate his complex feelings, that he had initially assumed that a wealthy young man like Chin Han would be quite the player, yet he was astonished to discover that his own boss was even more adept at enjoyment. Racing cars while driving for DiDi? That was bewildering. Approximately 30 minutes later, Lenny arrived at the underground parking lot of Chaoyang Group and sent Ji Qingyan a WeChat message that he then waited in his car for her to come out. Lenny glanced around and spotted his old, dilapidated Xia Li still parked there. Lonely and forgotten, he needed to drive it to Jojo Pavilion. It was his very first car, although it had taken a back seat to his current vehicle. It still deserved proper handling. Soon, Ji Qingyan emerged from the elevator, carrying her bag. You're quite fast. I thought it would take you longer to arrive. Don't mention speed. It's rather ominous. Ji Qingyan paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. I meant no offense. You must be overthinking it. I'm about to place an order. So, keep an eye on your phone to prevent anyone else from snatching it. Rest assured, I'm watching. After successfully securing the ride, Lenny drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunsui villa. By the way, I have a class reunion tonight. You'll need to pick me up later. Why the formality? I'm just doing manual labor. When business comes knocking, how could I refuse? No one would believe you're merely doing manual labor. Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes at Lenny. At the very least, I haven't driven a Pagani yet. Lenny chuckled. Aren't you heading to a reunion? Why go home first? That is a hassle. I've been in this outfit all day. I need to change and tidy up. Just in time. I still have 8 sets of squats to complete, Lenny said. TCH. You men always think about such things. I was originally going to let it slide, but you insisted on fulfilling your promise, so I merely reminded you. Can I be blamed for that? Of course. To think you even came up with such a move. What a pig. Lenny was at a loss for words. Ji Qingyan was indeed quite innocent. Was a mere set of squats really that unrefined? Before long, Lenny drove to Yunsui Villa. They entered the house one after the other. Ji Qingyan set her bag down and said, there are drinks and coffee in the fridge. Help yourself. In that case, I shan't hold back. Ji Qingyan went upstairs while Lin headed to the fridge, grabbing a bottle of iced coffee, only to unexpectedly discover a dozen pairs of stockings inside. Instantly, the coffee lost its appeal. Chapter 024. Fulfilling Promises. Why did you put the coffee back? Ji Qingyan called from upstairs. Seeing your stockings next to the coffee made me lose my appetite. You must not have been to another woman's home before, right? Teased. How did you know? Women keep their stockings in the fridge. It prolongs their wear. Besides, all those stockings are unopened and brand new. What are you worried about? Your mind is too suggestive. Forget it. I'll just have a glass of plain water. Seeing Lin Yi genuinely not drink the iced coffee from the fridge made Ji Qingyan chuckle, finding him rather endearing. All right, help yourself to whatever you want. I need to take a shower, which might take a while. My notebook is on the dining table. Feel free to play with it. Okay. Soon. The sound of running water echoed from upstairs. With nothing to do, Lin Yi decided to take a stroll outside the villa, relishing the fresh air and pleasant scenery. When he had come yesterday, he had envied Ji Qingyan's villa, but now that feeling had dissipated. The entire Jojo pavilion belonged to him, leaving little to envy. With time to spare, Lin Yi picked up Ji Qingyan's laptop and found a movie to pass the time. After about 20 minutes, the sound of running water ceased, followed by the door opening. You have a new email on your computer, Lin Yi announced that Ji Qingyan's voice floated down from upstairs. It should be a business document. Don't worry about it. Just continue with your activities. It doesn't seem to be a business email from your company. Not a company email? It appears to be a shipping notification from some online store. Your 36D black lace lingerie has been dispatched. A silence enveloped the room for several seconds. No. Disregard it. Ji Qingyan felt she might go insane. Oh, what if it was dispatched? Why remind her through email? Moreover, it couldn't have been sent at a more inconvenient time. Did they wish to drive her mad? In reality, Ji Qingyan received such notifications every time she made a purchase, but she never paid them much mind. Ji, you have another email on your computer. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, he heard hurried footsteps descending from the second floor to Ji Qingyan, wrapped in a towel, dashed in front of Lin Yi, snatching the laptop from his hands and quickly glancing at the screen, only to find it was junk mail. It's just junk mail. Why did you call me down? This isn't my fault, Lin Yi said innocently. I was about to tell you it was junk mail when you rushed down. Lin Yi scrutinized Ji Qingyan. You didn't buy anything embarrassing, did you? Afraid I might see it? Nonsense. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Then why are you so flustered? Lin Yi chuckled. Could it be you bought a battery-operated boyfriend? Battery-operated boyfriend? What is that? Does a boyfriend even need to be charged? Let us change the subject. No more talk about boyfriends. You still haven't clarified your point. Why change the topic? Honestly, I don't wish to change the subject. But since you're exposed, I wouldn't mind if you remained like that. Lin Yi shrugged. That Ji Qingyan suddenly looked down, realizing the towel had loosened a bit, leaving her in a potentially compromising situation. Stop staring. It's not my fault. It revealed itself. Ji Qingyan knew she was in the wrong and, clutching her laptop, retreated upstairs. When she came down again, she had tidied herself up, clad in a beige wrap dress that accentuated her curves, her hair neatly pinned up and adorned with a diamond brooch on her chest. She radiated an air of elegance and sophistication. What do you think of this outfit? I do appreciate your feedback. I can't shake the feeling that you are not attending a reunion, but rather participating in a beauty pageant. That's precisely the effect I aimed for. Many female classmates are attending, and I cannot afford to be outshone. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and conceded that Ji Qingyan had a point, that in this day and age, people are exceedingly pragmatic and often judge others by their appearance. Her choice of attire was therefore quite justifiable. I think you look splendid. If you are ready, shall we set off now? If my memory serves me right, you still owe me 8 squats, don't you? Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. Ji Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, it's just 8 squats. I shall repay them now to spare you from bringing it up later. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. Lin Yi reclined on the sofa like a lord. Please commence your performance. Ji Qingyan pulled a stool over and was about to begin when she suddenly halted her movements. Would you mind drawing the curtains and checking if anyone is outside? Lin Yi was at a loss for words. You're merely doing some squats. Why does it feel akin to a clandestine affair? Have you forgotten the last time my father caught us? My mother bombarded me with calls afterward. I nearly lost face. Ji Qingyan explained. If someone with ulterior motives were to see me, I would rather not exist. Fine, since you've put it that way. I shall exert myself to close the curtains. You merely enjoy taking advantage of the situation. You're the one benefiting, aren't you? Let us not put it that way. As the president of a company, honoring one's commitments is a fundamental virtue. Always making excuses. Lin Yi drew the curtains of the 2 floor-to-ceiling windows, and the brightly lit villa was instantly cloaked in shadows. Ji Qingyan, bracing herself against the chair, blushed and began to perform 8S squats. Compared to her initial attempts, Ji Qingyan's movements displayed significant improvement, accentuated by her alluring figure. Such actions executed by Ji Qingyan were undeniably more captivating than those of any live-streaming host. I have fulfilled my promise. We are now even. Okay, please wait a moment, and we shall depart. Ji Qingyan retrieved a pair of black stockings from the refrigerator, adorning her long legs and further elongating her silhouette. After dressing, she took a moment to admire herself in the mirror. Thoroughly pleased with her appearance, let us go to Zhongtong Hailuwi. Zhonghai Hailuwi is a 5-star restaurant renowned for its seafood, having recently been awarded 3 Michelin stars. The taste and prices are absolutely top tier. Before leaving, Lin Yi gestured towards the curtains. Aren't you going to open them? No need. By the time I return, it will be dark, so I might as well leave them closed. Lin Yi nodded and stepped outside first. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he came to an abrupt stop. Why aren't we moving? Ji Qingyan inquired from behind. I ran into someone I know. You have acquaintances here? I met him just yesterday, but you might be more familiar with him. Ji Qingyan looked up, only to be taken aback as she spotted her father and mother standing in the yard. Have you two finished? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Yante Bamed broadly. Look at that. I told you he was a fine young man. Indeed, he surpasses Qingyan in height by a good margin. They appear quite compatible together. Ji Qingyan's mother, Song Minghui, chimed in with a smile that Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded. When did you arrive? We've been here for about 10 minutes, Ji and Tai replied. Seeing the curtains drawn, we thought it best not to intrude. Ji Qingyan felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Dad, Mom, please let me explain. I was just changing clothes, which is why the curtains were drawn, that it's not as you think. No need for explanations. We understand. Having been young ourselves, besides, you are a grown woman now. Such matters are perfectly normal. Song Minghui reassured her. From her gentle gaze, Lin Yi could sense a message. Their daughter had finally matured. Mom, you're rethinking too much. It really isn't what you believed. I was merely changing. All right, I won't pry further. Let's just say you were changing clothes. Ji Qingyan felt resigned. She realized that no amount of arguing would clear her name today. Enough with that expression. I know you are shy, so I will refrain from discussing it. Song Minghui continued. Now that you are adults, just be cautious. We won't meddle. At that moment, Ji and Tai interjected. Dear, they seem to be heading out. We shouldn't linger here. We can discuss matters later. Song Minghui nodded, looking kindly at Lin Yi. Xiao Lin, since you are with our Qingyan, we shall no longer regard you as a stranger. Her grandfather's birthday is in 2 days. You must come. Okay. All right. Faced with his elders, Lin Yi felt it inappropriate to refuse and nodded in agreement. That I asked for whether he would attend. That could be decided later. All right then, we won't keep you. Enjoy your outing. After offering their well wishes, Ji and Tai and Song Minghui entered their Audi A6 and departed. Ji Qingyan was left speechless, feeling as if she might just perish from embarrassment. Ji, are you still going or not? Of course. I am going. Ji Qingyan had no intention of lingering any longer. Could you please place the order? Ji Qingyan was taken aback. At this moment, you are still thinking about the order. Could you not comfort me like a decent person? Despite her annoyance, Ji Qingyan ultimately placed the order. Some matters are matters of principle. Lin Yi was unwilling to let her off the hook, and she could not compel him to do so either. Having successfully placed the order, Lin Yi escorted Ji Qingyan to Zhongtong Hailuwi. I'll call you later tonight. Okay, I'm at your service. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn and leave, a notification pinged on his phone. revealing a 5-star review from Ji Qingyan. Not bad. He adheres to the rules quite well. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for safely driving 100 kilometers. You are awarded 200,000 proficiency points. Career completion. 55. Reward. 21 equity in DiDi company. Upon seeing the rewards in his mind, Lin Yi realized he had not misread. Indeed, he had acquired 21 of the equity. It had only taken a short period, and he had become a substantial stakeholder in DiDi. Though 21 was not the maximum, it was certainly not insignificant. Exciting. In Yangqing, at the headquarters of DiDi company in the president's office, ring, 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 President Cheng Shuang's phone rang. All right. I understand that I respect your decision, and I hope we have the opportunity to work together in the future. I need the contact information of the other party. Please send it to me via private email. After a brief conversation, Cheng Shuang summoned her secretary. You called for me, President. Notify all executives at the general manager level and above to gather in the conference room. Understood, President. I will notify them right away. 10 minutes later, all the executives of DiDi company convened in the conference room. Cheng Shuang addressed the group. I just received a call informing me that 2 of our shareholders have sold a total of 21 of their shares to a man named Lin Yi. I need someone to reach out and invite him to the company. Did they really sell 21 of their shares in one go? The executives were incredulous. Given DiDi's current scale, acquiring 21 of the shares would require at least 10 billion in funds. Who exactly is this mysterious billionaire Lin Yi, who quietly acquired such a significant stake and became DiDi's second-largest shareholder? Yes, this news is absolutely true, Cheng Shuang affirmed. However, I possess little information, as all transactions were conducted over the phone. No way. Such a significant transaction was completed over the phone. Isn't that a bit hasty? It is quite possible that a secret consortium is involved, but this is merely speculation on my part. Cheng Shuang continued. What I do know is that the individual is named Lin Yi, from Zhonghai, and his contact number is 152. I need someone to reach out. Who will volunteer? President, allow me to take on this task. I am from Zhonghai and am familiar with the area. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, with long, wavy hair, dressed in a white suit, exuding an air of a powerful businesswoman. Her name was Tian Yin, DiDi's vice president, who had earned Cheng Shuang's trust. Very well, I am entrusting this task to you. Please gather as much information as possible. If you can invite him to Yangqing, that would be ideal. I will do my best. Lin Yi did not rush to leave. Instead, he took a moment to look up information about DiDi Chuxing on his phone. The headquarters is located in Yangqing, with a market value of approximately 50 billion. That if I were to sell the equity in my hands, I could at least liquidate 10 billion. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and concluded that, given his current circumstances, there seemed to be no necessity for such a liquidation, that he wasn't in need of money. Instead, he viewed this as an opportunity to nurture his assets like a hen laying eggs. Receiving several hundred million in dividends each year would be quite delightful, wouldn't it? Upon examining the attributes panel, he discovered that his professional completion rate had reached 55, which filled Lin Yi with immense joy. He only needed to complete an additional 35 to unlock a new profession. However, the system had clearly stated that upon reaching 100 completion, there would be substantial rewards. Therefore, it would be prudent to wait until he achieved that milestone before embarking on a new career. After formulating a plan, Lin Yi prepared to drive back to Jiuzhou Pavilion. That place had already become his home, and he felt it necessary to pay a visit. Ready to take an order. From the Starbucks Bun branch to the Jiuzhou Pavilion Villa area. Chapter 026. Do you think I'm short on money? Just as Lin Yi was about to pause his order taking, he heard a notification on his phone, revealing that the customer was headed to the same location. Without a second thought, he accepted the order. System tasks and professional proficiency were acquired through taking orders, and he couldn't afford to be too lazy. Besides, it was on his way, so why not? After receiving the order, Lin Yi glanced at the map. Starbucks was merely a couple of 100 meters away from Zhongtong Hailuwi, just to turn around the corner. At that moment, a tall woman stood in front of Starbucks, holding a cup of coffee and taking selfies incessantly. This angle won't do. Delete it. This one doesn't capture the Starbucks sign. That's not acceptable either. This one is perfect. This will be the one. After completing her series of selfies, the woman meticulously deleted the less satisfactory ones. ultimately posting a few of her favorites to her social media. After drinking so much coffee, I still love Starbucks the most. Why do all other coffees taste like dishwater? Once she posted on her social media, several likes from her admirers quickly flooded in, filling her with satisfaction. What on earth? Didn't they say it was only a 200-meter distance? It's been several minutes, and the car still hasn't arrived. Growing impatient as her ride had not yet shown up, she couldn't help but complain. Just then, a commotion erupted on the street. Look, it's a Pagani Huayra. The design of that car is outrageous, far more flamboyant than a Lamborghini. Compared to a Lamborghini, that car is a legend. As the Pagani approached, many people pulled out their phones to take pictures. Such exquisite vehicles were a rare sight and deserved to be captured for posterity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi's Pagani came to a halt in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Sue with the last four digits 0389? Since the order did not display the user's name, Linny could only address her in this manner. Yes, that's me. Upon seeing the Pagani parked in front of her, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was happening. Could it be that her careful grooming had attracted fortune? Please get in. Get in, really? Su Yang found it hard to believe. Could she have actually guessed correctly? Had she indeed caught the attention of a wealthy heir? Oh, okay. Opening the car door, she climbed into Lin Yi's vehicle amidst the envious glances of the onlookers. Hello, nice to meet you. Climbing into Lin Yi's car, Su Yang appeared quite reserved. Having lived over 20 years, this was her first time riding in a luxury car. Everything felt novel, but out of a sense of decorum, she refrained from taking pictures. After all, a handsome man was beside her. She had to maintain a semblance of composure. Hello, Lin Yi replied. My name is Su Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I'm also pleased to meet you. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi continued driving. I would like to ask, why did you choose me? Also, where are you taking me? Su Yang spoke cautiously, aware that the person beside her was a wealthy heir driving a Pagani. It was her first encounter with someone of such stature, and she didn't want to offend him. Now that he had extended an olive branch, perhaps her life would change for the better. I chose you. Lin Yi looked at Su Yang. Wasn't it you who called for a ride? Shouldn't it be you who chose me? Moreover, you've already specified the address, indicating you wish to go to Jiuzhou Pavilion. Why are you asking me where to go? Huh? Su Yang was momentarily flustered. What do you mean? Are you the DiDi driver? Yes. What's the matter? Who drives a sports car to work for DiDi? Su Yang retorted. It's a new service. What? Su Yang exclaimed. I was excited for nothing. It turns out you're just a DiDi driver. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. Her change of demeanor was remarkably swift. Upon realizing Lin Yi's true identity, Su Yang took out her phone and proceeded to snap over 100 photos, only stopping when she ran out of angles. Your company is quite interesting. You even have a luxury car service. Is this to create buzz? Su Yang said flippantly. Who said this car belongs to the company? Lin Yi replied, this car is mine. Stop pretending. Do you really think that will impress me? Dream on. Lin Yi was speechless. Do I seem like someone who pretends? Dude, do you think I'm stupid? Su Yang shot back. After living for so many years, I've never heard of a wealthy heir driving DiDi that you're just a lowly worker, doing this for corporate promotion. So don't flatter yourself. You can't fool me. What do you mean by lowly worker? Lin Yi countered. Aren't you also a worker? Though I too am a worker. My profession is far more prestigious than yours, Su Yang replied. So someone like you should stick to deceiving naive girls. You're not my type and don't have the qualifications to pursue me. With a screech, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing Su Yang out of her seat. What the hell is wrong with you? Slamming on the brakes like that? Su Yang shouted angrily. If you're so impressive, why don't you buy your own car and drive it? Why bother calling DiDi? Lin Yi retorted. Just seeing your surgically enhanced face makes me nauseous. Don't ruin my appetite for dinner, just get out. You lowly DiDi driver dare to insult me. Do you know who I am? I'm a consumer. I'm a god. Do you believe I will leave you a bad review? That doesn't concern me. Lin Yi felt he had been too lenient. He had only accepted the order because it was convenient. But he hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome person. Didn't you tell me to leave? Well, I won't, Su Yang declared defiantly. Today, not only will I leave you a bad review, but I will also call to complain about you. Report me if you wish. But if you don't get out, I will kick you out. Seeing Lin Yi's stern expression, Su Yang felt a twinge of anxiety that if a conflict arose, it would soil her clothes, ruining her chance to apply for a job at Jiuzhou Pavilion later. Fine. You better watch out. I won't let this go. I'll be waiting. Su Yang exited the vehicle, and Lin Yi sprayed a generous amount of car fragrance to mask the unpleasant air. Not long after driving away, he received a system notification. A bad review. It was undoubtedly from Su Yang, but Lin Yi didn't care. He wasn't afraid of that. As he approached Jiuzhou Pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Is this Lin Yi? A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Yes. This is he. What on earth is wrong with you? How dare you insult a passenger? They lodged a complaint with the headquarters, and I've been reprimanded harshly because of you. If this happens again, I will deduct money from your deposit. From the tone of the speaker, Lin Yi quickly deduced who it was. It was likely a regional agent for DiDi. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak to him in such a manner. Go ahead and deduct. Do you think I'm short on that little money? Oh, look who's gotten brave. Do you believe I can terminate your operating privileges? Lin Yi chuckled. Such threats might have had some weight before, but now, as a major shareholder of DiDi, he had no fear of them. If you dare to stop me, be sure to consider the consequences. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and spoke with indifference. Chapter 027. He is the idiotic driver. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi hung up the phone and parked the car at Jiuzhou Pavilion. The security guard at the entrance promptly welcomed him inside. Good day, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your hard work. As Lin Yi arrived at Villa No. 1, he noticed a middle-aged, portly man hurrying towards him, panting slightly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xian, the property manager of Jiuzhou Pavilion. Hello. Lin Yi extended his hand. Hello. Zhou Xian was taken aback, shaking Lin Yi's hand, that he had not expected this wealthy individual, who had bought 9 villas in one go, to be so approachable. Mr. Lin, in our property services, we will provide you with the service of a personal butler. We are currently arranging candidates and hope to dispatch someone to you soon, Zhou Xian stated. For today, I will guide you to familiarize yourself with the environment here. There's no rush regarding the environment. I will take my time to explore later, Lin Yi replied. For now, let's head inside and take a look. Of course. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Upon entering, Lin Yi was highly pleased with the modern minimalist design, which perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Overall, he was very satisfied. Mr. Lin, within the 9 villas, all the stone materials are sourced from the surface mines of the Alps, as well as the Louvre, the Palace of Versailles, and Notre Dame Cathedral. This is the exclusive material employed throughout. The furnishings in the residence are crafted from mahogany, a rare wood species, without personal connections. Such items could not possibly clear customs. Moreover, the chandelier overhead is entirely fashioned from natural crystal, and the gold threads adorning the staircase banister are painted with pure gold powder. Additionally, Zhou Xian elaborated in great detail, ultimately summarizing that everything is exorbitantly luxurious. Every object within the villa adheres to the highest standards globally. Even the tiniest screw is no exception. It was then that Lin Yi truly comprehended the meaning of opulence beyond measure. Under Zhou Xian's guidance, Lin Yi discovered that the developer had gone to great lengths to ensure comfort. Not only had they prepared daily necessities, but they had also meticulously stocked the kitchen with tea, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, an offering not typically available in ordinary upscale communities. In fact, this meticulous preparation was not standard from the outset, but rather a special arrangement made upon learning that Lin Yi had purchased a property here. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's phone rang. Yes, I understand. I need to consult Mr. Lin's opinion first. Are you looking for me? Zhou Xian hung up the call, and Lin Yi inquired. Mr. Lin, it is as follows. Our property management has expedited the selection of several private housekeepers for you, and they have all successfully passed the interviews. It is now up to you to decide who to retain, and what is required of me at this moment. Following today's final round of interviews, the 6 candidates we have shortlisted are currently in the property office. If you have time now, shall we proceed to meet them together? Zhou Xian smiled. If Mr. Lin's schedule is tight, we can certainly arrange another day. It is quite all right. I find myself rather free at the moment. Let us go and take a look. Excellent. Your participation is appreciated. Please follow me. The property management of Jojo Pavilion is housed in a two-story building, strategically situated across the road to preserve the aesthetic of the villa community. Adjacent to the sales office. Presently, in the conference room on the second floor, 5 young women of varying styles are seated, their ages ranging from 25 to 30. There is a charming girl with pigtails, a sophisticated and aloof beauty, a serene and gracious young matron, and a vibrant, slender university student, among others. In essence, women of every conceivable style can be found here, all aimed at catering to Lin Es preferences to the fullest extent. On the inner side of the second floor, in the office of the Deputy General Manager, a man and a woman are seated. The man, in his 40s, tall and slender, is Pei Hao, the Deputy General Manager of Jojo Pavilion. Beside him sits a young woman, none other than Su Yang, whom Lin Yi had encountered previously. What on earth happened? Did I not instruct you to arrive earlier? How could you be late for such an important matter? If Zhou Xian were here, you would have been dismissed on the spot. Pei Hao remarked. Do not mention it. How good that I encountered a rather foolish DiDi driver on the road, and we ended up arguing halfway. He even threw me out of the car mid-journey. Otherwise, I would have arrived much sooner. Previously, Su Yang worked at a KTV where Pei Hao was a regular customer. Their acquaintance blossomed through his generous spending, leading to them exchanging WeChat contacts. Su Yang had sought Pei Hao's assistance in securing this job. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on the past. However, I must remind you that if you succeed in securing the position of private housekeeper, such mistakes must never occur again. Rest assured, Hao Go, as long as you can help me land this job, I will certainly ensure you do not suffer any losses. The final decision does not rest solely with me. I can only advocate on your behalf and offer some advice. Ultimately, it is Mr. Lin's choice. Pei Hao's gaze lingered on Su Yang, assessing her. But I believe your qualifications surpass those of the others. Your chances of remaining are quite substantial. I share that sentiment. None of those flashy women outside can compare to me, Su Yang declared confidently, puffing out her chest that if she could secure this position, she would be afforded the opportunity to ascend. The thought brought a radiant smile to her face, envisioning the splendid life that lay ahead. Ding, ding, ding. Pei Hao's phone rang at that moment. Very well, I understand. He answered succinctly before hanging up, then rose and playfully patted Su Yang on her backside. Let us go. Zhou Xian has brought Mr. Lin over. We should head to the conference room. Yes, rest assured, Hao Go, I will not disappoint you. Do not merely speak. Demonstrate it through your actions. Of course, I understand. The two exited the office and proceeded to the adjacent conference room. Upon seeing the other 5 women, Su Yang wore a disdainful expression, dismissing them entirely. How could they ever compete with her? Just a few minutes later, the conference room door swung open, and Lin Yi entered, followed closely by Zhou Xian. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Su Yang's anger flared up immediately. The thought of their earlier encounter ignited her fury. A mere DiDi driver dared to show his face here. What right did he have? Pei Hao felt a surge of panic. Had this foolish girl lost her mind, daring to speak to Mr. Lin in such a manner? Su Yang, what on earth are you doing? As a competent private housekeeper, maintaining composure is the most basic principle. Su Yang's outburst was utterly inappropriate. Hao Go, he is the idiot DiDi driver I encountered on the road. Chapter 028. The Pursuer of Ji Qingyan. What is the matter with this woman? How did she end up here? Lin Yi was equally taken aback to encounter Su Yang. Given her demeanor, it appeared she was here to apply for the position of private housekeeper. What relationship do we share? A lowly DiDi driver dares to come here. Do you even comprehend where this is? Su Yang crossed her arms defiantly, looking down at Lin Yi. The memory of being scolded and thrown out of the car fueled her rage. Slap! Pei Hao, unable to contain himself, delivered a sharp slap across Su Yang's face. Are you out of your mind, daring to speak to Mr. Lin like that? Su Yang was stunned. Why? Why did you hit me? Mr. Lin is the owner of Jojo Pavilion. Do you truly think I needed a reason to strike you? He is the owner of Jojo Pavilion. Su Yang's jaw dropped in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. He is just a DiDi driver. How could he possibly be the owner? Su Yang protested. I arrived here in his car. I still have the order on my phone. Is it not possible for a DiDi driver to purchase a villa in Jojo Pavilion? Lin countered. This. Suddenly, Su Yang experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had misunderstood. That Pagani Zonda could very well be his car, and his driving for DiDi might indeed be an attempt to experience life. Mr. Lin, I realize my mistake. Please do not hold it against me that I beg for another chance. Zhou Xian, please escort this individual out. The conference room is filled with the scent of green tea, which is rather overwhelming. The other women couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Mr. Lin certainly had a sense of humor. If only they could secure a position working for such a handsome and wealthy man. They would gladly accept a lower salary. Miss Su, you are not welcome here. Please leave at once, or I shall be forced to call security. Su Yang turned to Pei Hao, her last glimmer of hope. You better watch out. Get lost. Pei Hao snapped, realizing that if Mr. Lin learned of his acquaintance with her, he too could face consequences. Without further ado, Pei Hao seized Su Yang and dragged her away to spare himself from any fallout. The conference room fell silent as the remaining candidates anxiously awaited their fate, determined to leave a positive impression on Mr. Lin to increase their chances. Mr. Lin, these remaining 5 are the private housekeepers we have shortlisted for you, Zhou Xian stated. Lin surveyed the 5 women, finding them all reasonably attractive, yet lacking in the desired elegance. I am not particularly satisfied. Lin shook his head. Send them all home. Provide each with 5,000 yuan as compensation for their time, and I will reimburse you later. Zhou Xian inwardly sighed. The 5 candidates had been meticulously selected, yet Mr. Lin found none of them to his liking. How discerning the tastes of the wealthy truly are. The 5 women who were not chosen felt disheartened. Although they would receive a 5,000 yuan compensation, not being able to secure a position was still a disappointment. Upon returning home alone, Lin took another leisurely stroll around before indulging in a relaxing bath, thoroughly enjoying himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At around 9 in the evening, Ji Qingyin sent a WeChat message. Come pick me up at Zhongtang Hailuwi. I'll be done shortly. All right. After hanging up, Lin grabbed his car keys and headed out, parking in the restaurant's parking lot. When will you be out? Lin inquired via WeChat. Soon. Just give me a few minutes. There is a lounge area in the lobby where you can wait. Yi Qingyan replied thoughtfully. Okay. Bored and seeking distraction, Lin made his way to the lobby, ordered a cup of coffee, and initiated a live stream on his phone to pass the time. Just a few minutes later, the elevator doors opened, and a group of over 10 individuals emerged. Yin, it's been ages since we gathered together. Let's find a place to enjoy a second round later, said a woman, noticeably shorter than Ji Qingyin, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly having indulged a bit too much. It's getting late. I must head back. What are you worried about? With our gallant protector Ding around, you'll surely be escorted home safely after the fun. Rest assured, the man named Ding, clad in a casual suit and sporting a Cartier watch, remarked with a smile. Yin, we're classmates. It's been several years since we last met. Now that we finally have a chance to reunite, we must make the most of it. Who knows when we'll have this opportunity again? But I have work to attend to when I return, and I've already summoned a ride. A ride? Is it DiDi? Yes. Ji Qingyin nodded in affirmation. Yin, DiDi isn't safe nowadays, the shorter woman interjected. There have been several reports in the news about drivers harboring ill intentions towards attractive young women. I've seen those news stories too, chimed in another girl. Qingyin, with your figure and looks, even a driver without ulterior motives would be tempted to commit a crime that I think it's best if Ding takes you home. In their school days, the two had been a golden couple, and now everyone was eagerly trying to pair them up. It's fine. The DiDi driver is a friend of mine, so there is no need to worry, Ji Qingyin explained. Yin, you impressive. You even know someone of that caliber. Ji Qingyin's classmates could not fathom her associations that a prestigious university graduate from a well-off family, thriving in her entrepreneurial endeavors. How could she possibly know someone who drives for DiDi? Such lowly individuals seemed worlds apart from someone like her. Ji Qingyin smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as she surveyed her surroundings. Then, she spotted Lin on the lobby's sofa. Lin As Ji Qingyin approached, Lin stood up. Let us go. Yin, is he your friend? Ji Qingyan's female classmates were taken aback upon seeing Lin, that he was extraordinarily handsome, fit to debut in the limelight. No wonder Yin Yan has such a friend. His looks are exceptional. Indeed. If it were me, I wouldn't mind being friends with him, several girls whispered amongst themselves, prompting a few boys to interject. You all graduated from prestigious institutions. Yet here you are, acting like infatuated schoolgirls, remarked Wu Yonghua, who had been Ding Yi's roommate during university and shared a close bond with him. We're merely appreciating. What's the use of being handsome? Wu Yonghua scoffed. No matter how good-looking, he is still just a DiDi driver. And what's wrong with that? Lin Yi retorted. Nothing much, Wu Yonghua replied with a teasing smile. I just think you're quite fortunate to know a friend like Qing Yan. What is wrong with being friends with her? I am not some sycophant. I don't feel honored, Lin Yi responded. Your friend doesn't seem particularly impressive, but her temper is quite something, Wu Yonghua laughed. Driving for DiDi and yet feeling superior. Ji Qingyan's expression shifted slightly. He indeed possesses that kind of merit. Qingyan. Dante joke. What merit can a DiDi driver have? Wu Yonghua continued. With ego's caliber, he should easily eclipse him. What nonsense are you spouting? Ding Yi interjected. Regardless, he is still Qingyan's friend. Let us maintain a level of civility. Every profession has its distinguished individuals. We should not look down upon anyone. That is true, Wu Yonghua replied. While professions may not be judged by their status, salaries certainly are. You, a Harvard PhD, return home with a $60 million investment, and not long ago bought a fully loaded Mercedes G-Class outright, that I doubt he'll ever afford such a car driving for DiDi. The women nodded in agreement. Though the remarks were harsh, they were undeniably accurate. Just recently, Ding Yi returned from abroad, and investors approached him directly for a $60 million investment. He might be handsome, but he'd likely never earned such a sum in his lifetime. Thus, his comments did seem a tad arrogant. Ji Qingyan felt speechless, even a bit embarrassed. Had she known they would act this way, she would have skipped this reunion altogether. It's getting late. Let us head back, Ji Qingyan suggested. As the two exited, Ding Yi and the others followed suit. Just as they stepped outside, a white Mercedes G-Class illuminated its headlights. What a splendid vehicle, several women exclaimed. My husband adores this car, but alas, we are financially constrained and ended up with a Prado instead. They say owning a Mercedes G-Class is the ultimate dream for every man. Ding Yi, you must be quite the sentimental soul. I just bought it on a whim, Ding Yi replied. Primarily because it's relatively affordable, costing just over $2 million while within my budget. Haha, ego, saying it's not expensive is quite pretentious. A car over $2 million isn't exactly pocket change, is it? Wu Yonghua remarked. Honestly, once I've worked hard for a few more years, I'll buy a sports car. That's the real ultimate dream for a man. I recall you mentioning in university that your favorite car was the Pagani Huayra. Once you buy it, make sure to let us experience what it feels like, Wu Yonghua added. Let us forget about the Huayra, Ding Yi lamented. Its price in the domestic market has skyrocketed to over $28 million. Even if I work hard my entire life, I might only afford a Lamborghini. The Huayra is simply beyond my imagination. Hey, Ding, look, it seems there is a Huayra parked over there. Upon hearing another boy's words, Ding Yi and the others turned to look, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment. My goodness, it truly is a Huayra. They all rushed over to catch a closer glimpse of the ultra-luxurious sports car worth $28 million. Ding Yi, is this your ultimate dream? One girl inquired. Indeed. Ding Yi sighed wistfully. This car features a 6.0L twin-turbo V12 engine, with a maximum output exceeding 700 horsepower, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds. There are hardly any in the whole of Huaxia. I never expected to encounter one here in Zhonghai. The wealthy in Zhonghai are simply abundant, Wu Yonghua remarked. Though we have all achieved success, in the eyes of the top-tier rich, we're probably inconsequential. Isn't that the truth? Ding Yi chuckled. Let us just stick to earning money. If I can't afford a Huayra, I'll at least get myself a Lamborghini to enjoy. Cough. Cough, cough. Standing behind them, Lin Yi cleared his throat a few times. After watching for so long, surely you're done. Can you make way? What's the matter? Do you want to see too? Wu Yongwu teased. Go ahead. But don't touch it. If you scratch it, it could reflect poorly on Qingyan. Lin pressed the button for the car key in his pocket. The xenon headlights of the Pagani illuminated, and the gull-wing doors slowly opened like wings. This action left Ding Yi and the others in awe. What on earth? Is the owner here? Ding Yi furrowed his brow. Perhaps seeing us standing here displeased the owner. We should step back. That's a possibility. This car is worth nearly 30 million. If anything were to happen to it, not only would the owner be upset, but we couldn't afford to pay for any damages. Indeed, the group began to retreat, wary of provoking the owner. Hey kid, the owner is here, and you're just standing there. Move aside. Don't embarrass yourself. Ji Qingyan felt utterly mortified, wondering how she ended up with such superficial classmates. Let us go. All right. Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan got into the car, leaving Ding Yi and the others dumbfounded. Kid, what are you doing? If the owner sees you, you won't even know how you died. Before Wu Yongwu could finish, he fell silent, for he had noticed the car key in Lin Yi's hand. They stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. This car is yours. Is that not allowed? Lin Yi repeated. But you're just a DiDi driver. How could this car possibly belong to you? Who said a Pagani couldn't belong to a DiDi driver? Lin Yi chuckled. Don't let your poverty limit your imagination. With these words, Ding Yi and the others froze in place, their faces painted with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Driving a Pagani while working for DiDi, you rich second-generation heirs sure know how to have fun. As they watched the Pagani's taillights fade into the distance, they mused, indeed, someone who can win over Qingyan is no ordinary individual. Sigh. I knew it. Given Qingyan's status, how could she possibly ride in a regular DiDi? Turns out her boyfriend is a top-tier rich heir. Driving for DiDi is merely a pastime. Linny, I'm sorry. I had no idea they would be so superficial. Ji Qingyan apologized. It's all right, Linny casually remarked. Are we heading home? Ji Qingyan pondered for a moment and replied, I had a glass of red wine earlier and now feel a bit dizzy. Let us take a stroll outside to clear my head. That sounds good. A breath of fresh air will help dispel the effects of the alcohol. Ji Qingyan fiddled with her phone, saying, I've already placed the order. Hurry and grab it. Initially, Linny hadn't intended to accept payment, but since she had taken the initiative to place the order, he decided not to be impolite. Soon, Ji Qingyan's order appeared on his phone screen, and Lin Yi adeptly secured it. System task. Obtain a 5-star review. Reward. 100,000 proficiency points. Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Yi realized that since he began driving for DiDi, he had already received 6 5-star reviews. Now, he was on his 7th order, and if all went well, he would complete the task by tomorrow. 100,000 proficiency points signified a 10 completion rate for his profession. The mere thought was exhilarating. Chapter 030. Do they dare to stop my car? Humming a little tune, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan arrived at the seaside by evening. The beach was sparsely populated, and the white waves glistened prominently under the distant lights. Lin Yi glanced to his right and unexpectedly spotted his own Jiuzhou pavilion. While others had to drive specifically to see the sea, he merely needed to roll down his window. The life of the affluent was indeed mundane and monotonous. Turn your head, Ji Qingyan instructed as he parked the car. Are you changing into a swimsuit? I didn't bring a swimsuit. What am I supposed to change into? Ji Qingyan replied, I just want to walk on the beach and take off my stockings. It's just removing stockings. It's not like you're changing clothes, he teased. I'm wearing a dress. So you must turn your head, she insisted. You're not exactly naked underneath. What is there to be afraid of? Ji Qingyan pinched him at the waist, saying, What kind of person do you think I am? Women are such peculiar creatures. If someone sees them in their undergarments, they scream harassment. Yet at the beach, they flaunt bikinis for all to see. Isn't that odd? That is not the same, Ji Qingyan retorted. Everyone dresses like that at the beach, and besides, I've never worn a bikini. How about I take off my clothes too? That way, we'll be even, and you can change, he suggested. Pervert, Yi Qingyan exclaimed. If you don't turn around, I'll just change down there. No, please stay in the car. Lin Yi turned his head, avoiding any accusation of being a rogue. However, the reflection in the car window might still reveal some things that as she removed her black stockings. Ji Qingyin's fair legs were unveiled. Curvaceous and alluring, it must be said, the sight of her removing her stockings was undeniably enticing. Such a scene was best savored slowly by oneself. Let us go. We'll take a walk on the beach. Absolutely. Once on the beach, Ji Qingyin slipped off her high heels, and the sea breeze tousled her long hair, momentarily blurring the lines between her beauty and that of the ocean. By the way, there is something I want to tell you, she said after a while. What is it? While we were eating, my dad called, but he said that when Grandpa has his birthday, you must come along. And how do you feel about that? I know you're reluctant to go, and I tried to decline for you. But they insisted, wanting me to bring you, so. Ji Qingyin spoke shyly. So, am I supposed to pretend to be your boyfriend? Linny asked. Ji Qingyin nodded, embarrassed. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. I haven't to even mention being at a disadvantage. Yet you're already playing the victim. All right, considering your enthusiastic performance of the S-squat earlier, I'll accompany you to deal with them. You have a conscience, she replied. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyin felt considerably more comfortable. The evening sea breeze is a bit chilly. Let us head back. No problem. Ji Qingyin took out her phone. I'll place an order. No need. This ride is on me. All the orders I've picked up these past few days have been from you. I can't be choosy when it comes to taking advantage. You're the real sheep here. The two returned to the car and drove toward Ji Qingyin's Yinshui villa. Oh, why are all the lights at Jojo Pavilion on? Ji Qingyin asked curiously. Isn't that normal? Linny replied. Otherwise, it would be quite eerie in the darkness. You might not know this, Ji Qingyin said. Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Zhonghai. With 9 distinct styles, each costing over 800 million, that IT has been completed for more than 6 months. But due to its exorbitant price, none have sold, so at night, most of the lights are off. This is the first time I'm seeing Jojo Pavilion's night view. Then let me drive closer and show you. All right, it's a good way to pass the time. Lin Yi and Ji Qingyin arrived at the entrance of Jojo Pavilion. When this land was up for auction, our company participated, but our budget fell short and we were eliminated in the first round. That I never expected it would be turned into such a luxurious residence. As a female, so, you shouldn't be this envious, he teased. I'm not envious of the houses here, but I've heard the scenery inside is stunning, with rare plants planted throughout, Ji Qingyin said as she adjusted her hair. I've also heard that the swimming pool inside is filled with airlifted water. I wonder if that is true. What is the big deal? I can take you for a swim, and you'll see for yourself. Stop. Hold on. Ji Qingyin quickly interrupted Linny. This is private property. Do you think it's just an ordinary neighborhood where you can waltz in? Linny chuckled. I'm driving a Pagani Huayra. Do they dare to stop my car? Even if you were driving a Boeing 747. As long as you're not a resident of Jojo Pavilion, they would dare to stop you. I don't believe that. I think you're overly confident. Ji Qingyin rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said, let us just look from the outside. Don't harbor any unrealistic ideas. Don't say that. What if I really can get in? If you really manage to get in, I'll take a swim and let you feast your eyes. Ji Qingyin replied with a smile that he wouldn't even dare to enter, let alone swim naked. Then I really must try. With that, Linny started the car and drove toward the entrance. Are you insane? You really want to go in? Ji Qingyin exclaimed. You're a wealthy second generation. Isn't it embarrassing to be thrown out? It's fine. I have thick skin. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. But I am. Ji Qingyin protested. Let us go. I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? You said you wanted me to feast my eyes. If I don't take it seriously, wouldn't I be a fool? Pervert, retorted. But you should also know your limits. They won't let you in. How would I know if I don't try? Ji Qingyin was at a loss for words. She realized she couldn't persuade him otherwise. Was Lin Yi overly confident? Such arrogance could lead to trouble. Linny drove to the entrance of Jojo Pavilion, while Ji Qingyin felt anxious. She had no idea what would happen next, but she was certain it wouldn't be good. Just then, Ji Qingyin noticed over a dozen people rushing out from the guardhouse, all wearing security uniforms and sporting serious expressions. That Ji Qingyin's heart raced. The management at Jojo Pavilion was exceedingly strict. To stop Lin Yi, they had dispatched such a large force. What if Lin Yi ended up in a confrontation? Just then, she saw the security personnel forming two lines, saluting toward the car. What surprised her most was that the gate opened automatically. No one came forward to stop them. Chapter 031. I bought the entire Jojo Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was stunned. This was completely different from her expectations. Why did the gate open? And why are they saluting you? Perhaps it's because I'm driving a Pagani, Lin Yi replied casually. Yikvingyan? IS&T Jojo Pavilion, supposed to be the villa with the highest security level. Just because Lin Yi was driving a Pagani, they let him in. Wasn't he that a bit too hasty? Driving into the villa area, Lin Yi found a spot to park the car and prepared to take Ji Qingyan for a walk. Although it was dark, the villa area was brightly lit, making it perfect for sightseeing with a serene ambience. Let us go. Let us take a stroll. Ji Qingyan took a moment to calm herself before accepting this new reality. Once out of the car, her gaze was captivated by the scenery within the villas. Standing in the villa area felt like being in a tropical rainforest. Lin Yi, look, there are actually fruits on the trees. Ji Qingyan exclaimed excitedly, spotting the fruit trees for the first time within the villa area. Don't be so shocked. If you want to eat some, I can pick a few for you, Lin Yi offered. Ji Qingyan shook her head. No need to eat. Just looking is fine. The two walked a little further and came upon an artificial river about 5 meters wide that a wooden bridge spans above. Adorned with vibrant koi swimming in schools, exuding an exquisite natural beauty. Lin Yi possesses considerable knowledge about fish. The exquisite variety of koi here is unmistakably imported from the island nation. The larger specimens command a price of no less than 100,000 each. This pond's fish must be worth several million at the very least. Crossing the artificial river, they arrive at a sprawling swimming pool of approximately 300 square meters. Reputed to be the largest outdoor pool in Shanghai. Ahem, General Ji, did you not mention earlier that if I could bring you in, you would allow me to feast my eyes on this picturesque pool? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ji Qingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, sensing a profound malice from the world around her. The last time at the Peninsula Hotel was similar. And now this. What is the deal? Though she is a woman, she still desires dignity. I don't have a swimsuit. How can I swim? Perhaps another day. Ji Qingyan said with a smile, her demeanor hinting at a playful innocence. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, she felt a sudden urge to dive. It had been ages since she last swam, and her skills had become somewhat rusty. However, the circumstances did not permit it. Very well, I'll make a note of this, and we can revisit it later. Rest assured, I, Ji Qingyan, am a woman of my word. You men, all of you are nothing but lecherous wolves. Oh, come on, don't generalize. I'm merely encouraging you to be a person of integrity. Humph, Ji Qingyan remarked. This place is too vast. It seems we won't be able to explore it all in one go. Let's head back for now. Leaving already. Aren't we going to take a look inside the villa? Lin Yi replied, reluctant to part ways now that they were at the doorstep. The journey from Jojo Pavilion to Yunshui Villa took an hour round trip. With that time, they might as well enjoy themselves a bit longer. Take a look inside the villa. Ji Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. Put away such unrealistic notions. The fact that we can even visit the courtyard is already a stroke of luck. If you dare to trespass into the villa, you might find yourself in a heap of trouble. There is no one inside the villa. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi said, you're in your 20s. Don't be so timid. Ji Qingyan was at a loss for words. This isn't about being timid. It's illegal. Did you not say that Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai? Don't you want to see inside? Of course I do, Ji Qingyan teased, but this is a matter of principle that I won't engage in any unlawful activities. However, when you get caught, I can assist you in finding a lawyer. How cowardly. With that, Lin Yi strode towards Villa Number 1 that Ji Qingyan was taken aback. Is he out of his mind? Is he really going inside? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ji Qingyan hurriedly followed him in her high heels, grasping his arm to pull him back. You'll get us in trouble. Let us go. Lin Yi remained unfazed, placing his hand on the fingerprint door lock. Beep, welcome home. In that instant, it felt as if the world had fallen silent. Ji Qingyan stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. What? What just happened? What else could it be? Just a warm welcome home. Is this your house? I just bought it yesterday. Ji Qingyin suddenly understood. No wonder the security guard saluted upon seeing Lin Yi's car when they entered. It wasn't merely because he drove a nice vehicle, but because he was the owner. Grabbing a handful of Lin Yi's side, Ji Qingyin huffed. You tricked me. Well, you never asked, Lin Yi chuckled. Come on. Let us go inside. I think you were just trying to pull a fast one on me. With that, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyin stepped inside together. Over the years of working, Ji Qingyin had visited many villas and had always thought her Yinshui villa was quite nice. While some villas might be more luxurious, the difference was minimal. However, compared to Jojo Pavilion, her Yinshui villa was incomparable, truly deserving of the title of the finest mansion. Lin Yi, you must have spent quite a fortune on this villa, Ji Qingyin inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure, but it's probably around several billion, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. The house was provided by the system. He couldn't claim he spent no money, so he casually mentioned a figure. You're trying to deceive me again. How am I deceiving you? Isn't the villa at Jojo Pavilion worth several billion? I work in real estate. You can't fool me. Ji Qingyin asserted. The most expensive villa number 1 is priced at about 2 billion. How could it possibly cost several billion? With that amount of money, you could buy the entire Jojo Pavilion. Indeed, I bought the entire Jojo Pavilion. Ji Qingyin was stunned. Her sharp intellect seemed to falter. You. What did you just say? You bought the entire Jojo Pavilion. Once the houses are built, they are meant to be sold, that I've purchased everything. It shouldn't be that surprising. Is your money just blowing in from the wind? It's even easier than that. Ji Qingyin had no retort, as she found herself lacking in counter-arguments, and no wonder he wanted to drive for DiDi to experience life. He must be utterly bored. I want to be sending you home tonight. Just stay here. Choose whichever room you'd like to sleep in. All right then, I want to be polite. It's perfect since you can drop me off at work tomorrow, Ji Qingyin said. But do you have any nightwear? I live here alone. How would I have ladies' nightwear? I want to be peeking at you while you sleep. Chapter 032. Go and call Wang Tianlong. Who sleeps naked? Ji Qingyin said, feeling embarrassed. You wealthy folks have so many demands. Ji Qingyin was speechless. You're wealthier than I am. Mind you, upon reaching the fitting room on the second floor, Lin Yi found a set of his own nightwear for Ji Qingyin. You can wear this. It's all new. When it came to nightwear, Ji Qingyin didn't mind the gender distinction. As long as it was wearable, it sufficed. Holding the nightwear, she headed to the bathroom to prepare for a shower and sleep. Lin Yi paid her no mind, retreating to the master bedroom to sleep. After a shower, Ji Qingyin lay in the bedroom, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Who exactly is Lin Yi? How could he be so wealthy? Why had she never heard of him before? Early the next morning, Lin Yi rose early. After they both finished washing up, he drove Ji Qingyin to her company, swiftly receiving her 5-star review. Noticing the task progress in his mind had reached 810. He realized that as long as he secured 2 more orders today, the task would be complete. He wondered what explosive rewards the system would bestow this time. After dropping Ji Qingyin off, Lin Yi drove to the Peninsula Hotel. After a busy morning, he hadn't eaten yet and decided to grab a bite first. Just as he parked, he spotted Wang Tianlong. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Lin Yi no did come. Let us grab something to eat. I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. No need. I'm just here for a quick breakfast that I no need for any fanfare. Go about your business. I can manage on my own. The hotel was now his, and the mid-level management already recognized his presence. However, the ordinary staff might still be unaware of who he was. This was a perfect opportunity to observe their work ethic. Understood. I'll get back to it. Wang Tianlong acknowledged, continuing with his tasks as Lin Yi made his way up to the second floor. The second floor of the hotel housed a restaurant, helmed by a Michelin 3-star chef, a fitting standard for the grandeur of the Peninsula Hotel. In the morning, the breakfast crowd was moderate, with only a few tables occupied. Lin Yi found an empty seat, perused the menu, and ordered several signature dishes to sample the flavors. Look, that guy is so handsome. Some girls at the neighboring table began to discuss upon seeing Lin Yi. He really is quite handsome. I wish I could get his WeChat. Then go for it. If you take the initiative, there might be a story waiting to unfold. Lin Yi's presence instantly became the focal point for the women in the restaurant, their glances occasionally drifting in his direction. "What are you staring at?" a man remarked to his girlfriend. "Hey, I was just taking a look. That guy's pretty good looking. He could just be a pretty boy. You know how those guys at clubs look?" "What are you talking about? Just because someone is good looking doesn't mean they're a pretty boy? What kind of mindset is that?" "I'm just saying. I think you're just jealous." After placing his order, Lin Yi handed the menu to the waiter. "Lin Yi." Just as he was waiting for his food, he heard someone call his name. Upon seeing the speaker, Lin Yi felt the world had shrunk. Yesterday, Ji Qingyan had just fired Yu Lily, and unexpectedly, he encountered her at his hotel today. "What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to apply here." "It is indeed quite a coincidence," Yu Lily replied, crossing her arms and looking down at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, I underestimated you. I never thought you'd manage to cling to General G's legs so stealthily that I fire you, and then you go and complain, leading to my dismissal. Quite impressive, isn't it? Do you think this is an appropriate time to say such things? I'm still a guest at the Peninsula Hotel. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to treat a guest this way? You dare to call yourself the god of the Peninsula Hotel?" Yu Lily scoffed. "Why can't I? You would do well to take a moment to reflect upon your own character. You are merely a kept man, a sugar baby to a wealthy woman, and you truly believe yourself to be of high status." As Yu Lily and Lin Yi engaged in a heated argument, a nearby waiter hurried over and whispered in her ear, "Manager Yu, this guest seems rather extraordinary. It would be wise to temper your words." "Extraordinary? I know all about him," Yu Lily scoffed. "He was once under my command, and having been blessed with good looks, he latched onto the leg of the group as president. That in reality, he is nothing more than a pretty face. Without his wealthy mistress, he would never afford a meal at the Peninsula Hotel." Upon hearing Yu Lily's remarks, the other patrons in the restaurant wore expressions of disdain. "Thank goodness I didn't ask for his WeChat earlier. Turns out he's just a kept man. The thought alone is nauseating." It's true. One can never truly know a person's heart. He looked quite refined, yet I was mistaken about his character. We ought to learn from this experience. We can't just rush towards every handsome face, lest we find ourselves in a similar predicament. The couple seated at another table reacted differently upon learning of Lin Yi's true identity. "See, I told you he was just a pretty face. Now do you believe me?" the man said, filled with pride and contempt. "You are right. I detest men who rely on wealthy women, instead of working hard with their own hands. They resort to cunning tricks that it's simply revolting. Well, he may have a slightly higher appeal than I do, but in every other regard, he cannot compare to me. Even if I were to beg, I would never resort to relying on a wealthy woman." Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Yi smiled and said, "I have no time for your prattle. Summon Wang Tianlong." "Oh, quite impressive. You even know our manager's name. But let me tell you, even if you fetch Manager Wang, it will be of no use that we have our connections. He wouldn't dare to act against me because of a lowly customer like you. Then you may call him. I wish to know his stance." "Very well. Out of respect for our past as colleagues, I shall enlighten you about the harsh realities of this world." With that, Yu Lily turned to the waiter beside her. "Go fetch Manager Wang." "No need to call. I'm already here." Wang Tianlong grunted as he approached from a distance. Yu Lily stepped forward. "Brother Long, I suspect this individual is engaging in inappropriate behavior. I recommend that the hotel security remove him to preserve the dining environment for other guests." Wang Tianlong, incensed, pointed a finger at Yu Lily, berating her vehemently. "Are you blind? The gentleman before you is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel. You dare to claim he has behaved inappropriately. You must wish to lose your job. Pack your things and leave." Chapter 033. I am indeed a shareholder of DiDi. Yu Lily was taken aback, her ears seemingly deceiving her. "Manager Wang, what did you just say? He is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel?" "Indeed, just the day before yesterday, President Lin fully acquired the Peninsula Hotel." "How dare you speak to President Lin in such a manner? I suggest you pack your belongings and depart." Upon learning of Lin Yi's identity, the patrons present were left in a state of shock. My goodness! That handsome gentleman is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel. How extraordinarily young and accomplished. We have completely misjudged him. How could such a dashing and affluent young man possibly be a mere pretty face? It seems that every handsome individual holds an extraordinary identity. We have underestimated him. Assuming the worst, the couple at another table exchanged awkward glances. Well, you've been proven wrong that he is quite the gentleman, yet you labeled him as a pretty face. Your mindset is problematic. It seems I must reconsider our relationship. Lily stared at Lin E in disbelief. Linny, are you truly the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? Her voice trembled, clearly shaken. Didn't team manager Wang just inform you of my identity? Do you believe he would lie? If you truly possess such a background, why did you work at Chaoyang Group before? I was merely experiencing life? Is that so wrong? Enough with the nonsense, Wang Tianlong interjected. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Don't embarrass yourself any further. Lin Yi, please hear me out. I recognize my past mistakes, that I often targeted you while at Chaoyang Group, and I now understand the error of my ways. That I beg you, grant me another chance. I might consider giving you that chance. But it ultimately depends on whether Wang Tianlong dares to keep you. Wang Tianlong shuddered. He was certain that if he extended an opportunity to you, Lily, he too would be packing his bags. Stop wasting time. Don't disrupt President Lin's meal. Finally, Wang Tianlong summoned security to escort you, Lily, out, preventing her from causing any further trouble. President Lin, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. No problem. Please inform them to expedite the service. I am quite hungry. Of course. I will instruct the kitchen to hurry. After finishing his meal, Lin stretched lazily, preparing to resume his DiDi driving. With 2 orders remaining, he would soon claim the system's rewards. Excitement bubbled within him. Suddenly, his phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Good day, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Yin, the Senior Vice President of DiDi. And what can I do for you? As it happens, you acquired 21 of our shares yesterday. That is the second largest shareholder. I wish to discuss matters with you. Do you have a moment? Receiving the call from DiDi did not surprise Linny. The system had facilitated the acquisition of their shares, and it was only natural for them to reach out. However, he preferred to complete his tasks first. I'm a bit busy at the moment. Let us talk later. Understood. I will call you back shortly. Tian Yin was polite and refrained from unnecessary chatter. As a professional, she recognized that individuals like Lin valued their time immensely. Wasting even a second could lead to ill feelings, so she promptly ended the call. Shortly after hanging up, Tian Yin received another call from President Cheng Shuang. What is the situation? Has Lin Dong agreed to meet with you? Not yet. He mentioned he was busy, that I hung up and planned to call him back later. Cheng Shuang fell silent for a few moments. Do you have any other plans? I intend to visit Jilishi, our largest agency in the coastal region, to address any issues that may arise. That I have some free time now. You may proceed as you see fit, but ensure it does not interfere with important matters. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Exiting the Peninsula Hotel, Tian Yin took out her phone, preparing to call for a ride. That is a high-ranking executive at DiDi. She had developed the habit of summoning cars whenever needed, which allowed her to better understand the specific operational conditions. Nearby in the parking lot, Lin had just opened the DiDi app and spotted a suitable order. Ready to accept an order from the Peninsula Hotel to Jilishi Limited. Without hesitation, he snatched the order. He wouldn't let anyone else take business from right under his nose. Successfully claiming the ride, Linny drove to the hotel entrance. Upon seeing a silver Pagani approach him, Tianyan couldn't help but marvel. While the economy in Yangqing was thriving, encountering a car of Pagani's caliber was a rare sight indeed. Truly, the Middle Sea was extraordinary. Moreover, the driver appeared quite handsome. Are you Ms. Tian, with the last digits 6888? Yes, that's me. Tian Yin paused for a moment. And you are? Didn't you just call for a ride? Yes, but I requested DiDi. I am indeed a DiDi driver. Please get in. Tian Yin took a moment to process this. You are a DiDi driver? Does it not seem so? Not really. Tian Yin felt a bit disoriented. When did her company become so impressive that its drivers could afford to drive a Pagani? But I assure you, I am a DiDi driver. Please step inside. All right. Regardless of the situation, Tian Yin was a professional and quickly adapted to Lin Yi's identity. Although she had long attained financial freedom, it was her first time riding in such a high-end vehicle, far superior to her BMW 7 Series. Are you driving a Pagani for DiDi to experience life? One could say that, Lenny replied with a smile. This passenger seemed relatively normal, and completing this order should pose no problem. The current generation of wealthy heirs certainly knows how to have fun. They even flirt with such unconventional methods. I can imagine many young women getting into your car and exclaiming how warm it is. Lenny observed that Tian-Yin possessed a similar aura to Ji Qing-yin, both exuding the charisma of formidable career women. However, in comparison, Ji Qing-yin appeared to be somewhat more innocent. Hearing you say, that makes me seem like a scumbag, Lenny remarked. Is it wrong to drive a sports car while also taking on ride-hailing jobs? Well, it's permissible, but I must caution you to be mindful of your words and actions, that if you tarnish the reputation of the ride-hailing company, be wary of being suspended from operations. You might find yourself without any opportunities to charm the ladies in the future, Tian-Yin said with a smile. You think you can just suspend me on a whim? Absolutely, Tian-Yin replied, gazing at Lin Yi with amusement. I am a senior vice president at the ride-hailing company. Do you not think I have the authority to suspend you? Puffed. You're all talk, relying solely on your words, Lenny countered. You claim to be a senior vice president, while I could just as easily assert that I'm a shareholder. Tian-Yin burst into laughter, her mirth causing the peaks nearby to tremble. She then produced her work ID from her bag and waved it in front of Lenny. This is our identification. I truly am a vice president at the ride-hailing company. I'm not deceiving you. I genuinely am a shareholder, Lenny replied. I acquired 21 of your company's shares yesterday. And you just called me to arrange a meeting. Chapter 034. Suspended from operations, Tian-Yin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a slight rush of oxygen deprivation. The acquisition of shares was known only to a select few executives within the company and had not yet been disclosed externally. Unless there was a significant oversight, there was no way an outsider could be privy to this information. Furthermore, Lin Yi had just mentioned that she called him. This meant that the individual sitting in front of her was likely one of the company's new shareholders. You are Mr. Lenny. Indeed, that is correct, Lenny confirmed. Tian-Yin's chest rose and fell rapidly. She had never anticipated encountering such a fortuitous coincidence. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. I hope you can overlook it. No worries. Just give me a 5-star rating later, Lenny said. Absolutely. Tian-Yin replied respectfully, but I still wish to inquire. Are you genuinely serious about driving for the ride-hailing service? Of course. I am serious. But you're already so wealthy. Why would you? I'm here to experience life. I previously worked in sales at a real estate company. Tian-Yin took a deep breath. It seemed the world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension as an ordinary citizen. Mr. Lin, once you complete this ride, would you grant me the opportunity to sit down and converse? It depends on the circumstances. I'm indeed a bit busy today. That's fine. We can chat whenever you finish. All right. Before long, Lenny arrived at the entrance of the DiDi company. We've arrived. Thank you for driving me, Mr. Lin, Tian-Yin said, feeling a bit apprehensive that To have taken a trip with the second largest shareholder was quite astonishing. What is going on? Why can't I make the payment? That can't be right, Lenny said, puzzled that if payment could not be processed, the order could not be completed, and it would not count as a task in the system. Just then, Lin Yi's phone buzzed with a notification. Dear ride-hailing driver, due to your violation of platform regulations, we have decided to suspend your operations. What? Suspended? Both Lin Yi and Tian-Yin were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden notice. Why was there a suspension out of the blue? Upon further inspection, Lin Yi realized that the notification did not come from the ride-hailing company, but from a firm named DiDi. Glancing up, he noticed that the building before him was indeed DiDi. What a remarkable coincidence. What connection does this DiDi company have with your ride-hailing service? Lin Yi inquired. This company is our operator in the coastal region. All activities here fall under their jurisdiction, Tian-Yin replied. Feeling a surge of frustration. What sort of nonsense was DiDi pulling? They had chosen this moment to create trouble. Lin Yi stroked his chin, beginning to piece together the situation. Yesterday, he had scolded a woman named Su Yang in his car. and she had subsequently lodged a complaint against him with the platform. This must have led to the warning call he received later. Given this, it was likely that his operating qualifications had been revoked as a result of that incident. Mr. Lin, please remain calm. I will ensure this matter is resolved, Tianyin asserted. DiDi had clearly overstepped their bounds by suspending even Mr. Lin's operations. Just take a moment to cool down. After all, I am the victim here, she added, observing Lin Yi's agitation. The main issue is that these individuals are utterly lawless. They seem to have no regard for regulations. Tianyin exclaimed. I will immediately instruct the company to investigate the contact details of their manager and revoke their agency qualifications. It's better to resolve this matter with reason, Lin Yi suggested. I have a call log. Let us contact them and see what is going on. That would be much appreciated. Mr. Lin Yi retrieved his phone and accessed the call history from yesterday. This is Lin Yi. You're the one who revoked my operating qualifications, correct? The other party seemed momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. That's right. You're quite the big shot. Aren't you? You not only scolded a passenger, but also dared to confront me. I've decided to suspend you today. Let us see what you do about it. It was that passenger who insulted me first. So what if they did? The other replied defiantly. Don't you know your own standing? The customer is always right. You should take the insults in stride. Who do you think you are? Just get lost and don't bother driving for the ride-hailing service again. You do well to choose your words more carefully. The vice president of your ride-hailing company is right beside me. Stop bluffing. Who do you think you are? You can't possibly bring the vice president here. I am Tianyin, right outside the DiDi company. You have 3 seconds to come down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Tianyin. The other party paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. How impressive. Daring to impersonate Vice President Tian. I'm genuinely impressed. Lin Yi hung up in disbelief. What sort of selection process does your ride-hailing service use for its agents? Have you assembled a group of dullards? Mr. Lin, please calm down. I will handle this matter immediately, Tianyin assured him. Let us go. If we don't confront them together, this issue may never be resolved. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With that, the two of them exited the car and made their way into the DiDi company. Inside the conference room, several executives from DiDi were in the midst of a meeting. What is going on? Why are they arguing? The speaker was a middle-aged man named Lu Wenda, the general manager of DiDi, who was slightly overweight and wore glasses, sitting at the head of the conference table. Yesterday, a ride-hailing driver insulted a passenger, who then lodged a complaint with the headquarters. Today, I revoked that driver's operating qualifications, explained Luo Yuanfa, the head of the operations department. Other executives were present as well. Did the other party call to discuss? Yes, Luo Yuanfa replied with a grin. And that driver claimed to have brought the vice president of the ride-hailing company along. Thinking it would intimidate me, after I scolded him, he hung up the phone. All right, that's just a petty loser. There is no need to entertain him, Lu Wenda said. In the future, if something similar happens, don't waste time arguing. Just revoke their qualifications. It's not worth our time. Understood, General Lu. Lu Wenda straightened his expression and continued. Let us get back to the meeting. That I just learned some news. An unknown wealthy individual has acquired 21 of the ride-hailing company's shares. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. The platform is likely to implement relevant reforms, so everyone should be prepared. Understood, General Lu. Xiao Luo, especially your operations department, must remain vigilant. We are the largest operator for the ride-hailing service in the coastal region, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes during this period. Don't worry, General Lu. I will definitely manage the drivers below properly. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Lin Yi and Tianyin stepped inside. Who are you? Barging into our meeting room. Lin Yi simulated. Didn't you revoke my operating qualifications? I came here to have a word with you. Chapter 035. Seamless transition. Lu Wenda glanced at Luo Yuanfa. Xiao Luo. This is your department's matter. You should handle it. Luo Yuanfa turned to Lin Yi. You've got some guts to come find us, but let me tell you, even if you're here, it won't change anything. I've revoked your qualifications, and you'll just have to deal with it. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll call security. Lin shrugged, plopping down onto the nearby sofa. Tianyin. Perhaps you should take care of this. Tianyin, her expression icy, addressed Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa. I am hereby revoking your Jilishi Company's operating qualifications in my capacity as Vice President of the Ride-Hailing Service. Why you are the Vice President of the Ride-Hailing Service? Tianyin scoffed, tossing her identification onto the table. Upon seeing her ID, Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly astonished. How could a mere revocation of a driver's qualifications escalate to the Vice President's attention? Vice President Tian. Please allow me to explain, Luo Yuanfa stammered. This individual allegedly insulted a passenger, causing a negative impact on our company's reputation. Otherwise, we would not have taken such drastic measures. And even if he did insult a passenger, what does that matter? Tianyin spoke coldly. Let me inform you, the gentleman standing before you acquired a 21% stake in DiDi just yesterday, making him the second largest shareholder of the company. Do we need to elaborate further? Her words struck the group like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. They were aware of the acquisition of company shares, but they never anticipated that it would be this man before them. Tianzong, you can't be joking with us, Lu Wenda stammered. He just a DiDi driver. How could he possibly be a shareholder of the group? Then let me clarify that Chairman Lin drives a Pagani while working for DiDi. What do you have to say about that? Tianyin retorted. Chairman Lin is of a lofty character, disdainful of mingling with those spoiled rich brats that he drives to experience life. Yet you lot, without understanding the situation, dare to restrict him. Effective immediately, your operator qualifications are revoked. Pack your belongings and leave. Liu Anfa, look at the mess you've created. Lu Wenda cursed. Go apologize to Chairman Lin at once, or I will make you regret it. Liu Anfa's head buzzed as he stumbled towards Lin. Mr. Lin, I beg you, don't hold this against me. Just treat me as if I don't exist. Weren't you just quite audacious? What happened to that bravado? Lin Yidemarket. You still claim that the customer is king. So, should DiDi drivers be condemned to death? With your character, I can only imagine how many have suffered at your hands over the years. Liu Anfa fell silent, having no grounds for defense. As a shareholder of DiDi, it is best to handle this matter seriously, Lin Yi said blandly. As Tianyin suggested, you should gather your things and leave. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. Noticing the caller, he did not hang up and said, Tianyin, please handle the remaining matters. I must take my leave. Understood, Chairman Lin. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Yi answered the call. Wang Ma, you were looking for me. The person known as Wang Ma was Wang Tsuaping, the director of the orphanage where Lin Yi had been raised, and all the children referred to her as such. Without her, Lin Yi might not have survived. Xiao Yi, are you busy with work? Wang Tsuaping cheerfully inquired. Everything is fine here. You and Uncle Zhao are doing well. Right? We're all doing well. You needn't worry about me, Wang Tsuaping said. I wanted to ask you about a girl named Lu Cici. You should know her. Lu Cici. What about her? Lin Yi asked, puzzled, as he thought Wang Ma was unaware of his relationship with Lu Cici. A few days ago, she called me, saying you two had broken up and wanted me to talk to you. Now Lin Yi understood the situation. Lu Cici was aware of his circumstances and, knowing reconciliation was unlikely, had reached out to Wang Ma for assistance. I grew up under your care. You know my character, that I do not revisit old paths. You stubborn boy, Wang Tsuaping remarked. Having anticipated this outcome, I know I can't convince you, and I shouldn't meddle in young people's affairs. But you are not getting any younger. It's time to consider your future. Lini Chakul Dwinma. You didn't call me just for this, did you? Wang Tsuaping understood Lin Yi well, and he knew her just as well. If it were solely about Lu Cici, she wouldn't have called. There must be something else. Actually, it has nothing much, Wang Tsuaping said with a smile. I have a good friend whose daughter is about your age, and also single. I thought of pairing you two up. Would you be open to meeting her? Really? Is this a seamless transition? Mainly because my friend has had her eye on you for quite some time, and I've only now gotten around to calling you. Wang Tsuaping laughed. I had no choice but to reach out. Is it just a meeting? What is the big deal? Lin Yudipit. If you say so, I wouldn't hesitate to walk through fire for you. You cheeky boy, what are you saying? Wang Tsuaping scolded. I'll send you the contact information shortly. Make sure you meet up when you can. All right, I know you're busy with work, but when you have some free time, do come back and visit. Your mother misses you. Lin, he felt a pang in his heart. Understood. I will return to see you in a few days. You don't need to make a special trip. Just come back when you have time. Don't let it interfere with your work. I understand. Very well. I won't disturb your work any longer. Lin, he hung up the phone, shaking his head helplessly. Lu Cece truly was relentless. Before long, Lin Yi received a WeChat message from Wang Tsuaping containing the details of his prospective match. Her name was Song Yunhui, and she worked at a bank, accompanied by a photo that had been so heavily filtered that her true appearance was barely discernible, since Wang Ma herself had initiated this. He felt obliged to give it a chance and meet her. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang again. It was Ji Qingyin calling. Are you busy? How's business? She asked with a smile. Business is dismal. I haven't completed a single order yet. What's important is the experience. Profit doesn't matter. Lin Yi nodded. You must have called for a reason. It's not anything urgent. Really, tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday, and I thought we could go shopping together in the evening. I want to buy some clothes, and I'd like to get you a few things as well. All right. I'll pick you up in the evening. I also need to buy some clothes. Although he had already purchased several outfits, he still felt he needed more. Then it's settled. Agreed. After hanging up, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. Although he was merely posing as a boyfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate to show up empty-handed. What would the elderly gentleman appreciate? Antiques or calligraphy? That could be a fine choice. Meanwhile, Tian Yin gracefully emerged from the Gialisi company. Chairman Lin, I have taken care of everything. My permissions have been restored, correct? Yes, and I have also informed the company to elevate your permissions to the highest level. What is the highest level good for? Just some auxiliary functions. But one in particular is quite practical. Users can search for your license plate number to place orders, and you decide whether to accept them. That feature is indeed quite useful. It is our honor to receive praise from Chairman Lin. Tian Yin replied courteously. If you have any other questions, feel free to consult me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Actually, I do have a matter, Lin Yi said. Do you have any knowledge of antiques or calligraphy? Antiques and calligraphy. Are you considering a gift? Chairman Lin? Yes, it's for an elder's birthday, and I'm thinking of getting something in that regard as a present. Tian Yan's eyes sparkled. Chairman Lin, please hold on. Let me make a quick call. With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped outside to make a call. A few minutes later, she returned. Chairman Lin, would a painting by Zhang Daqian be acceptable? Lin Yi was not a scholar, but he was familiar with Zhang Daqian's name. A piece from such a master would easily be worth over 10 million. You can procure a Zhang Daqian painting. Our President Chung acquired one at the Fosun auction house. If you are interested, I can have it sent over immediately. All right, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Chairman Lin, you jest. I could never accept your money, as long as you like it. That is enough. That won't do. It must be fair, Lin Yi insisted. However, I doubt they will require payment. Tell President Chung I will exchange one of my shares for the painting. Regardless of who gains or loses from this, let us consider it settled. Exchange one of your shares. Tian Yin was taken aback. Given DiDi's current market value, that one stake must be worth at least 500 million RMB. Even if the painting were exceptionally valuable, it could hardly be worth 5 billion. That this dashing Chairman Lin was exceedingly generous. Please inform President Chung. I will need the painting tomorrow. It is not far from Yangqing to Zhonghai, so it should arrive before noon. Absolutely. We will arrange for a dedicated courier. Have it delivered to the Peninsula Hotel and hand it over to a Wang Tianlong. Lin Yi stretched and said, If you have nothing else, you may return. We have nothing more to discuss, and you can continue operating as before. I will not interfere excessively. Seeing Lin Yi's amiable demeanor, Tian Yin found it hard to believe that it was astonishing that he did not exhibit the customary fervor of a new official, which is quite rare in the professional realm. Mr. Lin, our president would like to invite you to visit Yangqing, Yangqing, Lin Yi murmured. I plan to go there soon, but the exact timing is still uncertain. Please return and await my news. I am merely an ordinary person and do not require constant attention. The orphanage where he had lived was indeed in Yangcheng, and it was high time he returned. Having graduated over 6 months ago, he had not visited, which felt rather amiss. Then I shall take my leave, so as not to take up Mr. Lin's precious time, Tianyin said with a smile. Very well. As Lin Yi drove away, Tianyin increasingly perceived that this Mr. Lin was unlike any other. Unlike the typical affluent heirs, he possessed a unique and distinct aura. Suddenly, Tianyin felt her cheeks flush, startled by her own reaction. How could I possibly feel this way? It must be impossible. Just then, as Tianyin was consumed by anxiety, her phone rang. To her surprise, it was Lin Yi calling. Instantly, her heart began to race. Having already discussed the main matters, why was Mr. Lin calling her again? This thought heightened her nervousness. Mr. Lin, did you need something? Please settle the fare from earlier, and remember to leave a 5-star review. Tianyin was slightly taken aback. Of course, I will settle it right now. Before long, Lin Yi received Tianyin's 5-star review on his phone. He glanced at the system's task board and noted that the task progress had been updated, that if he completed another order and received another 5-star review, the task would be finished. Noticing the time, he realized it was already noon. Rather than returning to the Peninsula Grand Hotel, he opted for a quick meal on the roadside while preparing to accept another order. In truth, whether he accepted this remaining order was inconsequential. He planned to meet Ji Qingyin in the evening to continue reaping benefits. However, having become somewhat acquainted, Lin Yi decided it was best to keep things moderate, treating Ji Qingyin as a safety net. What a coincidence. I find myself heading to my own territory. Without overthinking, Lin Yi swiftly accepted the order. Following the map's directions, he drove toward Wanda Plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of people entering and exiting that moment. A young couple emerged from the shopping center. Feej, didn't you buy a Porsche? How come I haven't seen it? The woman asked, linking her arm through the man's. There are too many people here. I didn't park it in this spot, the man, known as Feej, replied. If these poor folks see a luxury car like a Porsche, they'll surely swarm it for photos. That if my car gets scratched, I would be heartbroken. That's true. A luxury car worth over $1 million certainly attracts attention when parked in public. Let's hope that when we leave, we won't draw any crowds, Feej remarked. Just before you came to find me, I parked the car, and already a group of losers came over to take pictures. There were even quite a few girls wanted to add me on WeChat. If I hadn't scolded them, they probably would have bothered me endlessly. Of course, they want to get close to you, because you drive a Porsche. It's only natural. As they continued their conversation, they reached the parking lot, discovering a crowd gathered around their car, taking pictures. This is so annoying. I parked so far away, yet there are still so many people taking pictures, such a bunch of ignorant fools. Let us go. Ignore them. Let's get in the car and make these poor losers jealous. Sure, sounds good. The couple made their way towards the Panamera. What are you taking pictures of? Stay away from my car. Can you afford to pay for any damages? What's with the attitude? It's just a Porsche. Why act so superior? Someone retorted. This isn't a Cayenne. It's a Panamera, worth over $1.6 million, that I doubt any of you could afford it even if you saved your entire lives. Feej shouted back. Hey, you there, your Porsche is blocking the way. Could you move? Lin Yi interjected. What's it to you? This is a Panamera. Why should I? This is a Pagani. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car, Feej abruptly fell silent, repeatedly apologizing. My apologies, I will clear the way immediately. Feej, the guy driving that sports car, is quite arrogant, the woman noted. Can you blame him? That's a Pagani Huayra, priced over $20 million. Is it really that expensive? The woman's eyes sparkled with interest. Such an exorbitant vehicle could easily purchase 10 Panameras. Finally, someone is here to put this show-off in his place. Driving a measly Panamera and thinking he's on top of the world, compared to a Pagani. It's merely trash. I despise people like that. Those who get a little money and think they can strut around, that it's truly disgusting. Amidst the disdainful remarks, Feej and his girlfriend moved aside, allowing Lin Yi to pass. As Lin Yi drove forward, several onlookers took out their phones to capture the moment. Don't just stare at the car. Look at the driver. He's so handsome, good-looking, and wealthy. How unfair is that? I'd love to ride in a car like that just once. I would die without regrets. After the road cleared, Lin drove a few dozen meters to reach the designated location. That moment, a slender woman was on her phone. You arrived so quickly. Don't worry, darling. I just finished shopping and will be there shortly. Rest assured, I didn't drive my own car. I called a ride that I'll be there soon. Just wait for me at the hotel that I bought a lot of new lingerie. And if you behave well, I might model them for you. After hanging up, the woman looked around, slightly confused as to why her ride hadn't arrived yet. Just then, Lin and his Pagani pulled up in front of her. Are you Ms. Yang with the last four digits 3,838? How did you know? On the ride you called. Please hop in. Yang Tianxin felt a bit flustered. Had DiDi, a ride-hailing service, truly expanded to luxury vehicles? Moreover, this driver was rather attractive, that if only his status were a touch higher, she mused, it would be pleasant to chat with him. Once seated in the passenger seat, Yang Tianxin smiled. Your DiDi service is quite impressive. I never expected such an innovative marketing strategy. Lin chuckled and shook his head, suspecting that this woman, like Su Yang before her, assumed this car belonged to the ride-hailing company. Why can't this car belong to me? Yours? Yang Tianxin scoffed. Come on, little brother, who would believe that a wealthy heir would drive for DiDi? Do you think I'm one of those Navi girls who haven't seen the world? Ni shukladili. Choosing not to elaborate further, he decided to focus on driving. Getting another 5-star review would complete his task. Reflecting on the entire occupational experience system, he found it quite beneficial. To date, he had successfully completed 10 orders. Due to Su Yang's single bad review, it had not counted toward his task completion. Out of the remaining 9 5-star ratings, 6 were contributed by Ji Qingyan, 1 by Wang Ying, 1 by Tian Yan, and the last by Xia Xinyu. In other words, 8 of the 5-star reviews were courtesy of acquaintances, while he had only earned the 5-star review from Xia Xinyu through his own merit. And that was due to her hiring him to masquerade as her boyfriend, for the other orders. He encountered customers who were rather challenging to deal with. It seemed that society indeed bore a heavy atmosphere of animosity. Life as a ride-hailing driver at the bottom of the social ladder was undoubtedly arduous. After all, not everyone could navigate their work without concern for others' opinions like he could. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking a detour? Are you trying to charge me extra? Don't you know I'm in a hurry? I'm not taking a detour. I'm taking a shortcut. The address on the map is longer. Lin was familiar with the route to the Peninsula Grand Hotel and thus chose not to follow the navigation. He hadn't anticipated being misunderstood. That's nonsense, Yang Tianxin retorted. I see you're just trying to take me on a longer route. Lin was at a loss for words, feeling that his good intentions had been misconstrued. Fine. I'll go back to the original route. Is that better? Better. You wasted my time with that detour, Yang Tianxin exclaimed. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Believe it or not. That is up to you. Lin replied silently, inwardly grumbling. What is the hurry about? By chance, Lin noticed a brand logo for a certain intimate apparel company printed on the pocket of Yang Tianxin's outfit. He recalled that Lu Cece had worn lingerie from that brand before. It seemed rather pricey. Lin pondered, having just purchased lingerie and now heading to a hotel, was it possible she intended to engage in something risky? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. That slender physique was hardly enticing compared to Ji Qingyan's curvaceous figure. All right, no need to drive further. Just stop at the side entrance. Are you trying to hide from prying eyes? Lin muset. As the gull-wing doors opened, Yang Tianxin exited the vehicle. Lin sat in the car, contemplating whether this 5-star review was once again about to slip away. This group of individuals is exceedingly difficult to please. Shortly, a notification chimed on the phone, indicating that a 5-star review had been received. Upon seeing the 5-star rating, Lin was taken aback. Despite the earlier unpleasantness, he had somehow garnered a 5-star review. The woman surnamed Yang, though not particularly striking in appearance, possessed some redeeming qualities. However, Lin soon sensed something amiss. Having received a 5-star review, the system task should have been completed by now, yet there was no response whatsoever. A glance at the system task revealed that there had been no changes since before he accepted the order. System, are you malfunctioning? Lin inquired. I have already completed 10 5-star reviews. Why hasn't the task been marked as complete? Nonsense. I received the notification for the 5-star review on my phone. Has it been tampered with? Lin Yi's eyes darted as he began to piece things together, but he then picked up his phone and dialed Tianyin. Upon receiving Lin Yi's call, Tianyin responded, "Mr. Lin, is there something you need? I'm still at the station and can return at any time." "No need to come back. I just wanted to ask if you altered the review system?" Lin Yi questioned. "Does every passenger's review automatically register as 5 stars on my end?" "Mr. Lin, you are aware of this matter? There's no need for such formality. Please revert your permissions to their original state." Lin Yi stated, "I wish to experience life as an ordinary person without any privileges." Chapter 038. A bikini suits you better, understood. "I will promptly notify the technical department to adjust your permissions," Tianyin replied. "All right, have the team take care of it." After addressing the matter at hand, Lin Yi hung up the phone, preparing to get to work. 2 hours later, Lin Jiang had completed 4 rides, receiving 3 4-star ratings and 1 3-star rating. Curiously, all 4 passengers perceived the vehicle as belonging to DiDi, not their own. The persona of a wealthy heir had not been established. He was merely regarded as a driver, without any enhancements to his status. Lin Yi sighed, muttering to himself, "It seems driving for DiDi is not such a lucrative gig. Obtaining a 5-star review is quite challenging." Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 4 in the evening. Ji Qingyan was likely about to finish work, so he needed to go pick her up. That IT appeared, he could only continue to exploit her situation. Suddenly, his phone rang, revealing a call from Wang Ying. "Sister Ing, do you need something?" "Xiao Yi, tell me the truth. Do you have a relationship with the president?" Lin Yi pondered. "I suppose we're friends. Why do you ask?" "I heard from someone in the HR department that the president is considering promoting me to the position of sales director. Did you put in a good word for me?" "I merely mentioned it in passing." Lin Yi chuckled. "With your capabilities, Sister Ing, securing the sales director position should be well within your reach. It seems my care for you has not been in vain. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm afraid it won't be possible in the next few days. I have quite a bit on my plate. We can celebrate once you officially take office." The sales director is a crucial role within Chaoyang Group, and Wang Ying's promotion will depend on the opinions of other senior leaders. However, with Ji Qingyan around, it should not pose a significant issue. "All right, it's settled then," Wang Ying said with a smile. "Yes, a promise is a promise." After hanging up, Lin Yi checked the time and realized it was nearly time to leave. So he leisurely made his way to Chaoyang Group. Parking beside his dilapidated little car, he wiped off the dust. Although it was somewhat worn, it had remained by his side during his most challenging times. He must treat it well. Before long, Ji Qingyan emerged from the elevator, clad in a blue tailcoat dress paired with a white French shirt, exuding an air of competence and shrewdness. Suddenly, a document was delivered, causing me to be a bit late. "You must have been waiting anxiously." "No worries, I just arrived myself." "Are you hungry? If so, we can eat first. If not, we can go shopping," Ji Qingyan suggested. "What about you?" "I'm flexible. I'll follow your lead." Women shouldn't say they're flexible. It can easily lead to misunderstandings. "Humph," Ji Qingyan retorted. "Then let us go shopping first. We can eat together afterward. I've already placed an order, so let us hurry." As she spoke, the app pinged with Ji Qingyan's order. Lin Yi, quick on the uptake, managed to snatch the order to AT that moment. He felt that the 5-star reviews were beckoning him. Checking the order's address, he saw it was at Times Square, and he drove off with purpose. Before long, they arrived at Times Square, where Ji Qingyan picked up her bag, preparing to alight. Hey, you haven't given a 5-star review yet," Lin Yi reminded her. Ji Qingyan smirked with a hint of pride. "If you want a 5-star review, it depends on your performance today. I see now. You just want me to carry your bags." Clever. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush, given Ji Qingyan's character. A 5-star review was surely inevitable. Shopping with Ji Qingyan was not as goal-oriented as it was with Lin Yi. Although she intended to buy clothes, she was also keen to explore other shops. Before even purchasing any clothing, she had already amassed a considerable amount of cosmetics. It seems there's a shop selling swimsuits up ahead," Lin Yi mused. "Are you planning to buy a swimsuit? I have a large swimming pool at home. I might as well enjoy it." "That's true. Let us go take a look," Ji Qingyan replied, a hint of envy in her voice. Despite living in a villa herself, it paled in comparison to Lin Yi's Jiuzhou Pavilion, which at least had an outdoor swimming pool. Are you going to choose swim trunks for me? Lin inquired upon seeing Ji Qingyin enter the shop. I wouldn't buy those for you, Ji Qingyin replied. They also sell women's clothing here. Is it wrong for me to browse? Lin stroked his chin. That's a fair point. You previously mentioned wanting to give me an eyeful. Once you buy the swimwear, it seems you can fulfill that promise. Ji Qingyin's face flushed slightly. You're just trying to manipulate me. If I had known Zhuzhou Pavilion was yours, I wouldn't have said that. But you could have said something else. I didn't force you. Always using logic to argue. Ji Qingyin said, let us hurry inside. It's inappropriate to discuss such topics in public. Observenie kvingians frusteret de minor. Lenny chuckled. All right, I'll find a secluded spot to talk later. Sir, madam, how may I assist you? Upon entering the store, the female clerk greeted them warmly. We'll browse on our own for now. We'll call you if we need assistance, Lenny replied. Of course. He was quite efficient in his shopping, quickly selecting a few appropriately sized items for payment. After all, it was his own swimming pool, and no one was watching, so style was less significant. But if not for concerns about propriety, Lenny felt that not wearing anything wouldn't be a problem at all. He swiftly chose his swim trunks, whereas Ji Qingyin was exceptionally slow, taking over 10 minutes without finding a suitable piece. Let us go. I'm done shopping, Ji Qingyin declared. Why aren't you buying anything? There's nothing suitable. That's hard to believe. There are so many styles. How can you say there's nothing suitable? The styles are fine, but the sizes aren't complete. Our store carries all standard sizes. The clerk chimed in, clearly eager not to miss out on this potential sale. What do you mean by standard sizes? Lin casually asked. Standard sizes refer to A, B, and C cups, which we have in full stock. Lin glanced at Ji Qingyin. Don't tell me you're a D cup? Ji Qingyin's face turned crimson, feeling quite embarrassed. You're impossible. There are others around. Why would you say something like that? Let us hurry and leave. We'll check another store. After paying, the two exited the shop and headed to the neighboring swimsuit store. Their style seemed to be a bit more varied than the last place. Wait for me outside. I'll be quick. Lin nodded, saying, Gee, I believe with your figure, a bikini would suit you better. Then I won buy a bikini, Ji Qingyin replied proudly as she walked into the swimwear shop. Almost 2 minutes later, Ji Qingyin emerged carrying a white shopping bag, clearly having found a swimsuit she liked. Let us go. We'll check out the 4th floor. The 4th floor? Lenny thought for a moment. I seem to recall that the 6th floor is where the international brands are sold. I'm not looking for ordinary clothes. I intend to buy a formal gown. Many guests will be attending tomorrow, so I want to be wearing formal attire. Ji Qingyin explained. With a clear goal in mind, the two proceeded to the 4th floor. Lenny noticed that not only were women's formal gowns sold there, but there were also many niche brands. Although the labels may not have been particularly renowned, the styles were quite elegant. After strolling for a few minutes, they paused in front of a storefront. Lin, what do you think of that gradient dress? Chapter 039. Who says we're not buying? We must buy. It looks good. Go try it on. Together they entered the store, where Ji Qingyin pointed at the evening gown on the model, saying, I'd like to try on this dress. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Recognizing the wealth indicated by their attire, the clerk was eager to assist such customers, unlike how she might treat ordinary patrons. Soon, the gown was retrieved, and Ji Qingyin took it to the fitting room while Lin waited idly outside. Lin, come here for a moment, Ji Qingyin called from the fitting room. You're changing clothes? Isn't it inappropriate for me to enter? I'm not worried. Why should you be? Lin contemplated. Realizing she had a point that if she, as a woman, wasn't concerned, then why should a man feel apprehensive? In the fitting room, Ji Qingyin stood with her back to Lin, her hands pressed against her chest. Could you help me zip up the back? I can't seem to manage it myself. The gown Ji Qingyin had chosen was a backless design, with the zipper only extending above her lower back. Her pristine back gleamed with a lustrous, jade-like radiance. Isn't this a bit too revealing? Ji Qingyin chuckled softly, gesturing to a nearby chair. There's a shawl over there that can cover my back. Lin glanced over and indeed spotted a light-colored shawl on the chair. However, his attention was drawn to Ji Qingyin's undergarments. Miss G, are you sure you're a D cup? I could swear it looks more like an E. Stop staring. Ji Qingyin freed one hand to retrieve her undergarment. Realizing she had forgotten it while changing, Lin Yi, unfazed, assisted her in fastening the zipper. All done. Stepping out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyin held up her skirt and slightly turned to face the large mirror. So, what do you think? Does it look good? Absolutely splendid. Ji Qingyin erupted into laughter. Your broken English is quite amusing. Which teacher taught you that? It's atrocious. As long as I get my point across, the details don't matter much. Ji Qingyin nodded, still smiling. Since you say it looks good, I'll choose this one. No problem. The female staff members were equally taken aback by Ji Qingyin's stunning appearance. Madam, I feel this evening gown was tailor-made for you. It fits you perfectly. Thank you. I'll go change now. Please pack it up for me later. Certainly, no problem. Darling, this evening gown is truly beautiful. I want one too, just in time for your company's opening the day after tomorrow. The speaker was a young woman clad in a black wrap dress, accompanied by a portly man in his 40s, exuding an air of arrogance. A trivial matter. The middle-aged man addressed the female staff. Please bring me a gown in the same style. I'm terribly sorry, but this gown is a custom piece from our store that if you'd like one, it must be pre-ordered, and it will take approximately a month to produce. A month's wait? The middle-aged man frowned, displeased. Is there any way to expedite it? We need it for the day after tomorrow. I truly apologize, but that is simply not feasible that we prioritize quality, and the fastest we can manage is a month. Don't try to play games with me. It's just money, right? I can offer an extra $10,000 to your designer to expedite the process. The female staff members were on the brink of tears. Sir, this evening gown is designed by an Italian designer and is handcrafted. It cannot be delivered to you by the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged man scoffed, realizing the situation was beyond his control. You heard her. It's impossible to have it ready by then. Perhaps you should consider another style. No way, I've set my sights on this one. The young woman interjected. Isn't this gown priced over $80,000? Indeed, the female staff confirmed. Looking at them, it is likely they can't afford it. Have them take it off and pack it for me. Who says we can't afford it? Ji Qingyin retorted, her expression icy. $80,000 is a hefty sum. Can you really afford it? The woman crossed her arms, unimpressed. Of course, Ji Qingyin replied, and I can purchase it with my own earnings. The woman bristled with anger. What do you mean? Are you implying I rely on wealthy patrons? You know your situation better than anyone. Under Ji Qingyin's formidable aura, the woman took a step back. Darling, this woman is bullying me. You must stand up for me. The middle-aged man regarded Ji Qingyin with a mocking glint in his eyes. I recognize that you aren't lacking in funds. But let me tell you, with a single word from me, this evening gown remains mine. On what grounds? The middle-aged man rummaged through his pocket and produced a golden card. Do you see this? I am a gold member of Times Square with the right to priority purchase. Now, I trust you understand. Upon seeing the golden card in the middle-aged man's hand, the female staff members were taken aback. According to the membership policy at Times Square, one must spend a minimum of $5 million to attain gold membership. Not only do gold members receive discounts on purchases, but they also enjoy priority purchasing privileges. Thus, even if Ji Qingyin could afford the gown, it would still be offered to the gold member first. Ji Qingyin fell silent, as she was a frequent patron of Times Square and was well aware of the membership system. Though she had initially set her heart on this gown, the fact remained that the other party held gold membership, rendering her desire moot. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the dress off, the young woman smugly declared. Ji Qingyin, her expression frosty, walked towards the fitting room while holding up her skirt. Wait, where are you going? Lin Yi asked. I'm changing out of this dress. Can you help me with the zipper? Sure. The two entered the fitting room, and after Lin Yi assisted Ji Qingyin with the zipper, he stepped out. Observing Lin Yi and Ji Qingyin's retreat, the middle-aged man and the woman next to him became increasingly brazen. In life, one must understand that there are always people beyond you, realms beyond your own. Although your circumstances aren't bad, they still pale in comparison to ours. Next time you go out, keep your eyes open to avoid embarrassment. Lin Yi smiled, but remained silent, waiting for Ji Qingyan to emerge. That a few minutes later, Ji Qingyan reappeared, handing the gown to the staff as she prepared to leave. What's the rush? Lin Yi inhuited. If I'm not buying the dress, what am I still doing here? Who says I'm not buying it? I must purchase it. Ji Qingyan tugged at Lin Yi's arm. They are gold members of Times Square and have priority purchasing rights. So, even though I saw it first, it doesn't matter. What is so special about being a gold member? Gold membership isn't that impressive, but it does grant them the ability to purchase the gown you hold. Lin Yi produced a platinum card from his pocket. If their gold membership grants them priority, then surely my diamond membership guarantees me even greater privilege. Chapter 040. It's going to be a bloodbath. Upon seeing the gleaming card, the store fell silent. The staff knew that achieving diamond membership at Times Square required a minimum spending of over 10 million. It was rumored that very few diamond memberships had ever been issued in the entire Shanghai, and here one was, right before them. Please pack the gown, Lin Yi said. Such a beautiful dress deserves to be worn by someone equally stunning. Some individuals exude an air of mediocrity. If they were to wear this gown, it would be a complete waste. Ji Qingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment with so many people around. The female staff regarded the middle-aged man. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but this gentleman holds a diamond membership, so we cannot sell this evening gown to you. Of course, we want to purchase it. The two were mortified, having assumed their gold membership would allow them to dominate, only to encounter a formidable opponent. The slap to their faces was resounding. Soon, the female staff had neatly packed Ji Qingyan's evening gown. Due to the diamond membership, they even received a 30% discount, making it a fantastic deal. Lin Yi, I owe you one today, Ji Qingyan said. It was nothing. I didn't intend to reveal my card, but the other party was being rather pretentious. Ji Qingyan smiled at Lin Yi and whispered, in light of you standing up for me, I'll fulfill my promise tonight and let you have your fill. Then I shall not hold back. After purchasing the gown, the two proceeded to a suit store where Ji Qingyan declared, let us check out some suits. Today I'm treating. You're buying me clothes and treating me to a feast for the eyes. I'm beginning to feel a bit embarrassed. Oh. Hush. Let us go look at the clothes, Ji Qingyan said. And don't forget, you still have a mission. You must perform well in tomorrow's show. Don't worry, I'm well prepared. Later, they arrived at a niche menswear store called WY, where Ji Qingyan not only selected a suit for Lin Yi but also chose shoes, shirts, and ties. When Lin Yi emerged from the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up, struck by awe. How could someone look so different, dressed in a suit? He resembled a completely transformed individual. The female staff nearby were utterly enchanted, nearly swooning over Lin Yi. He is practically a walking hanger. He could debut as a model. Looking this handsome is simply unfair. Lin Yi glanced in the mirror, realizing that this was his first time in a suit, and he found it quite appealing. Just then, he noticed Ji Qingyan crouching at his feet, adjusting his trousers. This scene stirred an unusual sensation within Lin Yi. How does it feel? Ji Qingyan asked after smoothing out the fabric. I think it looks good. Since you've declared it looks good, then it must be the right choice. Let us go with this one. Agreed. Ji Qingyan handed over her bank card, saying, go ahead and swipe it. Lin Yi, having changed into fresh attire and carrying a multitude of bags, made his way to the food court at Times Square, where he had a bite to eat before preparing to head home. In the parking lot, a throng of people gathered around Lin Yi, snapping pictures. This car is simply stunning. I doubt there are many like it throughout Huaxia. It's a local car from Shanghai. Only young Masters Qin and Wang would possess such prowess. Haha. Stop taking pictures. I know the owner of this Pagani, remarked a man in shorts adorned with tattoos on his arms. His words immediately drew envious glances from several young women, as one could surmise that someone acquainted with a Pagani owner must possess commendable qualities themselves. Handsome. May I add you on WeChat to chat? Inquired a long-haired girl. Of course. Simultaneously, a few bold girls approached him for his WeChat. The tattooed man welcomed all, adding them eagerly, his heart brimming with delight. What a thrill! A mere boast brought forth so many girls wanting to connect that I must eat more kidney tonics this month. Cough, 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 buddy. I don't seem to know you, he said, turning to Lin Yi. Who are you, and why would I know you? Did you not claim to know the owner? This Pagani is mine. The tattooed man was momentarily dumbfounded. You are the owner? Lin pressed a button on the key fob in his pocket, causing the Pagani's xenon headlights to illuminate and its gull-winged doors to open, eliciting gasps of amazement. Indeed, he was the owner. Slap, a long-haired girl smacked the tattooed man across the face. You deceitful fraud. Slap, slap, slap. A chorus of slaps ensued, with each girl who had added the tattooed man on WeChat delivering a blow, transforming his face into a swollen mess. Serves you right. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan remarked quietly. Lin chuckled, sharing the sentiment of disdain for scoundrels. Ji Qingyan harbored a similar loathing. This time, Ji Qingyan refrained from placing an order, uncertain of where to position herself, that if she set the location at her home, the swimsuit she had just purchased would be of no use. If she set it at Lin Yi's Jiuzhou pavilion, it would appear as though she was eager to go. Gripping her phone, she decided against ordering, opting instead to go wherever he led her. Lin Yi, unconcerned, took Ji Qingyan's hand and returned to Jiuzhou pavilion. Inside, the decorative lights illuminated, creating an ambience akin to daylight. Upon reaching the poolside, Lin Yi donned his swim trunks, ready to take a plunge. However, Lin Yi's swimming skills were rather lackluster. He had merely learned the basics during physical education classes in college. As he caught a glimpse of Lin Yi, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but glance sideways. His physique was impressive, abs and a chiseled waistline. How could they all be bestowed upon him? If you wish to look, do so openly. There is no need to sneak a peek, Lin Yi quipped. Today, it seems the one who is feasting their eyes is not me, but you. Who is looking at you? Ji Qingyan turned her head away. I am going in first. Feel free to do as you wish. With that, Lin Yi dove into the pool, splashing water all over Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, I believe you did that on purpose, she exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. How could I have done that on purpose? Lin Yi was perplexed. You splashed me all over. How am I supposed to get dressed now? Didn't we just buy swimsuits? Just put it on. Your clothes will dry by tomorrow, and you can wear them again. Ji Qingyan fell silent. This minor mishap inadvertently provided her an escape route. Although she had promised Lin Yi to fulfill her word, she felt somewhat embarrassed to change into her swimsuit at that moment. Now, however, with her clothes soaked, she had no choice that Ji Qingyan grabbed her attire and retreated to Villa No. 1. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood by the poolside, using his phone to instruct the property staff to bring over fruits and snacks for later. When Ji Qingyan emerged from changing into her swimsuit, Lin Yi's gaze was immediately captivated. This is just too much. I might as well be gushing blood. Chapter 041. Reward. Wangjiang Dock. Ji Qingyan's swimsuit was neither a one-piece nor a bikini. The light gray fabric snugly enveloped her curves, exuding an almost irresistible allure as she walked. Moreover, Lin Yi noticed that her backside was even more alluring than he had anticipated, especially her long, flawless legs, which were devoid of any imperfections. Undoubtedly, she boasted a perfect figure. Additionally, she draped herself in a sheer shawl, enhancing her regal appearance. Now that I've changed into my swimsuit, I suppose I've kept my promise. I truly appreciate individuals who honor their word, Ji Qingyan replied. As Lin Yi emerged from the pool, Ji Qingyan prepared to join him. There was no need for her to swim now, as she could simply admire his form from the sidelines. She removed her shawl and dipped her fingers into the water of the pool. It's surprisingly warm. It has an automatic heating function, Lin Yi explained from his seat on the lounge chair. If you wish to bathe, I can fetch some shower gel for you. Only you could think of something so absurd as bathing in a pool. After testing the water's temperature, Ji Qingyan gracefully descended into the pool, exhibiting far more poise than Lin Yi. Her swimming skills exceeded his expectations, akin to a mermaid gliding through the water. Sitting on the lounge chair, Lin Yi marveled at Ji Qingyan's elegant swimming style. Reflecting, now this is what life is all about. It was a pity, though, that an outdoor beach setting would have provided an even more splendid view to that moment. Lin Yi's attention was drawn to Ji Qingyan's phone, reminding him that the previous order had yet to be finalized. May I use your phone? Lin Yi inquired. Ji Qingyan surfaced, tousling her hair. Go ahead. The password is 950824. Holding Ji Qingyan's phone, Lin Yi noticed her lock screen was a cute selfie of her making a peace sign. He navigated to the DiDi app and decided to give himself a 5-star rating. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yi nearly leaped out of his skin. He had received a dock. Lin Yi recalled having some familiarity with Wangjiang Dock. That it was a facility built with official funding, but once the costs were recouped, it was sold to a private owner. Now, it had unexpectedly come into his possession. Most importantly, Wangjiang Dock was not far from Jiuzhou Pavilion. It was merely a few minutes' drive across a stretch of beach. Checking the details of the dock on his phone, Lin Yi discovered it had quite a remarkable background. When it was constructed, the government aimed to make it the largest cruise terminal in Huaxia, a move intended to boost tourism in Zhonghai. Wangjiang Dock lived up to its promise, once becoming the largest cruise terminal in Huaxia upon completion. It sprawled over 180,000 square meters, featuring 120 berths. However, over 5 years had elapsed since its inauguration, and it had since fallen to second place. Nonetheless, its stature in the hearts of tourists remained unblemished. The system was indeed generous, gifting him such a substantial present. He must visit it tomorrow. However, Lin Yi was more concerned about the 75 completion rate of his profession, given the current trajectory. Unlocking the next profession within a week seemed feasible, that he contemplated the progress and resolved to strive for a full 100 completion rate. That would symbolize the ultimate reward, and he vowed not to relinquish it unless absolutely necessary. While Lin Yi pondered these matters, Ji Qingyan swam to the pool's edge, using the railing to pull herself up in a gentlemanly manner. Lin Yi offered her a towel to dry off. I haven't swum in ages, after just a few laps. I'm already out of breath. Our pool is open to you free of charge. Feel free to come by often, Lin Yi grinned. Now that sounds reasonable. After drying off, the two returned to Villa No. 1 together. Ji Qingyan did not mention returning home, clearly intending to stay here. Why is your blanket? Upon reaching the second floor and noticing the well-worn quilt in Lin Yi's bedroom, Ji Qingyan was taken aback. The quilt was quite old, with several patches, utterly incongruent with Lin Yi's status. The bedding and pillows on the bed are what I brought from the orphanage years ago, that I've grown accustomed to them and couldn't bear to part with them. You were an orphan? Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. According to Wang Ma, I was sent to the orphanage shortly after my birth and remained there for many years. I apologize for bringing up your painful past. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not sad at all, Lin Yi replied. Wang Ma treats me like her own son, and there were plenty of little friends in the orphanage. I lack for love. That my worldview is entirely normal, quite different from the orphans portrayed on television. Well, if you're not upset, then that's fine, Ji Qingyan, wrapped in a bath towel and clutching her clothes, declared, I'm off to bed. Good night. Don't sleep in tomorrow. You need to take me to work. No problem, Lin Yi responded with an okay gesture. With a prime catch like you, I'd be more than happy to drive you to work every day. After refreshing himself, Lin Yi returned to rest, only to discover a friend request on WeChat, accompanied by a verification message. Hello, I am Song Wenwei. Song Wenwei? Lin Yi murmured. That name sounds strangely familiar. A few moments later, Lin Yi recalled who this person was. That wasn't she the blind date introduced to him by Wang Ma? Without overthinking, he accepted her friend request. Hello, Song Wenwei initiated the conversation. Hello, Lin Yi replied. I'm off tomorrow. What about your schedule? My family would like to meet you as well. That works. He felt the need to maintain face, as otherwise it would be difficult to explain things to Wang Ma. Shall we meet at Tianyue Tea House at 9 in the morning? Tianyue Tea House. Is that the one on Wenxing Road? Yes, exactly. All right. After finalizing the time and place, Lin Yi stroked his chin. The expenses at Tianyue Tea House were quite steep. Just ordering a pot of tea could cost several hundred. They certainly dared to choose such a venue. The next morning, both of them rose at the same time. After completing their morning routines, Ji Qingyan got into Lin Yi's car, with a clear destination in mind. She promptly placed an order after getting in, unlike the indecisiveness she displayed the previous night. Just as Lin Yi started to drive away, Ji Qingyan mentioned, by the way, I ordered a set of pajamas to be delivered to your place. Please remember to receive it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Yi remarked. You bought me a suit yesterday, and now pajamas today. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Ji Qingyan chuckled lightly. The pajamas are for myself, to avoid going to your place without any sleepwear, that I certainly don't want to wear yours. It's utterly uncomfortable. Oh, I see. I overthought it. Ji Qingyan exited the car, but not before reminding him. I won't talk to you for now. I have to go to work. Make sure to pick me up on time at 3 this afternoon. It's Grandpa's birthday. And we can't be late. Okay, see you then. Watching Ji Qingyin gracefully walk away, Lenny glanced at his watch and realized it was already 8:30 at this point. If he went to claim the dock, he would likely have no time left for the blind date. Suddenly, his phone rang. Wang Ma! Shout E. I heard you have a meeting set up? Yes, I'm on my way. That's good. Wang Cuiping lowered her voice intentionally. I've inquired about her. This girl is quite attractive and has a decent job. Put in some effort. I'm looking forward to attending your wedding. I understand, Lenny replied with a smile. I've secretly prepared 20,000 yuan for you, that if things work out, you can use this money for your wedding. Wang Cuiping sighed. It's not much, but it's all I can manage. What are you saying? I'm earning my own living now. I shouldn't be relying on your money. Lin Yi was well aware of the orphanage's situation, which depended entirely on social assistance to survive. They were already struggling financially, and taking an additional 20,000 would truly add insult to injury. It's the custom. If you two end up together, I should contribute something. All right, let us not dwell on that I'll visit you in a few days. Make sure to bring back good news. No problem. After hanging up, Lin Yi took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and drove towards Tianyue Tea House. Just as he finished the call, his phone rang again. Am I now a busy person? Perhaps I should get another phone and learn time management. Or else I won't have enough time. Hello. Lin Yi answered. Hello, Mr. Lin. Last night, you fully acquired our Wangjiang dock that I'm the manager by Songjiang. I'll be heading over shortly. You should be at the dock. Correct? Yes, indeed, that I called to discuss this, that if it's inconvenient for you, we can come to report to you instead. No need. I'll go personally. Lin Yi checked his watch. However, I have a few other matters to attend to. Let us meet in 2 hours. All right. We will wait for you here. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Yi drove for a while and arrived at Tianyue Tea House. Tianyue Tea House is quite renowned in Zhonghai. Individuals of some standing often frequent it for tea and business discussions. Good day. Sir, how many in your party? Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, a waitress in a qipao greeted him with a smile. I'm here to find someone. There is a reservation under the name Song Wenwei. Are you Mr. Lin Yi? That's me. Miss Song has instructed that you may go to the 3rd floor. Thank you for your assistance. Perhaps due to it being daytime, the 3rd floor of the tea house was sparse. With only one table occupied, 5 individuals were seated at a long table, and Lin Yi could vaguely discern that the one in the middle was likely Song Wenwei, while the others remained unknown to him. Oh! You must be Lin Yi, remarked a middle-aged woman sitting next to Song Wenwei upon seeing him enter. That is correct. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wenwei's mother, Yin Wan. This is my son, Wenwei's younger brother, Song Wenwu, and the others are Wenwei's maternal aunt, Yin Shui, and her second aunt, Yin Hua. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, noting that men did not seem to hold much status in the Song family. Lin Yi, I've heard a bit about your situation from Chui Ping, that I understand you work in real estate. Wouldn't that mean you could offer a discount when purchasing a property? Yinwan asked straightforwardly. I could indeed offer a discount, but I no longer work there, Lin Yi responded. Did you leave due to poor treatment? Upon hearing this, Yinwan and the others appeared rather pleased, as it implied he would earn more. No, I was let go. Their expressions shifted. This was not a promising sign. What are you doing now? Surely you're not unemployed? Not quite. I drive for DiDi to make ends meet, Lin Yi said with a smile. The faces of the Song family darkened at this revelation. Yinwan muttered to herself, what is going on with Chui Ping? She said he was working in real estate, and now he is driving for DiDi? Isn't that misleading? Mom, please calm down, Song Wenwei whispered. Although his current job isn't very glamorous, he is quite handsome. And there is news about the orphanage's relocation. Let us talk it out first. Fine, for the sake of the next generation, I'll give him another chance, Yinwan conceded, given the current situation. If it weren't for Lin Yi's striking appearance, they might have already left. Driving for DiDi is fine. Let us continue our conversation. To save face, Yinwan smiled. All right. You must be aware of Wenwei's situation. She works at a bank, which is quite respectable. There are many suitors pursuing her. While you are indeed good-looking, that alone cannot suffice. Inwan continued. You're right, Annie, Linny replied with a smile. Let me be frank. I hope you can buy a property in Zhonghai with full payment. Ideally, a 3-bedroom apartment with at least 100 square meters of usable space. Full payment. Linny felt as though he had misheard. Were they dreaming? Given the current real estate prices in Zhonghai, the cheapest properties near the outer ring were around 50,000 per square meter. For a 100 square meter usable area, the building area would be approximately 150 square meters, totaling around 7.5 million yuan, and with other fees, it would easily exceed 8 million. That expecting full payment from today's youth was quite unrealistic. If it's not full payment, you'll have to deal with mortgage repayments, which would be a significant burden. When we grow old and need medical care, it will be you who bears the financial responsibility that if all your salary goes towards paying off a mortgage, who will support us in the future. Inwan adjusted her position and continued, and a 100 square meter usable area is my minimum requirement. You two will have one room, the child will have another, and I'll share a room with his father. This standard isn't even high. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate to agree, Song Wenwei interjected, My parents have raised me for so many years. It's only natural for me to bring them to live with us. If you truly care for me, this shouldn't be an issue for you. Linny nearly laughed but managed to suppress it. In addition to all this, do you have any other demands? Don't rush. Let me explain everything slowly. Inwan smiled. We come from ordinary families, having discussed the house. We won't make things too difficult for you regarding other matters. The bride price is 888,000 yuan. For good luck. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Yi remarked. Is it too much? Inwan exclaimed. A colleague of Wenwei's got married recently, and their bride price was 1.66 million. We are only asking for 888,000, which is quite reasonable. No, what I meant was, according to the customs here in Zhonghai, the amount given as bride price is usually matched with a return gift from the bride's side. I am concerned that this might place undue pressure on you. What custom is that? Inwan queried. We don't have such a rule. Bride price is typically given to the bride's family. Bride price to the bride's family? Lin, he was taken aback, bewildered by such an absurd custom. Indeed, it is the money for my family. After nurturing our daughter for over 20 years, we are now sending her to your household. It should be reasonable for you to provide us with some compensation. Shouldn't it? What you say is akin to selling your daughter, isn't it? Lin, he responded with a smile. According to your logic, if I spend money to marry her, does that mean I can regard her as a maid or perhaps even a breeding machine? What kind of talk is that? Inwan slammed the table. Arwen Hui is marrying you to enjoy a good life. Being able to work is already quite enough. And you still expect her to do housework. All right then, please continue. Do you have any further demands? Lin Yi inhuited. The remaining request pertains to the CAR.I. In this regard, our expectations are not particularly high. Inwan replied. A BMW 5 Series, a Mercedes E-Class, or an Audi A6 will suffice, as long as it is priced above 500,000 that you can decide the brand. Wait a moment. I need to emphasize something, Song Wenwu interjected. If we choose any of these 3 models, they must be imported. The domestic versions are simply unworthy of consideration, utterly dreadful. Linny nodded with a smile, glancing at Song Wenhui. What is your viewpoint? I believe that given my circumstances, such requests are not excessive, Song Wenhui stated. I have a colleague who only graduated from a vocational college and is already living in a villa, driving a car worth over 1 million. My conditions are even better than hers. Thus, these requests should not be considered high. Exactly. Our Xiao Hui's qualifications are evident, and these modest requests certainly do not seem excessive, added Song Wenhui's aunt. I have one more requirement. When the wedding takes place, the hotel must be a 5-star establishment, that we will have relatives and friends in attendance. The standards cannot be too low, remarked Song Wenhui's second aunt. Yes, indeed. I almost forgot to mention that, she added. Based on your demands, the total cost will be at least 10 million. That you are all aware of my situation. Do you truly believe I can produce such an amount? Do you think I can print money like in the central bank? Lin Yi's fingers tapped on the table as he calmly stated, Would you like a spaceship? I could arrange one for you. What are you talking about? Inwan responded. I understand you just graduated and might not have that much money, but you can seek assistance from your family. Nowadays, young people rely on their families when getting married. My parents have passed away. How am I to seek help from them? Do you want me to resort to grave robbing? We are not referring to your biological parents. I heard that the orphanage is to be relocated. Once the land is sold, wouldn't you have the funds? Ian Wan chuckled. Lin Yi's expression darkened. He had initially thought their words were merely for amusement and had not taken them to heart. He was shocked to discover that they had set their sights on the orphanage, and no wonder they were so eager to arrange a match for him. It turned out that the orphanage was indeed relocating. Lin Yi, I have a small request, Song Wenhui stated. What is it? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. I hope that after we have children, they can take my surname. Could you repeat that? Oh dear, our Wenhui means no offense. After all, you are also an orphan. Once we have children, let them share the Song family name. Although Wenhui is female, we must still consider the continuation of the lineage. Don't you agree? What is it? Is your son incapable, or is he a hermaphrodite? Can't he fulfill the duty of carrying on the family line? What the hell are you saying? Do you believe? Linny picked up the teacup on the table and splashed the tea on his Song Wenwu's face. What nonsense! Do you really think I have a good temper? Ah! Song Wenwu cried out in pain from the hot splash, while Lin Yi slowly rose. I came here today simply to placate you, so that we could all be on good terms. Yet, you have turned your attention to my mother's orphanage, acting as if you have no shame at all. You expect to buy a house and car outright right from the start. Do you think you are worthy? With that, Linny turned and left. Spending so much time with a group of fools was truly not worth that moment. The Song family was too preoccupied with Song Wenwu to care about Linny. Son, are you all right? I will take you to the hospital right away. No need. It was just a cup of tea. Song Wenwu growled. How dare he splash tea on me? I won't let him off easily. Now that he has left, how will you chase him? Song Wenwu approached the window where he could see the scene at the tea house entrance. Chasing him is futile. He picked up a nearby flower pot and declared, when he comes out, I will smash it over his head. Just then, Linny emerged from the tea house holding his car keys. Song Wenwu hurled the flower pot at Linny. However, he intentionally altered the angle slightly, but he was not afraid of injuring Linny. But if he were to actually kill him, he would be finished as well. As Linny stepped out of the tea house, he noticed the flower pot descending from above. Crash! The flower pot shattered into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted swiftly and stepped back. Otherwise, he could have been seriously injured. What the hell is going on? Lin Yi frowned. Although the flower pot did not hit him, the flying shards struck his car. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard Song Wenwu shouting from the third floor. Damn it, you were lucky to dodge that. Be careful when you go out next time. You wouldn't want something to fall and crush you. Lin Yi chuckled softly and replied, Do you know that such actions have serious consequences? What consequences could there be? I just threw a flower pot at you. Song Wenwu retorted angrily. You, a mere ride-hailing driver, dare to splash tea on me? You must be tired of living. But I drive a fine car. Don't think I don't know. Your car is just a dilapidated chalet. Do you really consider that a luxury vehicle? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Lin Yi remained silent and pressed the button on the car key in his pocket. The Pagani's gull-winged doors opened, resembling the wings of an eagle, ready to soar. The flower pot did not hit me, but the flying shards damaged my car. Now, how will you compensate me? Chapter 044. When struck by lightning, you might inadvertently involve others. A Pagani, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Wenwu and his family were left dumbfounded. They all leaned out to see that indeed, a Pagani was parked below. This car actually belongs to you. Indeed, Lin Yi replied. This car has an original price of 28 million. To repaint it, considering labor and material costs, it will require around 2 million. Do you prefer a check or cash? Or would you like to transfer via Alipay or WeChat? They were utterly flabbergasted. The Song family was in shock. That wasn't he just a ride-hailing driver and an orphan? How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? All right, stop dawdling. Let's go down and take a look, Song Wenhui said in a flurry. She regretted deeply. Had she known Lin Yi was so wealthy, she would not have made so many demands earlier. After all, once she was with him, wouldn't all those things be hers? Yes, let's hurry down. Song Wenwoo was already dazed, and he rushed out with his family. That a large crowd had gathered outside the tea house, that a sports car had been scratched. Such a juicy story could not be missed. At that moment, the Song family realized this was no illusion. That sports car truly belonged to Lenny. There was also a piece of the flower pot among the debris, and while the scratch on the car door was not extensive, it was indeed damaged. Lenny, is this car really yours? Song Wenhui asked, trembling. It's not mine. Could it be yours? Think about how to compensate. I haven't asked for much, Lenny stated. This young man is quite remarkable. This is a Pagani Huayra, which requires imported paint for repairs, and professional engineers must be dispatched to fix it. 2 million is quite a bargain. Supercars are indeed different. If it were a domestic car, it could be fixed for just $100. There's no way around it. That's the value of a supercar. Hearing the discussions around them, the Song family was collectively petrified. Even if they sold their kidneys collectively, they could never gather that much money. Lenny, please calm down. My brother acted in a moment of impulse, Song Wenhui pleaded. After reconsideration, we don't need so many things. That I believe you are a decent person. I don't care about material possessions. Even though you were let go, I'm still willing to strive alongside you. You are overthinking it, Lenny replied as he sat back in the car. Go back and gather the money. If you can't raise 2 million within a week, prepare for a court summons. With that, Lenny drove away. Watching the taillights of Lin Yi's car, the Song family felt as if they were on the verge of tears. They wished they could die. They had missed out on such a wealthy individual. What a grave misfortune. After leaving the tea house, Lenny glanced at the time and saw it was just past TN. It was the perfect opportunity to visit Wangjiang Wharf and claim the rewards from the system. As for the car, he could send it to Zhou Haitao when he had a moment. The racetrack should have professionals who could handle the repainting, so it was not a significant issue. Buzzing, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Wang Ma. Son, please reply to me once you finish. Holding the phone, Lin Yi returned the call. Wang Ma, what do you need? How did the matchmaking go? Any progress? Not much progress has been made, Lin Yi said with a smile. However, that friend of yours has questionable character. You should swiftly block her on WeChat and other contact methods. Otherwise, when she faces misfortune, you might be dragged into it. Lin Yi could tolerate many things but could not allow Wang Ma to lose face. Yet those few individuals had the audacity to set their sights on the orphanage. A matter Lin Yi could not overlook. What is the matter? Calm down. Why are you so furious? Oh, it's nothing serious. That I just find her character lacking. Just do as I say. All right, I'll heed your advice. And when I encounter a good girl in the future, I'll keep an eye out for you. You need not worry about my lifelong affairs. I'm grown up enough to handle it myself. Lin Yi chuckled. Just make sure to keep it together. You are among the first batch of children I send out. Make sure to thrive out there. Understood. All right, I must go assist with the cooking now. You should also be on your way. Yes. I'll return in a few days to see you. Let me know ahead of time when you come back. I'll prepare a feast for you. Sounds good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi felt immensely joyful. And no matter where he went, there were those who cared for him. And that was the greatest happiness in life. Driving, Lin Yi arrived at Wangjiang Wharf. Rows of yachts were docked, and numerous tourists were renting boats along the shore, including girls clad in bikinis. The azure waves and white froth, combined with the sight of bikinis, formed another picturesque view at Wangjiang Wharf. The parking lot was filled with cars, including a number of luxury vehicles. Just the sight of 3 Lamborghinis was enough to impress. Upon reflection, it made sense. Ordinary folks could hardly afford to rent yachts here. This was a playground for the wealthy. Being the weekend, the number of visitors had doubled, and after several minutes of searching, he finally found a parking spot. Once he exited the car, Lin Yi did not rush to find Bai Songjiang. This was all his own territory. Instead, he decided to take a quick look at the facilities first. Hey, handsome, could we exchange WeChat? We're heading to a barbecue party soon. Would you like to join? While Lin Yi was strolling about, a girl in a bikini approached him, draped in a sheer white cover-up that hinted at her swimwear beneath. No, thank you. Her looks barely rated a 60, utterly failing to capture Lin Yi's interest. What a show-off. I wouldn't even bother adding you. The bikini-clad woman scoffed before turning away. Lin Yi, is not adding you on WeChat considered showing off? Shaking his head, he continued to wander around the wharf and indeed spotted a few issues. He would need to bring these up when he met with the wharf's management later. Manager Meow. We accidentally damaged the boat's seat while out at sea. The speaker was a tall girl, wearing a jacket over a black swimsuit, her voice sweet and somewhat intoxicating. Beside her stood a slightly plump man in a suit, resembling a management staff member of the wharf. His name was Miao Changyu, the manager of the Wangjiang Wharf Operations Department. If I recall correctly, you rented yacht number 6, right? Miao Changyu inquired. Yes. You were the one who handled the rental paperwork for us, she replied. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome. Miao Changyu looked distressed. The seats on yacht number 6 are genuine leather and just recently purchased. Now that they're damaged, I'll have a hard time explaining this when I return. Manager Meow, please think of a way. It was unintentional on our part, the tall girl pleaded, clinging to Miao Changyu's arm. All right, I'll let it slide this time. But do be careful next time, Miao Changyu said with a smile, patting the girl on the back. Chapter 045. Lin Yi's Ambitions. Under by Songjiang's guidance, Lin Yi arrived in the conference room. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the representatives from both companies were taken aback, and no one had anticipated that the behind-the-scenes owner of Wangjiang Wharf would be so young and strikingly handsome. You. It is actually you, Su Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes widening. Qianqian, do you know Mr. Lin? Rin Yongjun's expression brightened. His side already had the upper hand, but if Qianqian had a personal connection with Mr. Lin from Wangjiang Wharf, this business deal could be jeopardized. Meanwhile, the members from Guanya's side wore grim expressions that if Su Qianqian truly knew the owner of Wangjiang Wharf, then they would have no chance at all. Is this woman an employee of your company? Lin Yi inhuited. Yes, Rin Yongjun replied, rising. Qianqian is a senior designer at Rueda Design, having won several international awards and is quite renowned in the industry. Guanya looked ashen, her head cradled in her hands in despair. She had worked tirelessly on the proposal, only to find herself defeated in such a manner. In that case, you may leave. Your services are no longer required here, Lin Yi stated coolly. Everyone in the room was taken aback. What was he saying? Wasn't there supposed to be a personal connection? Why was he dismissing them? Ren Yongjun's expression froze, and he cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Our Rueda Design has extensive experience and is well respected in the industry. We've even hired the renowned Larry Keller as our chief consultant. We can certainly complete this task. I have no doubt about your capabilities, but your senior designer drives an Audi A. Someone like me, who drives a Xiaoli, surely cannot afford your services. Lin Yi shrugged. I can only apologize. Rin Yongjun suddenly turned around, fury flashing in his eyes. Qianqian, what is the meaning of this? Su Qianqian, feeling anxious, hurried to stand in front of Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, it was my fault. I apologize and beg you for another chance. Subtly, everyone present began to grasp the situation. Earlier, Su Qianqian had mentioned a conflict with someone who drove a Xiaoli. Now, putting two and two together, it seemed that the Xiaoli driver was indeed Mr. Lin. Guanya and her design team exchanged incredulous glances. How could someone so young manage such a significant enterprise as Wangjiang Wharf, yet drive a Xiaoli? Another chance? Lin Yi replied coldly. People like you make me seriously doubt your professional ethics. So, let us end it here, and no need to waste each other's time. It's just a project, Su Qianqian retorted. If you don't use our Rueda Design, you'll surely regret it. Regret? Regret what? Are you adorned with diamonds? You. Su Qianqian's face turned ashen as she looked at Rin Yongjun. Rin, I don't see the need to pursue this business deal. That he drives a Xiaoli and likely won't pay much for design fees. Let us just leave. Why bother serving such a client? Get out! Rin Yongjun shouted. From this moment on, you are dismissed from Rueda Design. Su Qianqian was taken aback. Ren, you think Mr. Lin won't pay much for design fees? Mr. Lin drives a Xiaoli because he has low profile. Do you think everyone is as ostentatious as you? Mr. Lin's one Pagani is worth 20 Audi AS. Aside from showing off, what else can you do? Just get out of here. Rin Yongjun was so infuriated that he could hardly breathe. Only he understood how significant this project was. The design fee alone for the first phase was a staggering 30 million. with subsequent phases likely exceeding 100 million. If he didn't dismiss Su Qianqian, his company would stand no chance whatsoever. He actually drives a Pagani, Su Qianqian's mind buzzed. Only now did she realize that such understated individuals truly existed in the world. Enough! You may also leave. I have nothing further to discuss with Rueda, Lin said indifferently. Mr. Lin, please calm down. Allow me to explain. I'm not interested in hearing any explanations. Just leave. Seeing Lin's determination, the Rueda design team sighed as they departed. The opportunity that had seemed ripe for the taking was now lost. The position that Rueda Design had held gave Guanya and her team a chance. Now, they were the only bidders left, and no other unexpected circumstances were likely to arise. All right, now it's just the two of you remaining. Let us keep it brief and get straight to the point, Lin instructed. Understood. Mr. Lin, Guanya replied as she stood up and projected her prepared proposal onto the large screen. To transform Wangjiang Wharf into the largest cruise terminal in the world, we need to proceed in 2 phases. The first phase involves upgrading existing facilities, and the second phase is expansion. The first phase primarily focuses on upgrades, aiming to position Wangjiang Wharf as a premier cruise terminal, making it a new urban landmark, which will also reflect positively on Mr. Lin's reputation. Following this, Guanya presented her design proposal comprehensively to Lin. After concluding her presentation, she looked at Lin, cautiously asking, "May I inquire about your thoughts, Mr. Lin?" "Your ideas are quite commendable," Lin remarked. "While I aspire to make Wangjiang Wharf the largest cruise terminal worldwide, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. Let us start with the upgrades first." "Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Lin," Guanya remarked. "According to our preliminary budget, the cost of the upgrade and renovation is approximately around 200 million. Without any preamble, Guanya directly stated her quote. "If I were to provide you with 200 million, to what extent could you achieve?" After a brief hesitation, Guanya responded, "If we disregard scale and focus on quality, we could rank among the top 5 in the world. And if I were to grant you 400 million, what could you accomplish?" The designers at Yalo were taken aback, silently astonished by such a display of wealth from Mr. Lin, who not only refrained from bargaining, but had also doubled the offer. Now, it was Guanya's turn to feel anxious. She had not anticipated this possibility. "The very best in the world," Guanya replied emphatically. The foundational structure of Wangjiang Wharf was commendable, and with a budget of 400 million, achieving world-class status was certainly feasible. However, Guanya had underestimated the ambitious nature of the young man seated before her. Lin Yifa's aspirations extended far beyond merely achieving industry dominance. "If I were to provide you with 800 million, do you have the confidence to ensure that Wangjiang Wharf remains at the forefront of the industry for over a decade?" Chapter 046. The first step of a grand blueprint. Lin Yifa's words struck like thunder, leaving the executives of Wangjiang Wharf profoundly shocked. Upon learning of the acquisition, they had assumed the new owner would be a middle-aged tycoon. Yet now, they were witnessing an entirely different kind of magnate. No one had anticipated that the new owner harbored such immense ambition. Little did they know, this was merely a fragment of Lin Yifa's grand vision. "I have 2 points to address," Lin Yifa stated. "First, expedite the development of an upgrade and renovation proposal that, if you possess the confidence, design it yourselves. If not, contact a professional design firm that do not concern yourselves with the budget. We must transform Wangjiang Wharf into a world-class yacht marina." "Understood, Mr. Lin," the executives responded enthusiastically. Secondly, the base-level employees at the wharf will receive a 20 salary increase, and all executives will see a 10 raise. The do not perceive this as unfair. Without the efforts of our grassroots colleagues, none of you would enjoy any stability. "Understood, Mr. Lin. I have said all that needs to be said. The remaining matters are for you to handle. If any issues arise, report back to me." "Understood, Mr. Lin." Having concluded the essential discussions, Lin Yifa exited the conference room. That he now owned 3 enterprises: the Peninsula Grand Hotel, the China Sea International Circuit, and this Wangjiang Wharf. As for Zhezhou Pavilion, his residence, it was not counted among them. Compared to the Peninsula Grand Hotel and the racing circuit, Wangjiang Wharf was undoubtedly a flagship establishment. Thus, the latest upgrade and renovation project would primarily focus on Wangjiang Wharf, despite being a highly capital-intensive endeavor. The 3 enterprises under his management were all profitable, making the completion of the renovations a manageable task for the time being. Furthermore, he held a 20 stake in DiDi, which constituted a substantial sum, sufficient to support the current situation. In summary, he decided to proceed with the plan. After clarifying his thoughts, Lin Yifei walked to the parking lot, ready to depart. However, he noticed a considerable number of people taking photos in front of his car. Frowning slightly at the sight of the photographers, he recognized the 2 women who had previously confronted him among them. "Have you finished taking pictures?" The 2 women, engrossed in their selfies, turned pale upon realizing it was Lin Yifei speaking. "You again? Why are you always around? It's so annoying. Am I the one who's being bothersome?" Lin Yifei replied, bemused. "This is a public space. My presence here is irrelevant to you. And what does our taking selfies here have to do with you?" One of the women named DiDi retorted. "Is this your car? Taking photos right here? How do you know it's not ours?" DiDi shot back. "Are you saying we can't take pictures with our own car? Is that too much for you to handle?" Hearing this, the girl who had previously asked Lin Yifei for his WeChat felt a twinge of anxiety and whispered, "DiDi, aren't we pushing our luck? This isn't even our car. What are you worried about? The owner isn't here, and they won't know whose car it is." "That's a fair point." Lin Yifei nearly chuckled. "You claim this is your car?" DiDi, hands on her hips, sneered. "Indeed. Open your eyes and take a good look. This car is a Pagani Huayra, worth over 10 million. Did I imagine someone like you, a pauper, has never even touched the steering wheel of such a vehicle? Is this man not mentally stable? Why is he confronting someone taking pictures with their own car? Has he been hurt by women before? Does he lash out at beautiful women? This seems like a psychological issue. I suspect he harbors resentment towards the wealthy and finds comfort in belittling those with money. Akin to a keyboard warrior online. What a pity. He's quite handsome but turns out to be an angry youth." DiDi continued to look down on Lin Yifei with disdain. "What else do you have to say? I suggest you leave quickly before you embarrass yourself further." "I feel that this car doesn't belong to you," Lin Yifei remarked. "Indeed, the world is vast, and there are all kinds of people." DiDi crossed her arms. "If it's not my car, does that mean it's yours? This car indeed belongs to me." Producing the car key from his pocket, Lin Yifei pressed a button, and the car door swung open, startling both green tea girls. Instantly, everyone fell silent. "My sincerest apologies for interrupting your little act." Haha. What a thrill, a grand face-slapping moment. This is beyond awkward. These plastic surgery girls are so full of themselves. It's giving me secondhand embarrassment. The 2 green tea girls wished to disappear, feeling utterly humiliated. Their intention to undermine him had backfired, leaving them with the shame instead. They quickly covered their faces with their shawls and awkwardly slipped away from the crowd, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. Amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Yifei entered his car, ready to continue his tasks. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wang Tianlong calling. "What is the matter?" "Mr. Lin, it's like this. Someone just delivered a painting and asked me to pass it on to you." "All right. I understand. I'll head over now." System task. Obtain 25-star reviews. Reward. 200,000 proficiency points. Upon seeing the system's task, Lin Yifei calculated that upon acquiring 200,000 proficiency points, his professional completion rate would reach 85, bringing him one step closer to unlocking a new profession. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take on new tasks. There was still some distance to cover before completing the task, and a moment's delay wouldn't hurt. After all, receiving a 5-star review was no easy feat. First, he would retrieve the congratulatory gift from the Peninsula Grand Hotel and have lunch in the process. Upon returning to the Peninsula Grand Hotel, he found Wang Tianlong inspecting the hotel's fire safety engineering, demonstrating a hands-on approach and a strong sense of responsibility. "Mr. Lin, I will go fetch the painting for you now." Lin Yifei nodded. "Just deliver it to the 2nd floor. I'll grab something to eat in the meantime." "Understood." Arriving at the 2nd floor of the hotel, Lin Yifei ordered some food, intending to resolve his lunch situation. Shortly after, Wang Tianlong came running with a long brocade box. "Mr. Lin, here's the painting. Open it for me to take a look." "Of course." Wang Tianlong called over someone to unveil the painting from the brocade box. Lin Yifei couldn't quite discern the allure of the peach blossom spring painting, but considering it was a genuine work by Zhang Daqian, it should suffice as a respectable gift. "All right, put it away." Just then, Lin Yifei's phone rang again. It was Ji Qingyin calling. Where are you? Having lunch. What's up? You remember the dress I bought? There's a blue sheer shawl that I think I left at your place. I remember. What about it? It seems I forgot it at your home. Ji Qingyin said, come pick me up, after retrieving the shawl. We can head out. Chapter 047. Only you can see. Others cannot. Alright, I also need to go home and change clothes that I'll meet you in the parking lot in 30 minutes. Okay. After discussing the matter, Lin Fa hung up the phone, placed the painting back in his car, and prepared to pick up Ji Qingyin. In less than half an hour, Lin Fa arrived at the parking lot of Chaoyang Group. Just then, Ji Qingyin emerged from the elevator, and together they drove back to Jiuzhou Pavilion. Hurry and change. We'll be setting off shortly. Ji Qingyin instructed in the fitting room. Lin Fa took out his suit. Just as he was about to put it on, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Is she really taking a shower? Does this woman have a cleanliness obsession? He scoffed internally, but Lin Fa paid no further mind, changing into his suit and shirt, ready to head out. When Ji Qingyin finally emerged from the shower, 20 minutes had passed. Her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a white towel, with faint steam rising from her shoulders, rendering her a vision of beauty. You truly are a remarkable figure. It is my first time encountering someone who can wear a suit with such flair. And you are the first person I have seen who can transform a bath towel into something so striking. Rascal. Always taking advantage of me. Ji Qingyin approached, saying, wait a moment. Let me help you tidy up. With that, she knelt before Lin Yi, adjusting the cuffs of his trousers before standing up. Very nice indeed. Ji Qingyin rose, continuing to dry her hair. Just wait a little longer. I will be ready shortly. All right, Lin Yi nodded. By the way, where is your grandfather's birthday banquet being held? At the Donghu Villa on the Outer Ring. You should be familiar with it. Yes. I passed by once while driving. Although it is also a villa, due to its geographical location, the price of Donghu Villa is not exorbitant, even less than Ji Qingyin's Yinshui Villa. Its only advantage lies in its beautiful scenery and private courtyard, making it a suitable place for older individuals to retire. Ji Qingyin went to her room to change, while Lin Yi waited idly for her to come downstairs. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Yi? A gentle voice came from the other end. That's me. Mr. Lin, I am the manager of the Patek Philippe store at Times Square. Your order for the 175th anniversary watch, placed 3 days ago, has arrived. I am prepared to deliver it to you. May I ask if you are available to receive it now? I will be heading out shortly. Please have it delivered to the property at Jiuzhou Pavilion. Mr. Lin, due to the item's considerable value, we must deliver it directly into your hands, so, then please send it to Donghu Villa. Understood, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Lin Yi continued to fiddle with his phone, passing the time. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyin descended the staircase, adorned in a stunning gradient blue evening gown that a diamond necklace adorned her neck, accentuating her entire demeanor, especially her striking figure, which outshone even the diamond necklace. Sensing Lin Yi's somewhat predatory gaze, Ji Qingyin lifted the sheer shawl draped over her shoulders, concealing her front. Stop staring. Quickly help me zip this up. No wonder it looked like it was about to burst out. You hadn't zipped it. Can't you direct your gaze elsewhere? Must you fixate on that? It's mainly because it stands out so prominently. I can't help but look. Always with your witty remarks. Lin Yi chuckled as he approached, assisting Ji Qingyin in zipping up the back of her gown, only to discover that her figure was entirely concealed within it. That's right. Just keep it hidden. Lin Yi remarked with satisfaction. Are you implying that only you can see it, while others cannot? Ji Qingyin teased, placing her hands on her waist. Clever. That's precisely the point. You flatter me. Let's go. Stop being vain. Shortly thereafter, the two drove towards Donghu Villa. It is situated to the east of the Outer Ring. The property prices at Donghu Villa are not exorbitant. Owning a house there is not considered a luxury. At this moment, the courtyard of Donghu Villa was bustling with guests arriving one after another. There were connections accumulated by the Ji family over the years, along with many young individuals from various families, all gathering to celebrate the birthday of the Ji family's elder. Among them, the most prominent figure stood at the villa's entrance. An elderly man clad in a red tang suit. Though he leaned on a cane, he appeared quite vigorous, This elder's name was Ji Yongqing, the guest of honor for today's banquet. Grandfather, may you celebrate many more birthdays, growing younger with each passing year. A woman in a white gown spoke as she poured tea for Ji Yongqing. Lin Yi recognized the woman pouring tea. It was Yang Tianxin, who had given him a poor review the day before. Beside her were a middle-aged couple and a young man. The couple, Yang Feng and Ji Anrong, were Yang Tianxin's parents. The young man, around 30, dressed in a black suit, was quite handsome. His name was Fu Jingping, Yang Tianxin's boyfriend. You all came back just for a birthday celebration, especially you, Jingping, coming all the way from Yanjing. That must have been quite a journey, Ji Yongqing said with a smile. Grandfather, Jingping's business in Yanjing has stabilized. And I heard him say he wants to make an effort to capture the market here in Zhonghai, Yang Tianxin proudly stated. Oh, that is indeed impressive, Ji Yongqing replied. Yanjing and Zhonghai are among the wealthiest cities in Huaxia. If you can conquer both markets, that would be remarkable. Thank you for your praise, grandfather. Yang Feng and Ji Anrong stood aside, visibly pleased with their future son-in-law. Not only in Zhonghai, but throughout Huaxia, Fu Jingping could be considered a young talent. Old Ji, your granddaughter's fiancé is quite extraordinary. An elder with graying hair approached and remarked. Among all the guests, his car is the most valuable, and he is quite handsome. His future is certainly promising. If I ever find myself in trouble, you must lend a hand. Grandfather Liu, you are too kind. Given the friendship between you and my grandfather, if you truly encounter difficulties, just say the word, and we will certainly assist, Yang Tianxin replied. Then I shall thank you in advance. Look at old Ji. Truly blessed with a wonderful granddaughter, bringing him great pride. Another elder commented. I have never had such fortune in my life. In the face of everyone's compliments, Yang Tianxin wore a smile, experiencing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Noticing that the attention had shifted to their daughter and son-in-law, Yang Feng and Ji Anrong felt a sense of pride and looked at Ji Anrong, asking, Anren, why hasn't Ti Qingyan arrived yet? What time is it? I just called. They are on their way and will arrive shortly, Ji Anren replied. I heard Qingyan has a boyfriend. Is she coming along? Yes, they are coming together, Ji Anren said with a chuckle. Clearly pleased with her son-in-law. Has that girl Qingyan found herself a partner? Why didn't Tishi mention it to me? What does his family do? Ji Yongqing inquired. They just met recently, so I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. But he seems to be quite well off and very handsome. They make a lovely pair, Ji Anren said, filled with pride. As long as they are a good match, Ji Yongqing replied with a smile. Now that both of them have prospects, I no longer need to worry. Ji Anren and others were unconcerned. Even if her boyfriend's background was impressive, it might not compare to Jingping's that at this moment. Yang Tianxin tugged at Fu Jingping's sleeve and whispered, when my cousin and her boyfriend arrive. You must make a good impression. Do not embarrass me. Throughout our lives, I have never been able to outshine her. Today, it all depends on you. Tianxin, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have a friend who just bought a Bentley worth over 6 million. Had I known, I would have driven his car, Fu Jingping chuckled. No worries. Your Lamborghini is quite impressive as well. After all, it's worth over 4 million. Just then, a loud rumbling sound drew everyone's attention. They turned to see a silver supercar parked at the entrance. My goodness, that car looks like a Pagani Huayra. It retails for over 20 million. Which big shot has arrived to drive such an extravagant vehicle? In Zhonghai, the Ji family could only be considered a middle-class family, and witnessing a top-tier luxury car like the Pagani Huayra left the guests astonished. Such vehicles were typically reserved for the elite of Zhonghai. They had never imagined the Ji family had such connections, which was truly remarkable that as the gull-wing doors opened, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan stepped out in succession. Upon seeing Ji Qingyan, the guests were taken aback. Isn't that the Ji family's eldest daughter? She is simply stunning, like a celestial being. So this car belongs to the eldest daughter of the Ji family's boyfriend. That is quite extravagant. Given the eldest daughter of the Ji family's beauty and talent, it is only natural for her to attract such a boyfriend. As the attention of others fell upon Ji Qingyan, the expressions of the Yang family became rather sour. Their previously cheerful demeanor quickly turned frosty. Yang Tianxin's expression was even more complicated as she scrutinized Lin Yi. Both his face and his car seemed familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Yang Tianxin recalled that the driver of the car she had taken yesterday was none other than him. Ah! With that thought, Yang Tianxin's expression turned playful. Tio think that Qingyan had found a boyfriend who drives for a ride-hailing service. Oh, Ji Qingyan, you truly are something else, stepping out of the car. Ji Qingyan led Lin Yi inside. Grandfather, we have arrived late, Ji Qingyan said, slightly embarrassed. It's quite all right. I am simply grateful that you both could take a break from your work to come, Ji Yongqing replied, his gaze settling on Lin Yi. My dear granddaughter, this is the first boyfriend you have brought home, so do introduce him to your grandfather. Ji Qingyan hesitated, uncertain of how to begin, as she had never inquired much about Lin Yi. He had merely mentioned that he drove for DiDi, but in such a setting, revealing that he was a DiDi driver seemed rather inappropriate. Qingyan, are you unsure of how to introduce him? Yang Tianxin chuckled. If you find it challenging, I can assist you. Upon seeing Yang Tianxin, Lin Yi was taken aback that wasn't she the passenger he had driven yesterday. Moreover, she had even left him a negative review. That Ji Qingyan paused for a moment. Do you know Lin Yi? Not exactly acquainted. Merely a fleeting encounter, Yang Tianxin replied, arms crossed. Grandfather, let me tell you, this individual is simply a DiDi driver, not some wealthy young master. What? He's a DiDi driver? Not only Ji Yongqing, but everyone present was taken aback. With Ji Qingyan's looks and intelligence, how could she possibly be dating a mere DiDi driver? Indeed, Yang Tianxin said with a smile. Interestingly enough, I didn't have my car yesterday, and happened to call for a ride. Guess what? He claimed the car was his, and even attempted to flirt with me. Such audacity. Ji Yongqing's expression darkened. It mattered little what Lin Yi did for a living. The fact that he dared to deceive his granddaughter was intolerable. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Qingyan retorted. This car belongs to Lin Yi. What's wrong with him driving DiDi to experience life? Qingyan, after all these years in society, are you not being a bit too naive? Yang Tianxin scoffed. Just think about those wealthy heirs in Zhonghai. Which of them would lower themselves to drive DiDi? It is quite a novelty, isn't it? If you believe Lin Yi is truly just a DiDi driver, then how do you explain this car? Yang Tianxin srugit. If you truly want an explanation, let your brother-in-law clarify it for you. Your brother-in-law is the general agent for DiDi in the Yanjing region. He will elucidate this matter for you. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this man was indeed a DiDi agent. Viewed in that light, he could be considered an associate. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Jingping stepped forward. Since last month, DiDi headquarters has launched a luxury car service, featuring vehicles ranging from several million to tens of millions. Aimed at expanding into the high-end market that I suspect this gentleman, surnamed Lin, is one of the drivers for the luxury car service. Fu Jingping adjusted his glasses and continued. However, it is unexpected that he would exploit his position to deceive female passengers. I will notify headquarters to investigate this matter thoroughly. So that is what transpired. Upon learning of Lin Yi's identity, contemptuous glances were cast throughout the room. Scammers have become too brazen nowadays. To think they would stoop to such tactics. I can't believe even the young lady from the Ji family has fallen for such tricks. Thanks to Miss Yang and her boyfriend. Otherwise, we would all have been deceived. Ji Yongtai's face grew somewhat flushed. Daughter, what is going on here? Father, please allow me to explain. Lin Yi is absolutely not a fraud. Yang Tianxin smiled. Qingyan, do not bother to explain any further. If I were to speak falsely without evidence, how could I say such things at this moment? If you truly doubt it, just check her phone. There should still be registration information in the app. What is wrong with me driving DiDi? Am I breaking the law? Lin Yi interjected. Certainly not illegal, Yang Tianxin replied. But deceiving others is simply wrong. And you, Qingyan, you are a graduate of a prestigious university with ample life experience. To be fooled by a driver. How embarrassing for the Ji family. I've already explained. Lin Yi is not a fraud. Believe it or not. Enough, Qingyan, no more, Ji Yongqing said. Hasten to have him leave. I wish to see him no longer. Ji Yongqing was a rather open-minded man and did not overly concern himself with social status. But he could not tolerate his granddaughter being deceived. Creak. At that moment, the sound of brakes echoed. The crowd turned to see a black Volkswagen sedan pulling up to the villa entrance that a man and a woman stepped out, both dressed in suits that appeared rather ordinary, akin to work uniforms. Who were they, showing up in such shabby attire for a birthday celebration? The man and woman, undeterred by the murmurs, politely inquired, "Is Mr. Lenny here?" "I am here," Lenny replied, recognizing the woman who spoke as the manager of Patek Philippe. Though he struggled to recall her exact features, he still held a vague impression upon spotting Lenny amidst the crowd. The female manager quickened her pace, clutching a small case. "Mr. Lin, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the manager of Patek Philippe at Times Square, and this is the 175th anniversary commemorative watch you purchased. Please sign for it." "All right." Lenny took the pen and signed his name on the sales receipt. After signing, the manager opened her case, revealing an exquisitely crafted gift box. When the lid was lifted, a dazzling watch sparkled before everyone's eyes. Is that truly the Patek Philippe 175th anniversary edition? Witnessing the diamond-encrusted watch face, the onlookers were left speechless, utterly astounded. As far as I know, this watch is priced at a staggering $17.5 million. How could it possibly be here? Fu Jinping exclaimed aghast. "Sir, the situation is as follows. 3 days ago, Mr. Lin spent $17.5 million to purchase this 175th anniversary watch, and as it had been stored at headquarters, it is only now being delivered to him. He actually spent $17.5 million on a watch." Yang Tianxin's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? Was he genuinely a wealthy heir experiencing life? Simultaneously, others in attendance began to grasp the potential misunderstanding. The store manager had personally come to deliver the item. It was impossible for there to be an error. Undoubtedly, the watch was indeed his. Spending $17.5 million on a watch was far more extravagant than purchasing a car worth over $20 million. Therefore, the Pagani Huayra parked outside could not possibly belong to DiDi. It must belong to Lenny. Enough. This matter no longer concerns you. You may return. Lenny waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. We shall not intrude further," the two said as they retreated and drove away. Ji Qingyan let out a deep breath. Having witnessed Lin Yi's extravagant behavior, such as purchasing 9 villas in one go, she had grown accustomed to it. Holding the watch from the box, Lin Yi slipped it onto his wrist, finding it quite comfortable and not overly heavy. "Old Ji, your granddaughter is remarkable. She has found such an exceptional partner. The Ji family will surely ascend to greater heights in Zhonghai." "I said so. With Miss Ji's capabilities, how could she settle for an ordinary individual? It turns out he is a hidden gem. The Ji family's rise is imminent." Hearing the compliments from others, Ji Qingyan felt a tinge of embarrassment and a hint of joy in her heart. "Thank you all for your kind words," she replied modestly. Ji Yongqing chimed in, glancing at Yang Tianxin. "Tianxin, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Lenny can afford a watch worth over $10 million, so he should not be lacking in a car. Do apologize to him." "Grandfather, I see no reason to apologize," Yang Tianxin replied. "It was merely a misunderstanding." "Tianxin is correct," Ji Onrong interjected. "This Lenny fellow is indeed wealthy, but he clearly does not regard you highly. I suspect Qingyan may not hold much significance in his eyes, and perhaps you will be cast aside in a few days." "What do you mean by that?" Yikvingian retorted sharply. "Are you sour grapes because you cannot reach that height?" Even though their relationship was a pretense, Ji Qingyan would not allow anyone to disparage Lenny. "Qingyan, can't you see the obvious?" Ji Onrong stated. "I initially thought the watch was a gift for grandfather, yet you ended up wearing it. Arriving at a birthday celebration without preparing a gift clearly indicates you do not hold him in high regard." "Mother is right," Yang Tianxin added. "Look at our Jinping. He began preparing a gift for grandfather a month in advance. Unlike you, who seems to disregard him. Jinping, I believe the time is right. Please present the gift you prepared," Yang Feng said with a smile. "Understood, father-in-law." Fu Jinping returned to the car and fetched the gift he had prepared, displaying it before everyone. "This is a copper coin from the Qing dynasty, and I have managed to collect a complete set. Mr. Lu's eyesight is truly remarkable. He recognized this item at a glance." Fu Jinping remarked. I am aware that my grandfather has a fondness for such items. So I spent over a month gathering them. Heaven rewards the diligent, and I have finally succeeded in completing the collection. Otherwise, this gift would have been incomplete. You have indeed put in a lot of effort, the elder Lu responded. From what I know, this complete set of Qing dynasty copper coins is exceedingly rare in circulation. There may be fewer than 50 sets throughout China, in my estimation. This set is valued at no less than 2 million, and it is bound to appreciate in value in a few years. Qing Yin, did you see that? This is what a heartfelt gift looks like, Yang Tianxin declared. Even if you have found a wealthy boyfriend, what does it matter? If he doesn't care for you and is unwilling to spend a penny on you, it's all for naught. Indeed, Ji Inyang chimed in. When searching for a partner, one must find someone who treats them well. Otherwise, what is the point of indulging in a life of excess? Mother-in-law, Tianxin, even if he has purchased a luxury car worth over 20 million and a watch valued at more than 10 million. It is not particularly impressive. With my family background, I could also afford such items with a little effort, Fu Jinping stated. Who says Lin Yi hasn't prepared a gift? Ji Qingyin interjected, pulling a small box from her bag. Upon opening it, an antique jade ring was revealed. Grandfather, this is a gift from Lin Yi, and he put a lot of thought into it. Upon seeing the jade ring, Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyin was quite a commendable young lady. To save face, she even claimed the gift was from him. Qingyin, your boyfriend drives a luxury car worth over 20 million and wears a watch valued at more than 10 million. Yet he only gave you this modest item? Yang Tianxin remarqued. Who says this is modest? Lin, he certainly put in considerable effort to acquire it. Well, whether it's modest or not, we can ask Mr. Lu. He is an expert in this field. The elder who had spoken earlier approached. This ring is of decent quality. It is indeed a fine piece. But in terms of collectible value, it cannot compare to that set of Qing dynasty coins. Its market value is around 500,000, and its potential for appreciation is not as great as that of the coins. Only 500,000? Yang Tianxin scoffed. Qingyin, I truly pity you. It seems you are valued at merely 500,000 in his eyes, alas. What do you mean only 500,000? Yi Qingyan retorted. When it comes to gifts, it's the thought that counts. Lin Yi spent a significant amount of time searching for this jade ring, which speaks volumes about his intentions. Even if he was thoughtful, it is still only worth 500,000, which wouldn't even rank among grandfather's collection, Yang Tianxin replied. This has nothing to do with money. Enough. Lin Yi patted Ji Qingyin on the shoulder. This is your gift. There's no need to cover for me. Chapter 050. This is a forgery. Lin, Ji Qingyin's expression turned anxious. How could he let the truth slip out? Qingyin, why bother? It seems your boyfriend does not appreciate your feelings, Yang Tianxin commented. Lin Yi is simply very busy. Is there anything wrong with me preparing a gift for him? Yi Qingyan defended. Yang Tianxin shrugged. Of course not. What I mean to say is, he clearly does not hold you in high regard. Be cautious of being toyed with in matters of the heart that I've seen many online who ended up in a predicament after being taken advantage of by wealthy heirs. Left to raise a child alone, that I'm merely warning you to avoid straying down the wrong path. You! Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Ji Qingyin's waist and chuckled. Why argue so much? It's entirely unnecessary. And besides, I have prepared a gift. I didn't come empty-handed. You prepared a gift? Ji Qingyin was taken aback. She was well aware of Lin Yi's recent activities, driving her to and from work, and even spending 2 nights at his home. Yet she had not seen him preparing a gift. Coming to celebrate Mr. G's birthday without a gift would be quite disrespectful. But there's no but about it, Lin Yi insisted. Just wait here. I left the gift in the car and will retrieve it now. With that, Lin Yi returned to the vehicle, brought out the gift, and presented it to Ji Yongqing. Mr. Ji, this is my gift to you. I hope you will enjoy it. As Ji Yongqing received the gift, he curiously opened it. As the scroll unfurled, his aging eyes widened in astonishment. This is actually a Zhang Daqian. What? It truly is. Elder Lu rushed over, his eyes widening in disbelief. It is indeed a work by Zhang Daqian. To my knowledge, this painting is worth at least 200 million that Mr. Lin has given such an extravagant gift. It's quite generous. Upon hearing the price, Ji Qingyin's eyes widened. Lin Yi had gifted something so valuable. They were merely pretending to be a couple. Mr. Liu, are you certain you are mistaken? Is this painting genuinely worth 200 million? I fail to see anything particularly special about it. It seems rather ordinary. This is an authentic piece by Mr. Zhang Daqian. Its significance is something that ordinary people cannot discern, Elder Liu explained. Moreover, my estimate of 200 million is already very conservative. If it were to be auctioned, it could very well fetch 300 million, making its collectible value immeasurable. Hearing such statements, those attending the birthday celebration were secretly astonished. Just where did the Ji family's young lady find such a boyfriend? To casually bestow a gift worth 200 million is truly remarkable. Yang Tianxin's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. She had spent over a month preparing for this birthday banquet, intending to overshadow Ji Qingyan at this moment, only to have it ruined by this insufferable man. Mr. Liu, while I acknowledge your esteemed status in the antiques world, I fear you may have misjudged this situation, Fu Jingping remarked with a smile. Misjudged? Elder Liu inquired. There are certain facts that may not be known to everyone. This painting was purchased 2 years ago by our CEO, Mr. Cheng Shuang, for 1.8 billion. When I visited his home, he personally stated that this was his most treasured possession, and he had previously refused an offer of 2.3 billion. Now, to see this painting here, I believe further explanation is unnecessary. Fu Jingping's words were crystal clear. If one could not comprehend them, their faculties must be impaired. It was evident that this was a forgery. Yang Tianxin laughed heartily. Qingyan, as the eldest granddaughter of the Ji family, we all expected your boyfriend to present some extraordinary gift. Yet who would have thought he would attempt to deceive us with a forgery? It's truly laughable. Qingyan, it's not that I am criticizing you, but is your choice of boyfriend not rather lacking? To present such a fake painting at such an important occasion is a disgrace to the Ji family. Such an incident occurring at their father's birthday banquet was indeed shameful. After a long silence, Ji Qingyan spoke up. Regardless, I believe Lin Yi would never deceive anyone with a fake painting. He is not that kind of person. Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan was quite loyal, standing by his side. Indeed, Qingyan, your brother-in-law has made his position abundantly clear. Do you still not believe it? Yang Tianxin remarked. I suspect you have been enchanted by him. Fu Jingping stepped forward, smiling warmly. Qingyan, I have personally seen this painting in Mr. Cheng's home. I can assure you that it is undoubtedly a forgery, as the genuine piece has always been kept there. Fu Jingping was the head of DiDi in the Yanjing region and was currently consolidating operations in Zhonghai. It was likely he had some influence within the DiDi headquarters, making it improbable for him to speak falsely. Moreover, in such a formal setting, it was even less likely he would lie. Alas, Elder Liu shook his head. I misjudged this matter. After so many years in the antiques world, I failed to recognize a forgery. How embarrassing. Mr. Liu, everyone makes mistakes. It is only natural to misjudge at times, someone chimed in. Mr. Fu is correct. Who would have thought he would be so audacious as to attempt to deceive us with a forgery in this setting? Had it not been for Mr. Fu uncovering his ruse, I suspect we all would have fallen victim to his deception. Alas, despite having won the heart of the Ji family's young lady, he couldn't even spare a decent gift. What kind of person is he? All right, everyone, let's refrain from speaking too much, Fu Jingping interjected. Mr. Liu, according to the customs of the antiques world, what should be done if a forgery is discovered? Upon encountering counterfeit goods and imitations, our general practice is to destroy them on the spot. Well then, I shall perform a good deed today and obliterate this forgery. It will serve as a reminder for him. Are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? Lin Yi said with a smile. Absolutely. Don't think that having a bit of money makes you exceptional. Fu Jingping stepped forward, seizing the item from Ji Yongqing's hands, and with a swift motion, tore it apart with a resounding rip. What a gratifying sight. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked. This has become rather amusing. Chapter 051. Is Do Di Zhu popular in Africa? To think it has been destroyed. Ji Qingyan's expression darkened. After all, this was a gift Lin Yi had prepared for her grandfather. Regardless of any issues, it was her grandfather who should decide how to handle the situation. It was not her place to intervene. Qing Yin. This is a customary practice in the antique world. When encountering such a counterfeit disguised as the real deal, it is always destroyed on sight, Fu Jingping explained. Alas, Ji Yongqing sighed quietly. Although the painting was indeed fake, it was rather pleasing to the eye and could have been enjoyed on occasion. Now that it had been destroyed, it was too late to lament. Do not be upset. I will handle this matter, Ji Qingyan said, momentarily taken aback as she turned to Lin Yi, suddenly feeling a sense of being protected. Handle it. Fu Jingping shrugged. It's merely a fake painting. It has been torn, and thus it is done. I am merely following the rules. An elderly man surnamed Lu stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, you are in the wrong here. Let us just leave it at that to spare you the embarrassment. This does not concern you, Lin Yi replied coldly, causing the elderly man to fall silent. You are the person in charge of DiDi in the Yanjing area, Lin Yi said casually. Indeed. Do you have a problem with that? Not at all, Lin Yi replied. I merely wish to inform you that your operational qualifications have been revoked. What? Lin Yi's words left everyone momentarily stunned, especially Fu Jingping, who burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Lin Yi, are you trying to amuse me? Fu Jingping said. Just because you have a bit of money, you think you can spout nonsense? I hold a 20 stake in DiDi. Do you think I lack the right to say such things? The revelation stunned the entire room. Why, you said what? You hold a 20 stake in DiDi? Fu Jingping exclaimed, his voice faltering. Indeed. Haha. Fu Jingping laughed again. I believe you were trying to make a fool of me. There are limits to absurdity. Lin Yi. What are you saying? Ji Qingyin pulled Lin Yi aside. Stop fooling around. This is not the time for jokes. You can't intimidate Fu Jingping. Lin Yi chuckled, leaning in to whisper in Ji Qingyin's ear. If I truly held 20 of the shares, would you let me indulge my eyes tonight? At that, Ji Qingyin's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, You are incorrigible. Why say such things? Lin Yi laughed heartily and addressed Fu Jingping and the others. I understand you do not believe me, but you may call Qing Shuang and tell him I am Lin Yi. He will provide you with the answer. Fu Jingping, now perplexed, hesitantly took out his phone and dialed Qing Shuang. A few seconds later, the call connected. Cheng, I am Fu Jingping, the DiDi operator in Yanjing. I know. Speak quickly. I am in a meeting, Qing Shuang replied. Cheng, don't rush. I would like to inquire if you know someone named Lin Yi. What did you say? Lin Yi? Indeed, he is right here beside me. Qing Shuang's voice rose significantly. I order you to treat Director Lin with the utmost respect. He is our company's second-largest shareholder, and if you fail to serve him well, I will immediately revoke your operational qualifications. He really is a shareholder of DiDi? Fu Jingping stammered, his legs growing weak. Of course, Director Lin holds 21 of our company's shares. If you do not treat him well, you need not wait for me to intervene. He has the authority to revoke your agency qualifications, but he said he held 20 of the shares. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? That is because I gifted Director Lin the renowned painting Peach Blossom Spring by Zhang Daqian, not wanting to take advantage of me. He transferred one of the shares back to me. Thus, he currently holds 20 of the shares. With a thud, Fu Jingping dropped his phone, his head spinning as if the world were crumbling around him. Ji Qingyin looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, pondering just how powerful this man was, that he was so young, and yet an orphan. How could he have acquired shares in DiDi? It required not only money but also skill and negotiation abilities that are not possessed by the average person. Now, as the second-largest shareholder of DiDi, I hereby announce that your operational qualifications have been revoked, Lin Yi declared, hands tucked into his pockets, looking down from his elevated position. Of course, this may involve issues of breach of contract, and I will notify DiDi's legal department to handle this matter afterward. Lin Yi, do not go too far. Yang Tianxin could no longer contain herself, shouting, Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? After all, you are Qingyin's boyfriend. Can you really disregard any semblance of familial ties? Ji Onrong added. If it were Qingyin making the request, I would acquiesce to any demand, but you are not her, Lin Yi stated. Now, having concluded matters with Fu Jingping, let us discuss other matters. You have already revoked Jingping's operational qualifications. What more is there to discuss? Yang Tianxin yelled. The company under her parents' management was already in dire straits. Fu Jingping was her primary source of income. If he fell, her situation would become exceedingly difficult. If she could, Yang Tianxin would wish for Lin Yi to drop dead on the spot. Earlier, in front of so many people, he tore the peach blossom spring I gifted to Ji Yongqing. Shouldn't there be compensation for that? With a hiss, upon hearing this, everyone recalled Fu Jingping's act of tearing the painting. The president of DiDi had already clearly stated that he had gifted his peach blossom spring to Lin Yi. This indicated that the painting Ji Yongqing had received was indeed the genuine article. Given the current market conditions, he would have to pay at least 200 million in compensation. No, please no. Fu Jingping's face turned pale, and he was completely terrified. I did not do it on purpose. Director Lin, please give me another chance. Had I known that painting was genuine, I would never have torn it. What good are such words now? Can one avoid a sentence by merely saying sorry after committing murder? Fu Jingping clutched Yang Tianxin's hand tightly. Tianxin, you must help me. Otherwise, I am truly finished. Get lost. Yang Tianxin shoved Fu Jingping away, coldly stating, from now on, we have no relationship whatsoever. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Do not even think about me helping you with your debts. Fu Jingping clung desperately to Yang Tianxin's leg. Tianxin, don't leave me. I have treated you so well in the past. You cannot abandon me at this moment. Pa, keep your distance. Do not soil my dress. You cannot be so heartless. You promised we would be together forever. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yi lightly cleared his throat and said, a man's knees are worth gold. If you are a man, stand up. It is not worth it for a woman like this. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi. Yang Tianxin shouted angrily. If it were not for him, Fu Jingping would not be in this predicament, and she would still be living the life of a wealthy young lady. But now, it was all over. Haha, do not be too anxious. The real show has only just begun. Saying this, Lin Yi tightened his arm around Ji Qingyin's waist and whispered, inform your family to gather the guests to one side. I have some other matters to discuss with your family. Ji Qingyin looked slightly puzzled but nodded. Understood. Soon, the guests in the courtyard were ushered to one side. Only the Ji family remained in the venue. Son-in-law, what exactly do you wish to discuss? Why all the mystery? Yongqing inquired. It pertains to your granddaughter, Yang Tianxin. Yang Tianxin looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Stop pretending. Just say what you have to say. Do not rush, Lin Yi replied. Yesterday you rode in my car to the Peninsula Grand Hotel, did you not? Yang Tianxin's expression changed slightly. I was merely meeting friends to play cards there. Is that not permissible? I am not breaking any laws. You are indeed quite skilled, managing to arrange a meeting with two young men for a card game. Lin Yi chuckled. Is it true that DiDi Zhu has become popular in Africa? Chapter 052. I am DiDi's driver. Here to pick you up if I am indeed spouting nonsense. Why do you appear so anxious? Lin Yi chuckled as he remarked. Now that we have reached this point, I presume you have already formed your own conclusions regarding Yang Tianxin and those two men, whether they were merely playing cards or engaged in something more clandestine. I shall refrain from elaborating further. All eyes turned toward Yang Tianxin, particularly those of Ji Yongqing, who trembled with indignation. How outrageous! How could our Ji family produce such a shameless wretch? Grandfather, you must listen to me. Things are not as you imagine. Do not heed his wild claims. Yang Tianxin pleaded, kneeling before Ji Yongqing and weeping. Wild claims? Do you think Lin Yi has nothing better to do? Ji Yongqing scoffed. If he has truly slandered you, present your evidence. If he is indeed fabricating lies, I shall have him expelled. Mr. Ji, I have several videos on my phone that I will send them to Qinyin shortly, and the truth will inevitably come to light. Lin Yi stated nonchalantly. As for the rest, it pertains to your family matters, and I shall take my leave. Ji Qinyin was filled with curiosity. Hotel user information was highly confidential. How had Lin Yi managed to obtain it? Was he truly so resourceful? Grandfather, I admit I went to the hotel with two friends, but we did nothing inappropriate, that we were merely discussing business. Just a moment ago, you spoke of playing cards with your girlfriends, and now you claim to have been discussing business. Do you truly believe me to be senile? Yeonkin retorted coldly. Antai assist me in returning home. Understood, father. Grandfather, you must trust me. Before Yang Tianxin could finish her sentence, Fu Jingping stood up and struck her across the face. Yang Tianxin, I have treated you with such kindness, granting you anything you desired, and yet you dare to disgrace me. I will not spare you. Fu Jingping, you scoundrel. How dare you strike me? Yang Tianxin exclaimed. If your abilities were not lacking, I would not have sought out other men. The two became entangled in a scuffle, while Lin Yi lost interest in their domestic squabbles and turned to leave that Ji Qingyin followed closely behind. With such turmoil in the Ji family, she could not simply walk away. However, since Lin Yi was departing, she felt compelled to see him off. Lin Yi, thank you. Standing beside the car, Ji Qingyin spoke softly. For what? You just now allowed me to take the guest aside to preserve the Ji family's dignity. Otherwise, we would have lost face entirely. There is no need for thanks, Lin Yi replied indifferently. As for you, it would be wise to limit your interactions with her to avoid being tainted. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing, Ji Qingyin assured him. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for the gifts you prepared for my grandfather. Though you were compelled to attend, you still incurred significant expenses. That is of no concern. Simply place more orders in the future to support my business. Lin Yi entered the car, and Ji Qingyin waved him off as she watched him drive away. As she gazed at the fading taillights, she felt a sense of bewilderment. One would expect a man to suggest more intimate encounters or to indulge in visual pleasures. Yet he merely advised her to place more orders. How absurd. Leaving the Donghu villa, Lin Yi opened the app, preparing to accept new orders. His current task was to garner several 5-star reviews to achieve his proficiency goal. Surrounded by acquaintances who frequently hailed rides, he figured that with a bit of time, he could secure 9 more 5-star ratings to complete his mission. However, the system had assigned him the task of experiencing life. And Lin Yi was reluctant to exploit his friends that he decided to consider them as a safety net. Should he fail to accomplish his task, he could always ask them for rides later. You have a new order. Please pay attention to accepting it. Upon seeing the task dispatched by the platform, Lin Yi eagerly claimed a ride, embracing the laid-back approach with great satisfaction. Noticing the destination was the nearby Hawaii community, he drove over to that moment. A girl emerged from the Hawaii community, a backpack slung over her shoulders and a suitcase in hand. With her ponytail and round, adorable face, she exuded charm. Her name was Tao Yuan, a student from Zhonghai University of Finance, preparing to call a ride back to campus. Yuan. Just as Tao Yuan was heading toward the entrance, she instinctively turned around upon hearing her name. She spotted a boy in casual black attire jogging toward her. Marue, what are you doing here? Seeing the approaching figure, Tao Yuan expressed surprise, though not particularly pleased. I heard from Xiao Jing that you were returning to school today, so I waited by your door to give you a ride, Marue declared, moving to take Tao Yuan's suitcase. No need. I've already ordered a car, so I won't be taking yours. Both were students from the same university and major, and Tao Yuan was well aware of Ma Rui's persistent pursuit of her. However, a spoiled rich kid like him had never been her type, despite his relentless efforts for over half a year. Tao Yuan had never granted him even a sliver of opportunity. Yuan, my father just bought me an Audi A6L. I picked it up yesterday and haven't ridden with anyone else yet. You would be the first, Ma Rue boasted. I'm not interested. You can go ahead, that MY ride is on its way. Yuan, you are the belle of our university. Taking a DiDi is beneath your status. Come with me in my A6. It's far superior to those inferior domestic cars. As long as it drives, I don't care what kind of car it is, Tao Yuan replied. That is not the same, Ma Rue insisted. This is an imported A6. Not a domestic 1+. It's an Audi with genuine leather seats. It's exceptionally comfortable that there's no comparison with domestic vehicles, so just come with me. Onlookers began to murmur as they overheard their conversation. This girl is quite something, choosing to take a DiDi instead of an Audi luxury car. How can one be so oblivious to their blessings? If someone offered to pick me up in an Audi, I would have jumped at the chance. Who is Ms. Tao with the last 4 digits 4,389? Just as they conversed, a voice called out near the entrance. They turned to find a silver supercar parked, with the driver announcing Tao Yuan's name. Stunned, Tao Yuan wondered how this person knew her name. Pushing through the crowd, she approached Lin Yi and whispered, "Hello, sir, my phone number ends with 4389. Then please get in." "Huh, get in?" Tao Yuan was taken aback. Lin Yi nodded. "Did you not call for DiDi? I am your DiDi driver, here to pick you up." Yuan, is this the car you ordered?" Ma Rue was left bewildered. Hadn't she merely called a DiDi? How was it that a Pagani had arrived? What was going on? Tao Yuan was equally perplexed, yet she replied, "Yes, it's the car I ordered, that IT should be better than your Audi A6. "Indeed. It is certainly better than my Audi." The onlookers erupted in laughter. This guy was just bragging about how his Audi was superior to the DiDi, and now look at him. Ma Rue felt embarrassed, but was at a loss for a counterargument. The value of one ride in that car could purchase dozens of A6s, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Tao Yuan grabbed her luggage and entered Lin Yi's car, completely ignoring Ma Rue. Observing Lin Yi up close, Tao Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Mister, why do you drive a supercar, yet still work for DiDi?" she asked sweetly, her demeanor in stark contrast to her previous attitude toward Ma Rue. "To earn my keep and experience life." "You're truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment." Lin Yi, with no ulterior motives, simply hoped for a 5-star review and would be grateful to her ancestors for it. The distance from the university to the Hawaii community was not far, within 20 minutes. They arrived at their destination. Clutching her phone, Tao Yuan grappled with her courage before finally speaking up. "Mister, may I add you on WeChat?" "Add me on WeChat? Why?" Tao Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" "Love at first sight?" Lin Yi scoffed. "The fare is only 30-some yuan. Surely it doesn't warrant such sentimentality." "No, that is not what I meant," Tao Yuan stammered, embarrassed as she exited the car and paid the fare of 32 yuan. Shortly after, Lin Yi received Tao Yuan's payment along with her 5-star review. Checking the time, he saw it was nearly 6 o'clock. Not particularly hungry, he decided to accept a few more orders, planning to finish up once he felt the pangs of hunger, over the next hour. Lin Yi accepted 3 more rides, all male passengers, yet he only received 1 5-star review. Nevertheless, he felt content as the task progress indicated he was nearing completion by around 7 o'clock, feeling slightly hungry. He chose not to visit the Peninsula Hotel and instead grabbed a quick bite on the roadside before returning home. Buzzing, just as he parked the car back at Jeju Pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Song Wenhui. "Song Wenhui. Lin Yi, I'm working tomorrow. Can you come pick me up?" Upon seeing the WeChat message, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Had something unpleasant that occurred during the day prompted a message from her? Lin Yi inquired, "Have you gathered the money? I will collect it tomorrow." Song Wenhui replied, "What money?" followed by an expressive emoji. Lin Yi explained, "Your brother scratched my car. The repair costs amount to 2 million. Song Wenhui responded, "Lin Yi, I truly admire your sense of humor. Since when Wu has become your brother-in-law? Why jest in such a manner?" Lin Yi retorted, "Who said we are family? Are you still dreaming?" Song Wenhui continued, "Oh, I understand now. You were still upset about what happened earlier. However, those remarks were merely a test for you. Having passed it, we are now in a romantic relationship." She added, "I have work tomorrow. Please pick me up and take me to my job." Lin Yi replied, "Wake up. It's not even dark yet." Song Wenhui insisted, "Enough with the jokes. If you weren't interested in me, you wouldn't have come for the blind date. Thus, from the moment you entered the tea house, our relationship was established." Lin Yi dismissed her, stating, "Dream on. The compensation is 2 million, even a cent less. And you can expect a court summons." After sending the message, Lin Yi promptly blocked Song Wenhui. Shaking his head, he thought about these lowly individuals who exhibited no boundaries whatsoever. Upon returning home, he took a comfortable shower, indulged in some live streaming, and played a few rounds of a mobile game to pass the time before finally lying down to rest. The next morning, as Lin Yi opened his eyes, he realized it was already past 7, that his phone displayed 2 new WeChat messages. Xia Xinyu wrote, "Ego, are you there?" Followed by, "I need to go out today. Can I use your car?" Upon seeing Xia Xinyu's messages, Lin Yi recalled that she was the live streamer who had accompanied him shopping the other day. Naturally, he was inclined to accept such an opportunity, anticipating a 5-star review. Lin Yi replied, "What time?" Xia Xinyu responded almost instantly, leaving at 9. Just arrive at our community half an hour early. If that's inconvenient, I can come to you. Linny replied, no need. I'll see you at 8:30. Xia Xinyu cheerfully replied, okay, thank you, Iga. Linny found it puzzling. Why was she thanking him when using ride-hailing services? Payment was expected. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was still early, so he took his time getting up, washing up, and then enjoyed breakfast at the Peninsula Hotel before heading toward Tianyi Garden where Xia Xinyu resided. As he approached Tianyi Garden, he noticed Xia Xinyu waiting at the entrance that he observed that her attire had matured since their last encounter. She wore a refreshing beige dress, accentuated by a necklace that served as a perfect finishing touch. Clutching a white bag, the contents of which were unknown, she boarded the passenger seat upon Lin Yi's arrival, attracting envious glances. Iga, don't rush, I'm placing the order now. Aware that Lin Yi was there to experience life, Xia Xinyu eagerly initiated the order as soon as she got in. Shortly after, her order appeared on Lin Yi's phone. Taken aback, he asked, you're heading to the China Sea International Circuit? Yes, Xia Xinyu confirmed. An official event is being held, inviting 3 streamers for outdoor live broadcasting that I managed to secure an opportunity to participate. Linny chuckled. It seemed they were broadcasting in his territory. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that Zhou Haitao had some foresight. The streaming market was still vibrant, and collaborating with them for promotional live streams was indeed a wise choice. We're off. Buckle up. All right, she replied, picking up the white bag. Iga, it's scorching. I brought some fruit for you to try. How thoughtful of you, Linny remarked, but let us set it aside for now. I can't eat while driving. No waities. I'll feed you, Xia Xinyu said, using a small fork to offer a piece of watermelon to Linny, who accepted it without hesitation. Deliciously sweet. I'm glad you like it, Iga. Driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman feeding him watermelon. This was living the dream. Upon arriving at the China Sea International Circuit, they parked and stepped out together. Goodness, there are so many luxury cars here, Xia Xinyu exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of countless supercars in the parking lot. Lin Yi, initially unfazed, soon recognized a familiar Lamborghini among them. Wasn't it Qin Han's? Let us go. It's just a few supercars. No need to be so astonished. Xia Xinyu smiled, narrowing her eyes. Igu. These cars seem less valuable than yours, but I've never seen so many in one place outside of an auto show. Linny chuckled, choosing not to comment further. You think you could just walk in? Unless you summon the leaders here. Even if you do summon them, it won't change anything. I'm merely giving you a heads up to save you time, came a voice from ahead as they approached the entrance. They overheard a heated argument. This voice sounds oddly familiar, Xia Xinyu murmured. Let us go see, Linny suggested. Following the sound, they discovered a group of about a dozen people, with a man and a woman at the center of the dispute. The woman, stylishly dressed in black denim shorts that showcased her fair thighs, had an impressive appearance, easily scoring an 85. The man, clad in an olive green jacket and North Carolina blue AJ1 sneakers, sported dyed blonde hair and diamond earrings. Embodying a trendy persona, Linny felt a twinge of recognition, but couldn't place them. Do you know those two? Xia Xinyu inquired. The woman is Ren Zixuan, one of the top outdoor streamers on Douyu, she explained. The guy is Sun Rue, also a prominent outdoor streamer. He has always been supportive of me, it's thanks to him that I'm able to do this live stream today. Linny nodded, understanding why they looked familiar. He had likely seen them during previous streams without remembering their names. What is going on? Sun Rue turned upon hearing them speak. Xinyu, you here, he greeted her. What is happening? Why the argument? What else could it be? Miss Ren has declared that today, as streaming slots have been reduced from 3 to 1, intending to send us both away. You can't just throw accusations. That is not my statement, but the circuit owner's decision. If you don't mind wasting time, feel free to wait here. I, for one, am indifferent if they don't let you in. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ren Zixuan interjected. Why would such a rule come about? Xia Xinyu questioned. This event was organized by the circuit's management. If there were any changes, they should have notified us in advance. It's all because Miss Ren has latched onto young Master Qin's coattails. Who dares to offend Qin Shao in the entire China Sea? That is how this mess came about, Sun Rue replied. I refuse to leave. If I have to go, I demand an explanation from the circuit owner. Sister Xian, the circuit is vast. Can't we all stream together? Xia Xinyu spoke cautiously. What do you mean by we all? With my popularity in DouYu's outdoor section, why should I share the spotlight with you? You don't even deserve to stand next to me. Just then a girl in jeans approached, holding several badges. Sister Xian, it's all set. We can enter with these badges. Young Master Qin is waiting inside. Xiao Jia, you arrived just in time. These two are still waiting to get in. Explain the situation to them, Ren Zixuan instructed. The newcomer cast a disdainful glance at Sun Rue and Xia Xinyu. You two can forget about entering, she declared, producing a stamped document. Look, this is the exclusive streaming permit. It no longer concerns you. Just go wherever it's cooler. What right do you have to do this? It was agreed that there would be 3 of us. And now this. Xia Xinyu protested. Blame yourselves for lacking the ability, Ren Zixuan replied smugly. If you had my popularity, you'd be the ones allowed to stay. Unfortunately, life has no what-ifs. Ren Zixuan, don't think you're special just because you're clinging to young Master Qin. Sun Rue scoffed that he realized that this live stream opportunity might slip away, but felt a sense of frustration. In the outdoor streaming realm, he and Ren Zixuan had been rivals. If she secured this chance, she would likely ascend to a true top-tier status, leaving him with no ground to contest. If you're so capable, why don't you cling to someone too? Ren Zixuan declared. I am unafraid to inform you that my ability to broadcast live here is entirely due to the favor of young Master Qin. With a mere word, I secured the cooperation of the executives at the racing venue, allowing me to conduct an exclusive live stream. While you are unable to do so, you, Brother Rue, calm down, Xia Xinyu urged. Given the circumstances, it would be wise for us to leave. They have young Master Qin backing them, and we cannot compete with that. Damn it, Sun Rue exclaimed. Let us go. Did I take responsibility for this? Later, I'll find a place to treat you and your friend to dinner. No need. Brother Rue, you have already been very considerate. Allow me to treat you instead. How could I let you pay? I insist on covering it. Are you two done? If there's a matter to discuss, take it outside. I intend not only to live stream here today, but also to conduct a private interview with young Master Qin, so kindly refrain from being a nuisance, Ren Zixuan interjected. Xia Xinyu felt anger, but dared not voice it, as she was merely a small streamer without any authority. Brother Rue, let's just leave. Let us go. There's no need to engage with her. No need to leave, Lenny said coolly. We have come this far. We shall live stream here today. Ren Zixuan regarded Lenny. Who do you think you are? Your tone is rather audacious. Do you not know who young Master Qin is? In Zhonghai, those who dare to disregard young Master Qin's authority are as rare as grass towering over 2 meters on their graves. Then summon him here, and let me see just how grand his authority truly is, Sun Rue gasped. Xinyu, is your friend perhaps a tad too audacious? He is none other than the renowned young Master Qin. Chapter 055, Mr. Lin, you have arrived. This, Xia Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. Although both individuals were wealthy heirs, there were gradations among the affluent. Young Master Qin was the pinnacle of Zhonghai's elite, and few could stand in comparison. Even if he drove a car worth over 20 million, he likely would not be a match for young Master Qin. Ego, please calm down, Xia Xinyu implored, gripping Lin Yi's hand. This is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to get worked up over them. Let us just leave. This matter doesn't concern you much. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of young Master Qin's influence. Ha! Ren Zixuan scoffed. It seems the forest is vast enough for all kinds of birds to guess it that young Master Qin cannot wield his knife. Or have you little wealthy heirs grown too confident? Do you believe that possessing a few coins in your pocket grants you the right to look down upon young Master Qin? Then go ask him whether it is he who is arrogant or I who am. Lenny turned. You too. Come with me. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rue exchanged glances. Xinyu, is your friend truly capable of getting us inside? I am not entirely certain, but Yi Gu is indeed no ordinary person. So what now? Shall we go in? Sun Rue was uncertain. With young Master Qin standing behind Ren Zixuan, They felt ill-equipped to provoke him, that if they truly entered, it would surely incite young Master Qin's displeasure, making it difficult to navigate the streaming world thereafter. Let us go. Xia Xinyu took a deep breath, since He Ge has said so. Even if a mountain of daggers lies ahead, I will follow him. Are you sure there is no problem? I do not know, but if He Ge speaks, I will trust him. All right, I will trust him this once. Seeing the two follow Lin Yi inside, Ren Zixuan smirked. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you get thrown out later, it will be quite embarrassing. Sister Xian, stop wasting your breath on these losers. Let us head inside as well. When they are kicked out, we'll film the entire process to show the viewers in the live stream. Such footage is bound to go viral. You make a good point. Let us go in. Upon entering the racing venue, the two groups separated. My goodness, this racing venue is simply incredible. Upon entry, Xia Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This is one of the best racing venues in the world, surely ranking among the top 3. If given the chance, attending a race here would be a dream fulfilled, Sun Rue remarked. I believe today's live stream will certainly attract immense popularity. The only regret is that there are no races happening today. Otherwise, the effect would be even better. Being allowed entry is already remarkable. You should be grateful, Sun Rue said. Hurry and set up the live stream equipment. We must act swiftly. Xia Xinyu still felt a bit anxious. Ye Ge, are you certain everything will be all right? Just relax. Follow your original plan. And with me here, no one will be able to kick you out. Thank you, Ye Ge. Lenny found a spot in the stands, preparing to call Zhou Haitao. Individuals like Ren Zixuan were best left to Zhou Haitao to handle. However, just as he picked up his phone, he noticed a group approaching from a distance, about 20 individuals, many of whom were familiar faces that in addition to Ren Zixuan, Qin Han and Zhou Haitao were among them, whispering to one another, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Upon seeing Qin Han and Zhou Haitao approach, Lenny smiled and put his phone away. Now that they were here, there was no need to make the call. Xinyu, look. Young Master Qin and Ren Zixuan are coming over, Sun Rue said nervously. As Xia Xinyu was fiddling with the live stream equipment, she glanced over to see a large group headed their way. Go. Xia Xinyu hurriedly ran toward the stands. Young Master Qin and Ren Zixuan are here. What should we do now? Let them come. Why panic? Just continue with your tasks, Lenny replied. But it seems young Master Qin has a good relationship with the leaders here. Will they? Even if Qin Han arrives? It won't matter. Just focus on your own business, Lenny assured her. I understand. Though she acknowledged this, Xia Xinyu remained tense and anxious, her focus on the live stream equipment waning. Meanwhile, Ren Zixuan and Qin Han approached Lenny. Young Master Qin. Manager Zhou, it was agreed that today is my exclusive live stream, yet those two have brazenly barged in. You must intervene. Qin Han glanced up at Xia Xinyu and Sun Rue not far away. Those two should be other streamers. I presume, he noted. Indeed, that is correct. Did you not inform them that the event has become an exclusive live stream? I did mention it, but Xia Xinyu brought someone along and insisted on bringing them in, behaving quite arrogantly and refusing to listen to reason. Ren Zixuan continued. She even claimed she wanted to see how significant your influence is and why I alone should be allowed to live stream here. Qin Han chuckled. This is becoming interesting. In all of Zhonghai, there are few who dare to disregard my authority. Young Master Qin, please calm down. Allow me to handle this matter, Zhou Haitao said with a smile. It will save you the trouble of wasting words. You are the one in charge here. So naturally, your authority surpasses mine. However, if someone dares to disregard my presence, this cannot be let go easily. I must find out who possesses such audacity. I share your sentiment. These little wealthy heirs should truly be shown who is who, believing that a few coins in their pockets grant them the right to act superior. Qin Han extended his arm, wrapping it around Ren Zixuan's waist as he approached Sun Rue and Xia Xinyu. You too. Who permitted you entry? Qin Han asked in a low voice. Didn't I inform you that today is an exclusive live stream? Upon seeing Qin Han's stern expression, Sun Rue trembled in fear. Individuals like Qin Han, who were wealthy heirs, were not someone he could provoke. Xia Xinyu also felt a twinge of fear. She had long heard of Qin Han's reputation, yet this was her first time confronting him directly. She hadn't anticipated his presence would be so imposing. rendering her quite intimidated. What is all the commotion about? I was the one who brought them in. A voice from the stands interjected. Hearing someone speak from the stands, Qin Han and the others looked up, only to spot Lin Yi. Young Master Qin, it is him. Ren Zixuan pointed at Lin Yi, exclaiming, he was just so arrogant, not placing you in high regard at all. Indeed. He seems to think that just because he is attractive, he can act all high and mighty without considering his own worth, Ren Zixuan's assistant added. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rue were both terrified. Ego had encountered the pinnacle of Zhonghai's wealthy heirs. How would they resolve this predicament? Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Chapter 056. He dares to discipline even young Master Qin? Initially, Zhou Haitao thought he must have been mistaken. To his astonishment, the figure in the stands was indeed Lin Yi. Mr. Lin? Upon hearing Zhou Haitao address Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu, Sun Rue, and Ren Zixuan were all taken aback, believing they must have misheard. Old Lin. What brings you here? Seeing Lin Yi, Qin Han was momentarily surprised before smiling and walking over with Zhou Haitao to greet him. I brought some friends for a visit and happened to run into you all. Ren Zixuan's eyes widened. Young Master Qin. Do you know him? Of course, I know him, the esteemed owner of Zhonghai Racing Circuit. How could I not be acquainted with him? Is stunned. Upon learning Lin Yi's identity, Xia Xinyu and the others were left speechless. Ego was actually the owner of Zhonghai Racing Circuit. What an immense fortune must be required to acquire such a grand racing venue. Old Qin, that girl named Ren Zixuan? Is she your friend? Lin Yi inhuited nonchalantly. I wouldn't call her a friend. She's merely someone I take out for leisure, Qin Han replied. In his eyes, individuals like Ren Zixuan were akin to disposable toys, lacking any remarkable qualities. Well, that makes things simpler. I do not wish to see her again. Tell her to leave, Lin Yi stated. A trivial matter, Qin Han responded, turning to Ren Zixuan and saying, let's go. This doesn't concern you anymore. Ren Zixuan and her team stood frozen, taken aback by the swift turn of events, unable to process what had just occurred. Qin Xiao. Wasn't he had agreed that I would stream here? I've already informed my viewers of an exclusive broadcast today that if I can't go live, my streaming career will be over, she pleaded. That's your own fault, Qin Han retorted. I know Lin's temperament. If you hadn't tried to show off in front of him, he wouldn't have bothered with someone as insignificant as you. You made your own bed. Now lie in it. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. Understood. Ren Zixuan stammered, fully aware that provoking Qin Han was a perilous endeavor. As she and her companions departed, Lin Yi glanced at Zhou Haitao. Is this how you conduct business? You were supposed to bring 3 people. We ought to adhere to our agreements. Look at the mess you've made. Lin. Zhou Haitao wore a pained expression, feeling utterly helpless. If it weren't for Qin Xiao intervening, I wouldn't have acted this way. Enough with the excuses. This is on me, Qin Han interjected. Who knew that the female streamer was a friend? Why can't I have streamer friends? That's not the point. She is somewhat attractive but not particularly well endowed. Nor does she have a notable figure. She shouldn't be your type, Qin Han remarked with a knowing glance. Would you like me to introduce you to some stunning women? Quite thrilling, I assure you. Xia Xinyu felt tears welling up. Although she might be smaller in stature, she still possessed her own charms. I fear contracting an illness from such pursuits. Leave the glory seeking to you, Lin Yi replied. As for you, adhere to some decorum. Your reckless behavior has tarnished the racing scene's reputation. Vachning Lin Yi reprimand Qin Han. Sun Rue felt a chill run down his spine. What sort of background did Xia Xinyu's friend have to dare chastise the illustrious Qin Xiao? Truly impressive. All right. You're the boss here. Your word is law, Qin Han conceded. Since you're here today, let us race a couple of laps. I've got the itch to drive. No matter how many laps we race, you will always be my subordinate. Why humiliate yourself? Come on. You've only beaten me once. Don't act all high and mighty, Qin Han replied. After our last race, I corrected my starting errors and improved my cornering skills significantly. If you wish to defeat me, it won't be so simple. Then let us see what you've got. I'm feeling a bit antsy myself. With that, Lin Yi tossed the car keys to Zhou Haitao, instructing, get my car in here. Simultaneously, Chin Han threw his keys as well. Mine too. I'll arrange for that right away. As Lin Yi and Chin Han began their warm-up, Sun Rui tugged at Xia Xinyu. Stop dawdling. We need to start the live stream, that if we miss this opportunity, we'll be at a significant loss. Soon, Lin Yi's Pagani and Chin Han's Lamborghini were driven in. The two climbed into their cars, and a fierce showdown loomed. Old Lin, let us wager on something. Otherwise, this would be quite dull, Chin Han proposed. What shall we bet on? 10,000 a second, Chin Han suggested. Over 5 laps? Whoever gets left behind for a few seconds owes the other hundreds of thousands. What do you think? No problem. Witnessing their casual wager, Sun Rui felt utterly astonished. Previously, she had only heard tales of the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy second generation. Today, she was witnessing it firsthand that AS was customary. Zhou Haitao acted as the starter, that as the countdown concluded. Both racing cars roared to life, echoing like beasts unleashed, and surged forward. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Chin Han's skills had indeed improved. Yet, in the presence of the seasoned Lin Yi, he still fell short. Mere meters into the race, he found himself a full car length behind. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui watched, adrenaline coursing through their veins. It was exhilarating. Ultimately, after 5 laps, Chin Han had lagged behind by a staggering 21 seconds. Compared to Lin Yi, he was in an entirely different league. Well, how does it feel? Lin Yi inquired with a smile as they exited their vehicles. You're a freak. I trained for days. And still, I couldn't keep up with you. Lin Yi's proficiency had reached a professional level, and he was among the elite. Chin Han could only be considered a top amateur, and there was no comparison. Pulling a check from his pocket, Chin Han signed it briskly. A bet is a bet. Here is 2,100,000. Accepting the check, Lin Yi handed it to Zhou Haitao. My car has a scratch. Use this money to repair it. What on earth? Who dares to scratch your car? Have you found the culprit? Chin Han exclaimed. It's a trivial matter. No need to make a fuss. Lin Yi had no intention of making Song Wenwu pay for the repairs, as they simply couldn't afford it. However, it was necessary to instill some awareness in them. Zhou Haitao snapped a picture of the damage with his phone. Lin, I'll contact the manufacturer afterward to have them send an engineer from abroad to ensure a flawless repair. All right. Handle it as you see fit. As Lin Yi bid farewell to Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui, he assured them, you can continue your live stream here, that if you need assistance, Zhou Haitao will fully cooperate with you. I'll take my leave now. Thank you, Ego. No need for thanks. Chin Han looked at Lin Yi. You're not going to start driving for a ride-hailing service, are you? Clever. You've guessed it. Chapter 057, a must-have deluxe fried rice. You're simply unbelievable. Instead of enjoying the company of a lovely streamer, you re-off driving for a ride-hailing service. You wouldn't understand. I find joy in it. Care to join? Not a chance. Those women always complain about the heat in my car. Who can endure that? Perhaps it's because you give off the impression of being a Na'vi rich kid. Easily deceived, Lin Yi teased. Get lost. Hurry and drive your ride-hailing service. One day, I'll catch your car and leave you a bad review. If you dare give me a bad review, I'll knock you out. The two laughed heartily as they bantered for a while before Lin Yi drove off. Upon leaving the parking lot, Lin Yi checked his task progress. With Xia Xinyu's favorable reviews included, he was on track to complete the task by today at the earliest or tomorrow at the latest, which posed no challenge. After grabbing a quick bite for lunch, Lin Yi continued working until around 6 in the evening. The experience was meant to be enjoyable, and he believed in knowing when to stop. There was no need to overexert himself. Since he approached it with a laid-back attitude, he had completed 8 rides throughout the day. 3 female passengers had given him 5-star ratings, while the rest were mostly 4 stars. Lin Yi found it puzzling, with such attentive service. Why was his rating not higher? Nevertheless, seeing the task progress made him feel content. The remaining tasks could wait until tomorrow. Completing them would be a cinch. Lin Yi looked up towards Thursday and realized he hadn't visited the Little Fried Rice shop in quite some time. The Little Fried Rice shop he referred to as a modest roadside stall run by a middle-aged couple, specializing in various fried rice and rice dishes at affordable prices. Since it was only a street away from Chaoyang Group, Lin Yi used to frequent this place for lunch. Reflecting on it, he realized it had been several days since his last visit and decided it was time to indulge. Finding a parking spot by the roadside, He walked towards a small alley ahead. He noticed a temporary shed nearby, but it seemed that the couple was preparing to close up for the day. Aunt Lou, why are you closing so early today? Upon seeing Linny approach, the middle-aged woman beamed. Oh, if it isn't little E, it's been a while since I've had your fried rice. I'm here to satisfy my craving. Would you like the egg fried rice? Or would you prefer to try something different? You seem to be closing up already. Perhaps I'll skip it for today and come back another time. It's that girl Xiaojing. She said she had no clothes to wear. So we thought we'd close early to pick her up and buy her a few outfits, Aunt Lou explained. Making a fried rice dish doesn't take too long. Just tell me what you want, and I'll have Uncle Kong whip it up for you. With a warm smile, Aunt Lou continued, how about this? I'll go fetch Xiaojing for you, and you make me some fried rice to take away. That would be too much trouble. We've already troubled you several times, she replied. Sometimes, when Lin stopped by after work, he would help them pick up their child when they were busy. Why the formality? We're all like family here. Lin turned to leave, but Aunt Lou called out, hold on. We haven't decided what you're eating yet. Make me a deluxe version of egg fried rice, with a golden ham sausage, 2 fried eggs, and a packet of spicy whey long strips. Oh! Treating yourself to a little luxury, are we? Even without a paycheck, one must indulge occasionally, Lin chuckled. Aunt Lou's daughter, Kong Jing, attended Zhonghai First High School, which was considered a prestigious institution in the region. Every year, countless students gain admission to Tsinghua University and Yinbian University, that as long as one is not at the bottom of the ranks. The least one can achieve is enrollment in a 211 university. Upon arriving at Zhonghai Zhong, Lin discovered that the school gate was already overcrowded, teeming with vehicles. After observing for a while, he finally managed to secure a parking space that a glance at his watch revealed it was already past 7 in the evening. Yet the senior students had not yet been dismissed. Rows of lights illuminated the classrooms as they engaged in evening study sessions. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the bell rang, and soon thereafter, students began to descend, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. However, Lin waited for quite some time without spotting Kong Jing. Excuse me, has the senior class been dismissed? Lin inquired of a young boy he approached. They've all left, the boy replied. Except for the duty students, a senior girl beside him interjected, unable to divert her gaze from Lin. I see. Thank you very much. Not at all. Yet after a few more minutes of waiting, Lin realized that Kong Jing had still not emerged. Sensing something amiss, he made his way towards class one of the seniors. Teacher Gu, what do you think we should do about this? Look at what my son has done to her. One parent complained. He pulled my hair first. He even wrote on my uniform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid him any attention. Isn't that Kong Jing's voice? Lin recognized it and quickened his pace toward class 1, that upon entering the classroom, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman in uniform at the podium was none other than Gu Jingshu, whom he had encountered previously, clad in blue jeans and black sneakers. She wore a simple yet elegant blouse. However, Lin recalled that he had come to pick up Kong Jing before, and her homeroom teacher did not seem to be Gu Jingshu. In just a few days, a teacher had been replaced. Upon noticing Lin's entrance, Gu Jingshu was equally surprised. Wasn't he the affluent young man she had met just days ago? Why was he back? Xiao Gu. Before Gu Jingshu could speak, Kong Jing dashed toward Lin and stood by his side. Your parents are wrapping things up? I came to pick you up today, Lin said, glancing at the middle-aged couple standing a short distance away, their faces etched with anger. In front of them stood a chubby boy, his face marred by several scratches that it was clear he bore the marks of Kong Jing's handiwork. What happened? Did you get into a fight with a classmate? He was bullying me, Kong Jing replied, emboldened by Lin's presence. She turned to him, saying, Xiao Gu, look at my clothes, they're all marked with ink. Understood, I know what transpired. Lin gently ruffled Kong Jing's hair, shielding her behind him as he addressed the parents. Your son was in the wrong initially, but Kong Jing did injure him. So let us consider the matter settled and put it behind us. Gu Jingshu was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected someone from Lin's background to be so reasonable. Had it been anyone else, they might have already lost their temper. Settled? The boy's mother exclaimed. Open your eyes and look. What if my son is disfigured? He aspires to enter the entertainment industry. You are jeopardizing his future. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Indeed, I wish to enter the entertainment industry as well. You've ruined my prospects. Can you compensate for that? Lenny stepped forward, saying, with your looks, entering the entertainment industry will be impossible. Gu Jingshu struggled to suppress her amusement. Such bluntness was rather refreshing. The parents indeed seemed to have lost touch with reality. Given Lin Yi's appearance, the notion of entering the entertainment industry seemed laughable. Let alone for others. What do you mean? Are you saying my son is ugly? The mother shouted. Perhaps you both should reflect on your own shortcomings before making such unrealistic claims. What a disgrace. Enough with the useless talk. If we don't receive a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not end here. Why shouldn't he it? Kong Jing interjected. He was the one who bullied me first. And what of it? For someone of your background to share a class with my son is a privilege. You ought to endure the bullying with a swift motion. Lin Yi, without uttering another word, delivered a resounding slap to the woman's face. How dare you hit me? She exclaimed, clutching her face, her eyes wide with disbelief that he would resort to violence. The Gu Jingshu shook her head. It was rare for someone of Lin Yi's stature to maintain such composure. Striking you is mild. Should you continue to speak without restraint, you may find yourself in the hospital. Teacher Gu, look. A parent from your school is openly causing a scene. Shouldn't you intervene? If we don't receive an explanation, I will escalate this matter to the principal, the boy's father declared. Coward, I slapped your wife, and you can't even muster a response. You want to report to the principal? Is that all you amount to? Shut up, you, the father retorted, turning to Gu Jingshu. Teacher Gu, I expect you to handle this properly. Gu Jingshu's expression turned serious as she replied, the situation is quite clear. You are in the wrong. Even if you escalate this to the principal, it won't change the facts. Fine, so you refuse to take action? The boy's father was seething. Let me remind you, I am the HR manager at Zhonghan Capital. If you do not resolve this matter, I will notify my legal team to handle it. Zhonghan Capital? Lenny murmured, the name ringing a bell. That IT seemed to belong to Qin Han's company. As a wealthy heir in Zhonghai, Lin Yi was familiar with much of Qin Han's public information, and anyone who frequented the internet would have heard of it. Your position will not affect my judgment, Gu Jingshu stated. I hope you will not escalate this matter further. Very well. Remember what you said today. If I take it upon myself to deal with this, not only will those two suffer, but your school will also face repercussions. Gu Jingshu hesitated. Many matters in society were not governed by reason. Should they escalate this situation, it could lead to negative consequences. For her, it was inconsequential. She could find another job, but if it impacted Kong Jing, that would be intolerable. Teacher Gu, don't mind them, Lin Yi said. Let them stir up trouble. If they create a splash, then I have lost. With that, he ruffled Kong Jing's hair again. Let us go. Your parents are waiting for you. It is time to head home. Okay. Kong Jing, feeling reassured by Lin Yi's presence, followed him without a second thought. As they departed, the family of three watched Gu Jingshu. Teacher Gu, I have been very clear. I require Kong Jing and her parents to publicly apologize at school tomorrow, and we demand 200,000 in medical expenses. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Apologies, but I cannot comply with that. Lin Yi's words not only emboldened Kong Jing, but also provided Gu Jingshu with courage. After all, Lin Yi was the owner of the Peninsula Grand Hotel, driving a luxury car worth over 20 million. Why should he fear such ordinary office workers? Then we shall see how this unfolds. With that, the family of three stormed out, just in time to spot Lin Yi and Kong Jing ahead. Dad, look, they're right in front of us, the boy exclaimed. And that man just hit my mom. We can't let him get away with it. Li Duong, if you're a man, go teach him a lesson right now. Don't rush me. I'm going over. The family rushed forward. Hey, you stop right there. As they exited the school, Lin Yi heard someone calling from behind. Realizing it was the same family. What do you want? Lin Yi asked, and I'm telling you, you hit my wife. This IS&T over. If it's not over, then so be it. I'm waiting for you. All right, if you're really that tough, tell me your name, and I'll ensure you are begging to find me by tomorrow. Lin Yi, holding his phone, did not respond directly, but instead countered, You're from Zhonghan Capital. Aren't you? What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you are, kneel down and apologize to my wife right now. As the altercation drew attention, a crowd began to gather. That I've heard of Zhonghan Capital. ISNT, that Qin Han's company. ISNT, that the top heir in Zhonghai. Indeed, he is the one who is quite notorious online. This guy has provoked someone from Zhonghan Capital. He is bound to face dire consequences. Li Duong stood with his hands on his hips. Hey, did you hear that? You should know the power of Zhonghan Capital, that I'm giving you a chance now. Don't squander it. Hold on. Let me make a call. With that, Linny dialed Qin Han's number. Your HR manager is demanding I kneel and apologize to his wife. What should we do about this? Are you kidding? Our company would never have such an idiot. DiDi, you think I would joke about this? Fine. I'll find out who this fool is and make sure you get an answer to DiDi it quickly. Rest assured, I'm on it right now. Linny hung up the phone, chuckling as he remarked, just wait, someone will attend to you shortly. Li Duong heard Lin Yi's words distinctly. It was evident he was making a call to someone from his own company. What? Who did you call? Qin Han. Li Duong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Oh, come on, are you kidding me? Li Duong was now laughing uncontrollably. If you had said you were calling another executive, I might have believed you. But you claim to have called young Master Qin. Are you jesting with me? Have you even considered your own circumstances? What right do you have to know our young Master Qin? Do you think his contact information is so trivial? Young man, if you're going to boast, at least do so with some seriousness.